We all live. It's your boy Dabrand knows. It's currently 6:30 a.m. on a Wednesday morning. And y'all know why I'm feeling myself. Cause I went to the alexjonesstore.com and I bought me some of that good old sea malls. And gave me some energy. Might not sound like it, but believe me. Okay, we definitely got a doozy for you all this morning. See what we can do about that. Tried, y'all. All right, we can ready to get started. Dabrand knows. I'm gonna go ahead and start the show. Here we go.
Corporate media is not touching. Just a few things that are connected to Trump, and then you just sit back and you realize the DOJ knows exactly what all this is. It's cut and dry. They don't even hide it in most of these conversations. The day he finds he's under criminal investigation, he orders basically an 18-wheeler load of sulfuric acid in drums. And that's for dissolving bodies, boys and girls. So, and then how they rape babies, how they play the voice of the mother while they rape the babies. I mean, you cannot, this is out of hell itself. And a lot of the stuff I'm reading, I go, wait a minute, Ted Gunderson said that. Ted Gunderson said that. Ted Gunderson said that. This is unbelievable. We're living a horror movie here. All right. I have never worked as hard as I have in the last 10, 11 days since this 3 million documents came out. I have been reading and double checking and verifying about 5 hours a day. And then it takes hours and hours to go through it all. Then I call sources and talk to them about it. I check through it all. But I also have so much knowledge in all this that I'd already heard all of this from John DeCamp and Anthony Hilder and Ted Gunderson I mean, because I knew Gunnarsson wasn't lying, but still, it's like, come on. They starve babies to death, so they're starving, so then the men can put their genitals in their mouth and the baby sucks. I mean, I'm like, yeah, just come on. And then it's in the damn. He's talking to scientists and biologists about the best way to torture babies so they can give them a better. I mean, it's like, and that's just, it's all over the place, and it's right there. And yeah, I got a sex slave at the Hyatt. The financing's there. It's yours. And it goes on, and then the chef they have at the island, who prepares the food in the laboratory and mails it around the world to world leaders, owns a restaurant called The Cannibal. And then they say, yeah, I'm walking up with the jerky. I'm walking up with it. We just landed more. And they're like, yeah, you gave us cold jerky. We want live. So they're eating kids live. And you're like, this doesn't sound real. Have you read the Bible? Or what mainline archaeologists have found? You know, they said that Plato was wrong and that Troy wasn't where he said it was on this island. And then they found out from earthquakes and stuff, it was just buried. And sure enough, there was the city just as he described it exactly. Yep, and then they basically found everything that was in the Bible now. And they got the Roman histories, the Jewish histories. You've got, if you study any culture from ancient China to Africa to Mesoamerica to Western Europe to the Middle East was like, whoa. It is nonstop devil worship, child rape, drinking children's blood. You know, the Druids would just slit the kid's throat and throw it into a peat bog to the gods, or burn up the toughest man they had, Wicker Man. You see that in movies, that's all real stuff they did. A little bit, still I'm not endorsing it, but it was stuff like that. And the Aztecs, cut kids' hearts out and other people. And then the priest class sold the meat down at the bottom of the market. The Aztecs were cannibals. And yeah, this is a reenactment they did, right after World War I, in Rome, where they had the World Jewish Conference meet, and they built this whole deal, and then they reinstated and reenacted Moloch worship and feeding children to Moloch, or Baal. And Jeffrey Epstein listed all of his bank accounts and stuff like that. And this is Wicker Man right here, Burning Man, all that. Where they lure the hero cop who thinks he's coming to save a little girl from being sacrificed, and it's actually him. So they did their research for this. And by the way, this stuff still goes on. They still, the Druids do all their Satanism big time in Germany and in the UK and in areas around the world. So it's all different satanic societies. But let's go back to the famous, and I can pull up the actual date and all of it. Pull back up the silent movie shot at the World Jewish Fair, and with the giant reenactment of a human sacrifice of children to Baal and Moloch. Yeah, this is all. And then they bring the kids and put them into the fiery furnace to it. There you go. So that's real footage, by the way, of a simulated murder of children. They do the same thing at Bohemian Grove, and they address it. Oh, that was good. I just spilt my ice water on my documents. I tell you, I am out of control, folks. Guys, do me a favor and bring me a bunch of napkins. I don't normally put my glass up on the table with my arms flailing. But there you go. So, again, this is the dominant culture. This is what these people are into. And it's every major culture. It's gone on everywhere, and it's the real deal. And it's got to be dealt with. We have to understand that just because we're not Satanists or just because we're not devil worshipers doesn't mean that it isn't a serious problem that has to be dealt with. You see, that's why they tell you, oh, there's no devil. That's why they tell you that there is no occult. Because they don't want you to understand that they're there and that this is their system. If they see you as lower than whale crap in the ocean. That is their system. And so you'll have to bear with me today. We can show you an overhead shot. I had a glass of ice water right here and had all these meticulously prepared stacks of each subject. And now it is soaked. But that'll be okay. They can pull up digital copies, or hopefully. I don't know how the crew's supposed to keep track of all this, because I just print it all off and then they scramble as fast as they can to find it. But that'll be okay. The point is that we have the background knowledge on all of this. I don't say that like, ooh, I'm smart, but I'm the well-known guy, the most prominent, the longest, continually exposing this and really getting into the worldwide networks and the historical background and all of it. We don't just focus on the devil worshiper occultists in the UK or the ones in Germany or the ones. No. We focus on it all over the world. And the former German chancellor wrote a book called Men in Power's Political Retrospective. And in it he says, yes, we do our rituals and sacrifices in our groves in Germany, but Helmut Schmidt. But my favorite place to do them is Bohemian Grove, and I've been going for 20 years or so. That's in my film, the book, the screenshots of it. You try to find that book, it's like $1,000 to even get it. It's somewhere around the office here, but and you can say, oh, well, they're just doing a mock human sacrifice. They're not serious. I was there, and the old men that were watching it were just here. Cut to me. I'll show what they look like. Almost all of them are like. And it goes on for like an hour, and a few times like, wow, this is interesting. It's a very important ritual. And this is important ritual. So, yeah, we're talking demon town here, okay? So it's time for people to grow up and admit this is real. And we now know Jeffrey Epstein was a high priest. Jeffrey Epstein, we have his blackboard with all the black magic incantations and calculations on it. We now know he had tunnels all under his houses in Paris, in New York, in Zorro Ranch, and his own emails about all the tunnel systems underneath little St. John's. So that's where we are. That's what's happening in the year 2026. And I'm going to go through the latest stuff, and by the time I even check again, there'll be 100 more horrible things people found. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. There are hundreds of emails going through the decades of him picking up women at bus stops that are 14, and then they have a baby and he buys it, or the woman's in a laboratory and wakes up and she has a cesarean, the baby's gone, or he's openly selling and buying babies. And again, and they've got all these deliveries, rich people begging, it's all blacked out. I got to have more. I got to get a delivery of the jerky, please. And it's like, we can only get you 6 ounces. And it's like, oh, that should do it. God, need it so bad. Please give me the jerky. Well, we got more jerky deliveries that just came in. But and then you got the really ultra-rich billionaires bitching, I don't like cold jerky. I want it live. They're like, we got to come to the island to do that. We can't always put those events on in New York. We can't always butcher kids right there in the middle of the city. Come on. You want to get some blood on you and hear the screams yourself. You can, of course, drink the blood later with all the endorphins in it, but if you want to really be in the game, you got to come to the island or to Zorro. And that's the description. Stuff Gunnarsson never put on air, but I had dinner with him probably 10 times, talked to him on the phone probably 300 times, had him on that show probably 50 to 100 times. And he would just describe that he says it's the women that are the worst. And it's just like you see in Dracula, where in the remake with Keanu Reeves, where Dracula likes the women, the aristocratic women, but the women drink the blood of babies. And then and so they kidnap kids and bring them babies, and the women all just come in on it. And that's a black mass or a black Sabbath. And those women they just start biting into those kids and just ripping their guts out. And they just eat all their blood. And we're just, Anyway, Steve Jobs' widow, she owns the Atlantic, and she's went to the island reportedly hundreds of times. She really loves it. Yeah, they're nice people. And so the Atlantic says none of this exists. There is no child trafficking, period, on the planet. Nice people, huh? And then, of course, they've planned the pandemics and how to release viruses and take control of us with those, with the total global control grid. We aired that report by John Bound last night. And then they had a shadow 9/11 commissions where they could help cover it up, because this is a shadow government in corporations, universities, governments around the world. And then Epstein is one of the main liaisons for the CIA. And I'm not giving the Mossad an out. He's 100% Mossad. But at the 5I level, MI6, Mossad, and the CIA are all interconnected. But Lex Wexner, the big money, the airline he ran, we now know it, starting for Bush, that brought in the Somalis and trafficked the kids, George Walker Bush, was Bill Barr. And then Bill Barr's dad was the famous OSS CIA that ran the girls' school that wrote the book about kidnapping little girls and torturing them and raping them in the 80s. So, I mean, you kind of get what I'm saying here, right? So that's what this is, and that's what's going on. And I got to tell you, if Ted Gunderson was alive today, I know he's looking down from the third heaven, but boy, I bet he's pleased, because it's finally safe to talk about this. I mean, I've always talked about it and let caution, to the wind. But now there's no putting the genie back in the old bottle. Okay? No putting the genie back in the bottle. The globalists are screwed. None of their tricks, flooding the zone with fake AI of abuse to confuse people, that's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. And Epstein's going to now be 50 times bigger. And it was already, so it's game over for the globalists. It was already game over. They got a lot of tricks and a lot of crap they're pulling. But I will go through these documents, just the latest horrors. And I'm sorry to have to, I mean, even some of the crew yesterday was like really depressed after the show, but also happy it's coming out. And they're just like, because they're all, and they're looking at it too. They're on the government website. This is real stuff. I mean, you're like, these people really do this. He's got, top biologists giving him tips on how to rape babies better. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But when they have a, world fair and spend the equivalent of hundreds of millions of dollars to show you human sacrifice in Moloch, and how great it is. And when, Fritz Lang puts out Metropolis and they enslave all these humans and take their essence and feed them to Moloch, and then feed that essence through a computer and through electricity like Frankenstein into a new being that's a kind of unisex creature, android, male and female, under a giant pentagram. So they're just showing you over and over and over again, this is what we do, this is who we are, this is what's happening. Okay? Over and over and over again. So everybody knows there's Christian churches and, everybody knows there's Buddhist temples. Well, when you look around at Hollywood and the halftime show and all the satanic stuff they do there, that's their church. And they're telling you, you're on the menu. You got that? So I never exaggerated. I never lied to you. I know it all sounded insane. I showed you so much proof. And because I was the most prominent person exposing this the most successfully, and because I was the most successful exposing 9/11, and because of all of that, I have been demonized and attacked, everything else. And they knew they killed me and turned me into a martyr. So instead, they tried to kill who I was and created elaborate lies and said I was a bully of people, that had dead kids, and just all this made-up crap. But they failed in stealing my identity because the truth continued to get out. And so that's a testament to God and the strength of the truth long term. But I want to go to this John Bound report dealing with the shadow 9/11 commission they had. See, not just running the COVID attack and setting it up, but also with Bill Gates, but also the 9/11. See, it's just you find out he's trying to topple governments, trying to overthrow Russia. And then they spin it and say, oh, no, he's a Russian agent when all the documents are he's trying to overthrow Putin. So this is amazing, but I'll get into all the devil worship and new human trafficking stuff and all the draining the children of the blood, the jerky, the cannibalism, because they do it all. They're draining blood, but they're eating them live. I mean, it's quite the menu. This is just unbelievable, and God bless their little souls. And they're begging for Jesus, and they're laughing at him. I mean, you'll see it all. Jesus ain't gonna help you, little girl. Whoa, man, it was a hot place in hell for them. All right, let's go to John Bowles' report.
A single email unearthed from the sprawling Jeffrey Epstein document dumps has sent shockwaves through anyone paying attention. In 2003, investigative journalist Edward J. Epstein, no relation to Jeffrey, but a longtime chronicler of espionage, cover-ups, and institutional deceit, Edward Epstein reached out directly to Ghislaine Maxwell with the casual yet loaded invitation, any interest in joining a proposed shadow commission on 9/11? This wasn't some random outreach. The former Harvard professor was floating the idea of an alternative inquiry into the attacks, one presumably free from the constraints and compromises that plagued the official 9/11 commission.
What diminishes the idea of a conspiracy in my mind is not that one can't think of a good reason why one couldn't put a conspiracy together, but it's the passage of time. One has to take that into their reckoning as we covered, decade after decade.
Maxwell's inclusion on the invite list speaks volumes about the overlapping circles of power, influence, and potential blackmail that Epstein's operation allegedly cultivated. Why would a man known for dissecting government whitewashes think the partner of Jeffrey Epstein belonged on such a panel? The official 9/11 Commission report, released in 2004, has long been accused of being a carefully curated exercise in selective truth rather than unvarnished accountability. Glaring omissions like the collapse of the World Trade Center Building 7, ignored Saudi connections to the hijackers, eyewitness accounts of bombs by Barry Jennings in World Trade Center 7.
Now, Barry Jennings, you were on the 8th floor. You work for the City Housing Department. Explain to me the moment of impact.
Well, me and Mr. Hesh, the Corporation Counsel, were on the 23rd floor. I told him we got to get out of here. We started walking down the stairs. We made it to the 8th floor. Big explosion. Blew us back into the 8th floor. And I turned to Hesh. I said, this is it. We're dead. We're not going to make it out of here.
Entering Building 7 together before the strike on the South Tower at 9:03 a.m., Jennings and Hess were surprised to discover that the office had been abandoned. Receiving a phone call from his superior, Jennings was warned to leave the building immediately. Descending via the stairwell, Jennings and Hess reached the 6th floor before an explosion blew them back up to the 8th floor, trapping them inside the building. After 7 years of investigation, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, determined that the building had not come down due to explosives or controlled demolition, as many alleged, or due to structural damage from the collapse of the Twin Towers, an explosion in the building's fuel oil systems, or any of the other suggestions that had been put forward and retracted by NIST over the course of its investigation. Instead, NIST spokesman Shyam Sunder insisted that the building had collapsed due to ordinary office fires.
For the first time, we have shown that fire can induce a progressive collapse.
The commission's own co-chairman, Lee H. Hamilton, later admitted significant limitations, including restricted access to classified materials and pressure to produce a unified narrative that avoided rocking too many boats in Washington, D.C.
If it's an act of war and it's hiding things, which everyone on your commission knew that the Pentagon was changing their stories, lying to you, and it's a cover-up of an act of war, and under Article 3, Section 3 of the Constitution, it's treason. So unless we get to the very bottom of it, then we're still talking a treasonous exposition.
This is a longer conversation. I'm not sure this would ever get to the bottom of it.
We have to, or we can't save our country, sir.
I don't think. Well, if that's the condition upon which we're going to be saving our country. Because the problem, it's a 30-year-old conspiracy.
The report's focus on systematic issues conveniently sidestepped naming names like Larry Silverstein.
I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. And I said, we've had such a terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
And the rapid removal of debris before thorough forensic analysis could take place.
I'm also told that military heavy equipment will be brought in, bulldozers, cranes, things of that nature, to go in there as soon as they possibly can.
What ties these threads together is the persistent whisper that 9/11's full story remains buried beneath layers of classified documents, redacted files, and an elite code of silence. Why would the Epstein-Maxwell orbit be included? And if there truly was such a secret commission, what compromising material was leveraged by insiders to shape public narratives around the attacks or their aftermath? Edward J. Epstein's 2003 email to Maxwell isn't just a footnote, it's a breadcrumb in a larger maze, suggesting that even alternative inquiries were being quietly seeded within compromised circles. John Bound reporting for InfoWars.
Well, no, it's exactly. It was the CIA, Mossad, MI6 blackmail groups. They could profit off the primary attack. We'll be right back. One of the most important things to me in my life is to get things right and to tell the truth and to be accurate. That's why they say Alex Jones is right. But it's not just our news, our prediction, or information that are incredibly accurate. It's the products. And out of all the amazing supplements at thealexjonesstore.com, our methylene blue, ultra methylene blue, is the best you're going to find on the market. It's so good for your body. Instant, clean, amazing energy. You owe it to yourself, if you sat on the fence, to go to thealexjonesstore.com right now and get ultra methylene blue. And believe me, you are going to want to reorder it again. We have an 84% reorder on that product. No other supplement anywhere has anything even close. That is how amazing it is. Secure your ultra methylene blue now at thealexjonesstore.com, and thanks for keeping us on the air. Repeat what you said is happening. You feel in the...
I feel like that stuff in my fingers. I feel tingling fingers.
There's the camera. Blast them with full power right there. Ah! Yeah! Energy shots have been all the rage for decades because they really work. But most of them are full of dyes and toxic stimulants and have huge crashes. We set out to develop a product at thealexjonesstore.com that has all the very best adaptogens, nootropics to biohack your body and not just help your brain, but every cell in your entire body. We've done it, ladies and gentlemen. Mind Fuel is next level with no letdown, no crash. It is very strong, so I take half the shot in the morning, half in the afternoon, and it's just amazing. And again, the effects go on for days and days and days because these are super nutrients that are in Mind Fuel. For the time I have here, I can't tell you all the incredible ingredients. So go to thealexjonesstore.com and look at what is in it, and of course, proprietary herbal ingredients as well. Go now to thealexjonesstore.com and secure your Mind Fuel and be the reason we'll always be on the air. Thank you so much for your support. If you love our other products, you're going to love Mind Fuel. All right, throughout history, every brutal system, government, empire, cult, tribe will have rites of passage for the different layers of their society to prove their fealty. And the most common was, from time to time, or sometimes all the time, mass human sacrifice of your children. And that meant the priest class also raping your children. Because if a population will put up with that as a litmus test, they'll put up with anything. Then you also have military classes throughout history who will be tested as they're more elite on how brutal they are, what insane orders will they follow, are they willing to kill men, women, and children. The SS, in their final year of training before they got accepted, would have to raise a German Shepherd puppy, and then they would have to kill it at 1 year of age with their bare hands, strangle it. And that's about following orders. That's just a little example. Most of you probably never thought about having to strangle a dog as an initiation. Well, that's on record. So there's all sorts of these initiations. You know, the MS-13 is you got to human sacrifice somebody. That's on record. They do it all the time. Just gets buried in the news. And initiations get crazier and crazier. 30 years ago, most of the big cartels didn't have Satanism involved. Now most of them do. and most of them do Satanism, and now they kill women and kids. None of those groups would kill women and kids until the 90s. That's why they spent 10 years writing Scarface with same guy that made JFK, Oliver Stone. And he did interviews about it. I watched the director cut where he talked about it. He went and met with cartel leaders, did all that to write it, and it was like the no women, no kids thing. Kind of a composite of real people he met and stuff. Well, it's women and kids now, isn't it? So it's all about, will you kill women and children? Will you do anything we say? Will you give up your humanity? And then it's about, will you sterilize your son to be trendy, cut his penis off? Will you cut your daughter's breast off? Will you do insane things? Will you agree there's no X and Y chromosomes? Will you put men in women's prisons? Will you let Evergreen College 6-7 years ago say no whites allowed on the weekend? And that was incredible then. Now that's all over the country and all over the world. You see, it's all about how much insane crap can they get you to do. In 1984, which is a composite future projection by George Orwell, real name Eric Blair, came from a very high-level intellectual family, the highest levels of the intelligentsia scientific eugenics movement. They weren't so much wealthy, they had been previously, but they were in the elite thinkers. He was the head of OSS propaganda at the BBC in World War II. That's declassified. Eric Blair. And he was a top Fabian socialist, number 2 Fabian socialist, which is the elite of the elite globalist, okay? Proto-globalist then. And he wrote a bunch of essays explaining, before he died, because he died about a year after 1984 came out, he said, no, this is what I think the world will be like if the Fabian socialists control things. They're basically Satanists. They're all about power. They're all about destroying the human mind. They're all about seeing what you can get people to do against God's programming. Well, I mean, here's Jeffrey Epstein with top biologists and behavioral psychologists on how to, okay, well, you starve babies so they give you better fellatio because they're sucking on your, male member to try to get milk desperately. That would know what you need to know is you need to have a recording of its mother talking to it. It'll suck more vigorously. And you're like, what is, only Satan could come up with that. And I'm going to show you that stuff. But the point is that that's what Satan's all about. Distorting things. You got a starving baby. They're going to rape it and kill it later and suck its blood out and sell it. But they're going to, enjoy themselves now with the satanic thrill. And you can then record its mother and then make it think it's getting love even harder, fighting for its life in a big sick joke. That's Satan. That is Satan right there. Convincing you, parents, that turning, at birth in New Jersey and Washington State and a bunch of other states, they have dozens and dozens of people in the state, 16, 20, oh, you're gender queer, you're two-spirited, you're bisexual, you're trans. And first it's, let the child decide and take their innocence away when they're not even of age to say something like that. First, let them be who they are and cut them out from the parents and brainwash them. Now it's just, we decided at birth what you're going to be, even though it's all a lie. It's the most satanic, twisted evil hiding in plain view. Canada said last year, the state will now decide whether to kill you or not. That's not even euthanasia. The doctors rebelled finally, and they went, okay, we'll bring it back in 2027, though they never got rid of it. Now, every day I see this woman beg for her life. She was healthy, but the state killed her because she'd become a ward of the state. That's what it is to live under communal systems. And that's what they would do with a lot of Native American tribes, Germanic tribes, African tribes, Mesoamerican tribes, Asian. It's all the same. When famine came, and that's when human sacrifice really cranked up, and every time they see that, they can study the archaeology, the tree rings, they study the ice core samples, and they can know, there was a big 10-year drought here, and we see the population go way down, and then we find all these mass pits of people that have been cut up and then eaten. So they would just ritualize cannibalism. So this is a custom that humans have had. It's like a jet airplane crashes in the Andes with 200 people on board, and they're stuck up there for 4 months. And when the rescuers finally find it and get there, they're like, yeah, we ate first the dead, and then we would just eat the people that were sick, and then we would all vote on who we're going to kill next. And that's how it works, folks. And that's why they teach a game called Spaceship or Lifeboat since the 60s in public schools and in private schools, where they get you into a situational ethic thing where we're on a spaceship going to Mars. And on the mission, there was an explosion, and part of the oxygen supply and food supply that was in the spacecraft was damaged and destroyed. So now there's only enough food for half of us, enough oxygen. So we'll all die if we don't do this. They're teaching them end justifies the means. They can always give you a false end for your means. See, that's how that works. And then in almost every case, they're able to train children. They should do it in about 5th or 6th grade. The majority will end up saying, okay, well, who do we kill then? Who do we put out the airlock, or who do we throw overboard? And they'll say, well, we need scientists, and we need social workers, and we need, oh, well, what are you? Well, we don't really need a librarian. We don't really need because when we get to Mars, we've got to set things up, or when we get to the deserted island. So it teaches you who is essential. Where did we hear that? Here in the big tabletop brainwashing exercise for future carbon lockdowns, they told us. It's not even my guess. They admit it. I was able to predict they'd do it before they did it, because they said what they would do before they did it. But now you see it's all a big drill. Bill Gates telling thousands of teachers, 15 years ago, well, we could hire 10 more teachers or give you all raises, but we'd have to kill all the old people to do that. As if it's a set size pie. As if it's a zero-sum game, not expansionist. And once you introduce that idea, that is the super ancient system of humans not just preying on the local deer and rabbits and antelope and fish and hunter-gathering and learning to grow food, agrarian, but the biggest crop has always been ourselves. And we know men are designed, as in any mammal species, to be the defenders, and we're designed to be, expendable. And they take that idea and they twist it, and they invert it and take it down to children. So no one else is explaining this, okay? This is the psychology, the sociology, the anthropology, the archaeology, the behavioral psychology, the biology, the future integrated biology. And now when you look at everything they're doing, you understand it's about making you weak, dumbing you down, isolating you so you can be phased out and gotten rid of, because the decision has been made not just to depopulate, but that humans are a bad species to begin with and are a boot system to launch the new biological/synthetic silicon Ubermenschen. And that's the official plan of the heads of Google and all of them. They've said it all publicly. Musk has argued with them and said he's against them. You can decide whether that's true or not. But this is the real debate. So you don't get into their clubs unless you successively prove yourself to be a dehumanizer, to prove yourself that and they sell it like, oh, you're the elite, you're willing to make the hard decisions, you're a superior person in whatever permutation it is, the Fabian socialists or the Nazis or the communists or the transgender movement or all of it. Or we're the feminists, we got to do this for the women. It's about destroying the women, which is the main engine and the center of the mammalian operation. So all of it's targeting who we are. And of course, it's not to empower us. It's admitted in their more esoteric documents and more secret documents, but also in a lot of public ones now. They're so arrogant that no, humans are scum. We're just to teach the AI. And there's a competition in their system through, well, it would be a biological future ascendance or a silicon or a cyborg merger. Tends to be the consensus is what it's going to be. And then, of course, I've explained to these people for a long time, and they already know it. You guys are just going to keep killing each other. If they tell their acolytes, oh, you're top of your class, you're smart, there's too many people, they're too dumb. They're breeding idiocracy, which is true at a level, but they grease the skids for it. And they're the smartest, actually, for being poisoned and destroyed. But they tell the lower levels of the cult, we're just going to reduce 90%. And you get into their more restricted documents, well, reduce down to 1%. Well, actually, we're getting rid of all the humans. See, oh, get rid of these people, you'll get more resources. And then get rid of these people, you'll get more resources. Get rid of these people, you'll get more resources. They're cutting us out from each other. They're dividing and conquering us. And what does the Bible say? There's an ancient entity that once served our Creator, who knows we have a great destiny made in the image of God, able to build and envision anything we want at scale with enough time, and it's exponential towards our singularity, merging finally with God. We're not God. We're not becoming God. Rising up to a level to be able to interface with God, but still have free will. And so notice, they're telling you, oh, no, we're all just bypassing all of that. We don't believe in God. We're going to become gods. But then you look at them, they're the most depressed, unhappy, destructive, degenerate, confused, scared people there are. I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people that know a lot of people, and they say, Larry Fink, all of these globalists, the King of England, all of them are they're full of nightmares, pain, they're scared. All of them. Lady Gaga gets attacked by demons every night. She's obviously involved in a lot of this stuff. They're all just miserable nobodies who don't have any real strength, any real power. They go out and hurt children. They go out and rob people. They go out and run financial scams. They go out and lie. Because that's what a God does. A God's willing to assert its power. It's social Darwinism. And really, they're just destroying themselves. They've been tricked to believe they've joined some plan to ascend, but like Faust, they find out it's the ultimate trap. They've given up, that they already had the golden ticket, made the image of God, able to envision and build anything that we want, but it's got to be within God's parameters because he's perfect. You see, you either go with God's plan because it's perfect, and it's so complex and beautiful and so many angles and so much freedom within it, it's limitless. But they go, no, I must go against this. Well, you can be outside God's plan. There's God, and then there's your plan. There's Satan's plan. And it has to go in contravention to God. Satan is a purist because that's the laws of the interdimensions. That's the laws of mathematics. That's the laws of free will. That's the laws of the space-time continuum. That if you start following, if the devil said, well, I'll be 80% evil and twisted, and but I'll take some good, because that works. Doesn't work like that. You either get more evil or you get more good. It's a resonance. You cannot be both. The Illuminati teaches, it's a balance, and we've got the good side and the dark side, and it's a dialectic of that, but it's never that. It's like a black hole. You sink to the very bottom of it. You either ascend to God, and the more you do it, the faster you're there, or you fall into a black hole, and then you're with nothing but free will entities that are eternal energy, with all the evil of every creation there's ever been. And let me tell you, I've had the crystal visions, and God was like, you don't want to look over there, but if you want to, go ahead. And I was like, oh my goodness. And the watchers go, time for you to go back now. I was like, can I just please stay? Well, think about that. No time, total completeness. You feel it right now. You'll never feel this feeling when you're in the third dimension. But you've already been in this dimension before. You came out of this. You'll come back. You chose this. If you were here longer, you'd already know that. Go. But it doesn't mean I can't still dial into all the satanic channels. And it's horrible. It's just blasting. And if you're not aware of that and don't try to tune to the Holy Spirit of the God's channel, then people, young people, others, they don't know. And they kind of tune over the satanic channel. They feel some power. They feel some rage. It feels like this might be the way to go, but it's a lie, guys. So I know I'm pontificating and getting into the more theoretical here, but it's interesting. At the very start of the show, I talked about the Atlantic, run by Jeffrey Goldberg, the CIA/Mossad operative, with all the evidence there is. And haven't heard from those guys in like 14, 15 years trying to call me. During the last break, they're calling up. Because, I said I was going to get into Steve Jobs' widow and how they're whitewashing all this. And within 15 minutes, the phone goes ring, 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 ring. So I want to say hi to all the folks. Ring, 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 ring. You guys aren't feeling too powerful right now? See, I don't want a big private jet airplane, and I don't want to hang around with the elites, and I don't want to get paid off by you guys. Lord knows people up the food chain from you've tried. I like how it feels stopping you at a spiritual level. See, you guys get thrills out of dominating and ruining some innocent person and torturing and having them in horror and the power. Yeah, you got real power, real will. Well, I don't even like the idea of you being put in a Supermax prison, because even your biology I feel sorry for. I just like the idea of getting you off of our backs. And I like the feeling of when I'm in the right direction. It's like a honing system. It my soul, it's food. So you guys dominating and controlling, it makes you feel powerful. It doesn't make me feel powerful, it makes you feel complete. Like I've just swam 6 miles in big waves, I'm exhausted, and I finally get to the beach, and I lay in the warm sand, and it feels so good. See, that's the embrace of God. And when I fight you, the Holy Spirit's stronger, and it connects me and binds me to God's creation, the universe. And I can feel the space-time flow. I'm in it, flows. You're like, oh, that's Star Wars. No, that's giving you an archetype. Because, see, the Jedi, and it's still New Age and occulty, I'm not endorsing it, but they're like, they know it's true, so they sold it like that. Everybody understands it. Like the Force, the light side is you're with the earth, God's creation. It binds you. You're connected to it. The ocean, the rock, the tree, the bird, the moon. It's all timeless. You look at the moon, all your ancestors looked at it too. It's just a great communion. And then you understand you're transcendental, you're transcendent. Instead, what is the dark side? Take control. Don't ever die. Use your will. Bend the universe to your will. Go against God's order. Make it about you. Well, you don't think I know how to do that? Ha! Believe me, you guys are lucky I don't serve the devil, because that'd be real bad news. Because at the end of the day, it's the mid-level demons and stuff that just want to rape kids and murder and deface God's creation. The real bad guys of the hierarchy want to dominate and destroy humanity, period, and kill all these satanic minions. But see, the little babies in the satanic hierarchy don't even understand that. They don't even understand what they're really dealing with. A signal, a spiritual signal that's designed to kill us. So every bit of it is just kill that planet, kill that planet, kill that planet before it goes launch. Because once we go interstellar, once we go launch, once we go intergalactic, once we go interdimensional, then the real game starts. And yeah, you can go to the third heaven and be at total peace forever and research anything you want in time immemorial and into the future. Or you can jack into all the free will battles at different levels of the different multiverses that are unlimited, and it is the greatest adventure ever. And of course, God did that. You're God, you're eternal, you're all powerful, you do it. And of course, I'm going to create a whole bunch of new creatures that have free will, but it's going to get messy. And that's what the Satanists always challenge back. They say, God's a Satanist. I mean, yeah, okay, God did all this and let all this happen. No, God gave you free will, and you did what you did. And I say this again. When you have a child, you're actually killing your child. But you're not, because it's eternal. That genetic matrix is just a encoding point for that soul and that will and that energy matrix based on the genetics, what it draws into it. And it's not just one soul. You are your one soul, but there's the entire ancestral land and ancestral connection to this group and to all the other connections to that energy field. Oh, incredible. Your family is so big, ladies and gentlemen. My family's so big, so ancient, so massive, so unstoppable. And the enemy knows that. So God will show you this, not the fake church, not the system, but getting right with God and the Holy Spirit. And all these people you think are powerful because they have temporal control over this tinker toy stuff, they're the ones that cheated and went against God. They did what was easy. It's hard to wake up in the third dimension and take on these evil people that have already amassed the power, try to convince you you're weak and convince you to bow to them. But the whole thing's an exercise about transcending them through God. So they're the losers. They're the eternal losers. And you got Epstein with this little girl he's just raped. And she says, Jesus is going to save me. Jesus is here. And he goes, whoops, next email, I got some jerky. She said, Jesus is going to save me. Jesus is right here. I love Jesus. And he's like, whoops. Whoops. You think Jesus is going to save your life? Whoops. We got more jerky, boys. Jesus saved her soul. She said, Jesus is here with me. Jesus is getting ready to kill her. Jesus is about to save me. He did save her. Just like the thief on the cross, you idiot. You think you killed that body? You think you killed a soul? You don't even know there's a soul. You're not even sure about it, are you? Because the devil's lying in your ear all day long. That's why over in Israel, they obsess so much over getting those bodies. Because some of them don't even think there's a soul. They're not sure about it. It goes on and on. I haven't even hit these things yet. Yeah, you guys can tell me, is John Harmon here? Wonderful, thank you. I'm not going to even plug. There's a big sale right now, 50% off on the methylene blue and a bunch of things. If you don't want to support us, whatever. Products are incredible. You're missing out. I mean, at this point, it's whatever. I'm going to come back. I mean, if you're not getting delivered the truth here, and if you don't see the devil running around 24/7, the chicken, like a chicken with his head cut off trying to get us off the air, then whatever. But I mean, it's up to you to at least take this interview, take this information, take this, and get this out. Because this is coffin nails the enemy. So please, share the live feed right now. Ladies and gentlemen, methylene blue is incredible. And we have the very best you're going to find anywhere at the AlexJonesStore.com. What it's done to my clarity, my mind, my focus has just been wild. My workouts have been so much better. We have the best ultramethylene blue at the AlexJonesStore.com. Here's what some of the guests on the show experienced when they took it, and Joe Rogan and others talking about my transformation that methylene blue has been a big part of.
How is Alex doing these?
He's great. He lost a lot of weight now.
I saw he's getting yeah, he's ready for the next.
My friend
big...
Sean Johnson's training him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he gets up every morning. He works out for fucking hours. I think he's lost 70 pounds at this point. He looks fantastic, man.
Yeah.
He looks fantastic. He looks like he's 20 years younger.
I saw Alex Jones, and he looks really good, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's losing all weight. Taking back my health.
You're so good.
That's the only impression I could do.
Hey, Alex looks good, man.
He lost
some weight. He looks good.
Dude, he looks great.
Yeah.
He works out every day. It's like no Ozempic, no bullshit, no shortcuts.
He's definitely one of my bucket list people to meet at some point.
Oh, I can introduce you to Alex.
Yeah.
We can make that happen for sure.
Come on.
It's so noticeable. I was like, wow, he looks handsome.
But I text Alex all the time. I know him. He's just losing weight. But if you go online, there's a lot of people that believe that this is like a different person. He looks great. That's all it is. He looks great.
Here's your daily motivation. Alex Jones is 51 years old. He's been through more shit than you will ever go through. The deep state has come for his life. They have come for his business. They fined him billions of dollars for free speech. Alex Jones has had his rights stripped away. They've tried to take this man's life for speaking truth. Alex Jones went from looking like this to looking now like this. Alex Jones is getting ripped. Alex Jones is getting yoked. It's showing all of us that no matter our age, no matter what's thrown at us in life, no matter how many troubles or trials that we have, what really matters is who you are on the rock-ribbed inside. Do you have gunpowder in your gut? Do you have some grit in your teeth? Can you be A man in the face of all of it, your promised struggles in this life, can you punch back? Alex Jones is a motivation and a vibe today.
I started having seizures like a few years ago, and everybody in my family knows I'm a neuroscientist.
What did you do to fix it?
Methylene blue.
I'd take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mel Gibson was on here talking about it.
This stuff works, man.
I take it every day as well. And
yeah, RFK Jr. told me about it.
Yeah, man, it's fantastic.
What is Bobby Kennedy Jr. dropping into that glass of water?
Plenty of folks are wondering what was in that little bottle he uncorked during a flight.
Methylene blue.
Show her Kennedy taking it. Kennedy literally gobbles it.
He must be doing something right. That ripped bod is 73 years old.
You shouldn't have to tell a doctor about methylene blue. I think everybody should know about it. It's changed my life.
It kind of gives you like a boost of energy. It's not like an energy drink where you get the jitters or like you're just ready for the day and you're never going to sleep. It's more so like it clears the brain fog where you're actually, you know, able to focus more clearly.
You feel instant energy, but without the jitteriness of caffeine and focus. What I felt was focus, mental focus.
For me, it's like a fog lifted, but it was like a veil lifted off, you know? Incredible.
It's really interesting. I almost like feel smarter. With methylene blue, I do notice that it does seem to give me more mental energy.
I knew what that did for me. I knew that it got me up and walking again, and I was having seizures without it. And let me tell you something, what a blessing.
It is a miracle, and it's been proven for 100 years. It's one of the most well-proven drugs out there. My kids take it, my wife takes it.
Everybody takes it.
What a blessing. I don't care what anybody says. I know what it's like with it, and I know what it's like without it.
All right, I want to play these two clips before we come back and meet all the stations because they're important. The London Guardian even had the similar headline, but Zero Hedge has it too. Post-Epstein document dump, the moment for left-right populist unity. Well, there is left-right populist unity, transcending the paradigm at one level. There's also leftists trying to spin it all and only make it about Trump. And then there's right-wingers saying, no, don't look at any of it because Trump's innocent. Trump is innocent of the pedophilia and the cannibalism and all that, but his Justice Department, the buck stops with him, is now, and I've got documents on that, is officially involved in the cover-up. So I'm still going to report on the good stuff Trump's doing, but I'm just really upset and angry and going to just always point that out. And we're going to look at the Trump people that are in there. I mean, that's what the listeners want. But it's almost a sin because the stuff is nothing burgers. But just to show we're good, we'll do it. I mean, it's all Democrats murdering babies, drinking blood, everything else, and no one wants to cover that because it feels too good to go, I'm pure, I'm a Republican, I'm against Trump now because of this. But, and here's an example. Anna Kasparian, who, oh, none of this is real, I'm full of crap all the years, no apology to me. She's all, it's Israel, it's Mossad, Israel runs all this, Israel does this. Yeah, Israel is heavily involved. Why don't you say MI6? Why don't you say CIA? You see, oh, it's okay to say just Israel. And then you've got Congressman Burchett, who I love, who says, no, I think the Justice Department's covering up. So see, from the Republican, you get real criticism of what's going on. She diverts off into Israel. And then they make it all about Netanyahu's behind it. I'm not defending Netanyahu. I just report the truth. Ehud Barak is his archenemy and a Rothschild agent, and that's in the documents. But I told you that decades ago. And so is Epstein. And the Rothschilds are on record fighting to get rid of Netanyahu. So it's an inner battle going on. Doesn't mean Netanyahu doesn't run honeypots and stuff. They've been caught doing that. It's just that if you just say it's Israel, that doesn't make Israel any less guilty. But if you say it's just Israel, now you're guilty of covering up because this guy was CIA if he was anything at the top. He was all of it. He was running the CIA secret Air Force in 1991 and brags about it, and it's in the documents. I mean, it's wild, folks. So we're going to expose all of it. Here's the clips.
I think we need to take a step back and look at the bigger picture here, which is what was really going on with Epstein, because Epstein was more than just a serial pedophile and a pervert. He was an incredibly powerful man who was, by the way, in multiple instances in the files that were just released, talking about his work for Mossad, talking about his work for the Rothschilds. I mean, it just goes on. And so Can we discuss the blackmail operation that was taking place and which government that's a special ally of the United States put him up to it? And do we really want to be allies with a country that kidnaps young girls for rape just so they can have dirt on American politicians and control our foreign policy? That's the bigger underlying issue here that no one's talking about.
Yeah. Should there be an investigation or a special counsel investigation?
I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I just find them guilty and hang them publicly. I mean, that's not over the top either. I'm ready. I'm over it. It disgusts me. I'm big on clarity and transparency, and you know, that's good reason people don't trust government, either party.
But you don't believe what the Justice Department is saying?
I don't know. No, I don't. I think I don't trust.
Yeah, I don't trust them. That's where I'm at. If I don't just trust them, I know what they're doing. We got the proof. It's cover-up, okay? And I've been saying, looks like that's where they went. I can't completely prove it. Now with everything we got, yeah, it's cover-up. Now, is Trump conscious of it all? I don't know. But I'm going to hammer the hell out of this because there's all this other news, but at the end of the day, this Epstein, CIA, Mossad, MI6, satanic network is what's running things, and exposing it will bring them all down. They are desperate right now. They're calling me up right now. The Atlantic's calling up right now. They're all listening right now. Now, I'm going to do this as a demonstration, everybody. So when you look at what they're doing, from my perspective, I believe this is very informative. I'm going to show you what they're showing that Trump did bad. And then I'm going to just give you a snapshot of all the stuff they don't want you to talk about. Buying, selling children, sex slaves, killing children, paying women to have babies, taking the babies, draining the babies, torturing babies sexually. It's all confirmed, all real, all his emails, all of it happening. And almost no one is actually covering that of these influencers and talk show hosts and Piers Morgan. It's just, oh, Israel's running it. Yeah, he's involved with Israel, but tell us what's going on. You see? So let's look at what Republicans are connected to here, and then let's compare it to the Democrats, including Steve Jobs' widow, coming up. Because it's so illustrative. Now, remember, this is not an apology of Trump. This is not a defense of Trump. Oh, this is the opposite. Because the DOJ, the buck stops with Trump, by extension, not focusing, not covering this. Todd Blanche saying there's no abuse, no evidence of anybody being abused. That's why we're not doing anything, when literally thousands of emails with people's names on them, and some of them have the names unredacted, prominently talking about sex slaves, paying for them, killing kids, drinking blood, all of it. 18-wheelers full of sulfuric acid, you know, all of it. So, but see, the left, the corporate media, the system, all the fake influencers that are rebels and telling you the truth now, it's all very limited to some nebulous Israel thing, not even saying what Israel did, to protect the CIA, because you get CIA, you get them too, and MI6, and the King of England, and his brother, and all of them. So we're giving big picture, not zooming in on one little grain of sand, pulling back and seeing the beach. And noticing that the real resistance, this, what's that, what's this, what's that, because that'll actually bring the whole thing down. But if you just make it about Trump's covering it up, but never tell you what he's covering up, or asking, do you know this is what you're covering up, Trump? I don't know. The point is, now you get how my mind works. And I'm not a lesser of two evils. I'm not an injustifies the means guy. But I liken it to, we're in a worldwide tyranny. If America falls, where do you go? Boy, you sure want to save America. It's not that you can make it perfect, but where am I going to go? Just Trump killing the global carbon tax regime, all the estimates are 2 billion dead within a decade if they cut the energy off. And so I have to sit there and pray and go, God, I don't want to be lesser of two evil. You know, Trump is doing that. He thinks this is all a tar baby. He thinks it'll bring down the economy if this comes out. He's decided to go ahead and whitewash it because it's so horrible. I know that's why, for people that have been there. I'll leave it at that. I understand the thinking of that, but I don't agree with that morally, because if we start by increment, choosing lesser of two evils. Well, we do it more and more and more and more and more. So you'll go for what's 51% good versus 49% evil, and now that's how the devil converts you. And then just all the other good stuff that's happening. So for me, it's very painful at a spiritual level because I know by saying, just be done, may the heavens fall, because I understand the incrementalism of end justifies the means, that I will not go along with it, that I am dooming billions to death. Now you're in my thinking. See, people think like, oh, he's not attacking Trump because he gets money. No, I get lawsuits, hell, attacks for defending Trump. But because he was overall much better, I just tried to explain it all and hope that we were wrong. Now that it becomes 100% clear, I can't live in denial. And I was never in denial, but getting close. Plus, here's the deal. It allows the Democrats to spin all this when they're the ones promoting pedophilia, sexualization of children, transgenderism, that's the tip of the spear, all this insane stuff. They get to now turn around because of Trump joining the cover-up and make him guilty, and by extension, all of us that defend him. And that's what makes me the maddest about this. Because we've got them by the balls. So now I've explained to you my thinking on this. Because I always do what I know is right. It's instinctive. What's right, I don't think about consequences to me. But I do think about consequences to others. And it's a big deal to go, okay, this could derail the good stuff Trump's doing, and then the really super bad guys that we know are up to it, their eyeballs 1 trillion times beyond him, are going to be right back in. And God's like, yeah, don't be Machiavellian. End justifies the means, what Scott is here. God's like, explain it to me. The incrementalism, how it works. I'm like, good. I thought I was getting that message, but okay. Still, intellectually, I have to learn to give it all to God. Because God's been telling me last month, just study it all, pray about it, and then make the decision. And that said, I just spent most of the time talking about Trump again. I need to get into the enemy. Okay? Because they are so scared to actually look what they've done. I mean, this is Democrats killing kids, folks. And it's all Democrats. Okay? And who knows? They're holding back half the files. There might be Republicans involved, but I know these circles. I know these groups. I've studied them. They don't intermix other than the Bushes. Back then it was just one party. And that sort of kind of break up the Tea Party. We got a beachhead in the Republicans. We've kind of taken part of it over. But I already know so much. I understand that's why Republicans never pop up, because they're not really there. Other than, let's do it now, Howard Lutnick. So Howard Lutnick, over a decade ago, buys the townhouse next to Epstein. And it turns out that the same real estate investment company owned by Epstein's main handler we know of, other than Bill Barr, Wexler, owned the consortium that he bought the house from. So right there you got him in business with Epstein by extension. Then you've got some other big investment fund in media stuff that a bunch of people are invested in. So, okay, yeah, they were both invested in a venture capital company. Okay, well, these guys are invested in everything. So that's really a nothing burger, but it is suspicious he lives next door to him. And so that alone needs to be looked into. But that's the best they got. Or Steve Bannon, who is well known forever running around to all the rich people trying to get money to Republican causes. I mean, I've had him before, like, hey, can you get people to try to help this cause over here? And he's very energetic. And I'm not going to defend Bannon. I don't think Bannon was involved in anything bad. We've known he went and interviewed Epstein, asked him some pretty hard questions. But the left's all like, oh, my God. He was asking Epstein, advice about how to make Brexit stronger. Doesn't mean Epstein was for Brexit. It was just... Epstein was high-level CIA, Mossad. Okay, so Bannon's over there. Bannon's involved. We see anything real, whatever, fine. That's what we got. Other than the Justice Department, Todd Blanche saying there's no abuse of kids, we're not doing any investigations, when the damn emails are full of total absolute proof of the sex slave is in the hotel room, they've paid for it. Okay, okay, this little girl I'm in bed with says that she's praying she's going to live. Jesus is going to save her. Whoops, Jesus didn't save you. I mean, it goes on and on, okay? Oh, I got all these young women at Zorro. I'm taking their babies. I mean, it's all there. Come on. Don't give me that. You got Pam Bondi. Oh, we've seen the hundreds of kids getting raped. Prominent people. They're all going to jail. Oh, we got it all. Suddenly, I never saw that. I just meant he had a bunch of child porn. I'm done. There is no real Trump stuff we've seen, or even his big orbit, because this was a Harvard Democrat CIA nest. The big nest with Republicans with Bush and the CIA got shut down in the late 80s because it got exposed. It was in the front page of the papers. They handed the baton off to Epstein. Now documents brought up by Mike Benz that have been public, but he knows how to look for them. The last month, all these huge reports he's done, that Epstein comes in with Bill Barr, takes over the CIA airbase, CIA airline in Ohio, brings in the Somalis, is involved worldwide in all this stuff. So I don't even count the Bushes as like Republicans. They're just the globalist system. But we're spending time right now on it. And most of the coverage is of that. Steve Bannon, political activity. I mean, I can open my phone up. It's full of Steve Bannon sending me links and this and that. We got to get on this. We got to get this person confirmed, blah, blah, blah. He's, you know. So it's all the same stuff. Not a defense of Bannon. It's just telling you the facts. But then we have Lutnick here. And so what do we have on Lutnick? Because, again, we're spending precious time on this, but let's look later. Lutnick and Epstein were in business together, CBS News. And then it lists the stuff I said. And you got Lutnick in an interview, who's not his normal chipper self, telling a story about Epstein. I don't know if the story's true or not. I know most women didn't like Epstein and their skin crawled over it, so I tend to believe it. But here is a clip of Lutnick talking about his one meeting with Epstein when they moved in. And this same story he tells, been told by many others, were like, you want special massages? Basically, I run a whorehouse. And by the way, you look at the documents, 90% of it was like super whores. 20, 25, 30, like thoroughbred hookers. He ran whorehouses all over the place. So he had whatever you wanted. But imagine in front of Lutnick's wife, he's like, if you believe Lutnick, and then it fits the MO, so you have to have background. He's like, hey, you guys are rich and powerful. You know, a lot of people like that, swing or whatever. It's like I didn't know what pineapples upside down meant until I was like at a resort many years ago, and this attractive woman and her husband come over to me and my wife, and they go, she's wearing an upside down, pineapple necklace, and she's like, hey, let's get together. Let's put her. I was like, whoa. And then they're like, do you like pineapple? And then after they leave, I like Google it, and upside, I'm like, oh my God, that's swinging. So I didn't know all these these weird terms. My buddy years ago had a rent house, and the people moved out and got mad that he kicked them out because they weren't paying the rent. And he goes, man, those a-holes, they did an upper decker in all the toilets. And I go, what's an upper decker? See, I didn't want to tell you. It's like it's like when somebody craps in the top of the cistern of the toilet. I didn't know all this stuff. I don't know what an upside down pineapple means. I don't know but he's like, hey, you got the massage table right here. So we're spending our time on this set of cannibalism because we're going to expose the Republicans because, we're not covering up for them. We already explained Trump's admin is covering up all the stuff the Democrats are doing that's confirmed. That's the big evil. That's the thing to target. But no, let's spend all our time nebulous Israel, nebulous Lutnick. And then I'll get to how to train babies to give you better blowjobs in a minute. I'm sorry, this is in here. I'm sorry. Torture. Democrats don't want to talk about that. You see, they want to talk about this. So here's Lutnick.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
All right, so we are in number 11, and he lives in number 9.
Right.
So we renovate, we buy our house, and our house is pigeons and mice.
Right.
Okay, that's it. It was derelict.
Right.
So we rebuild our house. We move in 2005. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 2008, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant on like a Saturday says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. So my wife and I go next door. We walk the 7 steps,
yes,
right, to the next house. for coffee. We share a wall.
Right.
Right? So it's in New York City. So he invites us in. We have coffee in this, and he says, do you want a tour? We said, great.
Interesting.
He's got a really big house.
Every room you went into?
He's got, well, I'll tell you. So his house is like super big, really wide. And so he gives me a tour in the living room, big living room. And then across from it is double doors. I assume it's the dining room.
Yeah.
And he opens the doors, and there's a massage table in the middle of the room.
Ooh.
And candles all around and stuff. So I ask very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Really?
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
Oh.
And so I look back at it as a gift.
Yes.
He gave me a gift.
Yes.
Of avoid.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's my story. A one and absolutely done.
Right.
And we haven't found anything else in Lutning in there, so I don't know if it's true or not. But, okay, we spent our time on Lutning. Now, let's go to the real stuff that's wrong with the Trump administration. This is in the file. DOJ's responded and said, no, it's real. And this is, and I talked to Kyle Serafin, who knows how to decipher the FBI codes are on it. It's New York. It's a main investigation. And they say in here, we've been ordered to redact presidents and secretaries of states and others from this. And it's in association with women being abused. Now, that's all nebulous. Now, is that a setup by the left? Some FBI person put that in? We need to know. Or is that real? Well, we have, get Todd Blanche ready. We have Todd Blanche saying last week, there's no abuse and we're not investigating anything. So I think it's real. And of course, the email's real, but I'm saying, is it a setup? We know that goes on a lot. Or is this actually what they've been told to do? And I think it's what they've been told to do. So there you go. That's the meat and potatoes. Let me read this to you. IMD rides needs clear and specific guidance to redact those photographs. Some photographs depict victims, unknown identified females and males, former U.S. presidents, secretaries of state, and others. Celebrities. It goes into the software. There it is. So that needs to be responded to. That's super bad. Now, starting today, the Justice Department opened up to anybody in Congress, as much time as they want to be there, they'll be there for a month, they said, to go in and search the unredacted files to read the names that are on them. Well, MTG made a good point to Congressman Massey when he made this point that, you know, he's going to get the names and read them live in Congress. That search the names, search anything with pizza or with beef jerky. Because we want to know in these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails. I mean, I have like huge stacks. Look here. I got a stack here. There's probably 100 emails. I got 2 more stacks on beef jerky, and we haven't even printed probably 10% of them, okay? It just goes on and on. And I mean, it's like, we're landing the beef jerky. We're going to walk it up to you. All right, I don't want it cold like last night. I want it live. I'll show you all that. So we need to be focused on that and him buying babies. And who he's buying them from and who he's selling them to. Because then we have all the old reports going back decades and years ago. Some are 20 years old, some are 10 years old, some are 5, of women to the FBI. He came, he bought my baby. I was at Zorro Ranch. They had all this medical stuff. They were draining. So these women didn't make this up because they're saying things to the FBI. And they have got police reports too. And you got women escaping, all of this. And then you get the emails and it matches. This is real, folks, okay? So we just spent 10 minutes on Howard Lutnick. If he's guilty, send him to, San Quentin. Of what, though? You see, we're focusing all on things that go nowhere because that's how they're doing this. But, 10 minutes into the show, I said I'm going to be talking about the Atlantic and its owner and how much she went to the island. And my phone started ringing from the Atlantic. They haven't called me in over 10 years. Old Jeffrey Goldberg. See? Because I'm a bloodhound and I'm going where they don't want to go. That's what they don't like. They think you're stupid. They think I'm stupid. We're not. So, this is what the Trump administration is doing wrong. They're saying we're covering up leaders and celebrities. This is the proof. And here's Todd Blanche admitting it and trying to bully a reporter last week.
Thank you. You said this is the end of the Epstein, of your review of the Epstein files. So just to clarify, is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls with the information that you're releasing? And if not, why not? And then I have a quick follow-up.
You just baked in an assumption into your question that I have never said and I don't know to be true. Is the public going to learn about men that abuse these girls? Like, what does that mean? I mean, I don't understand what that means.
Well, I mean, they're the men who abused the young women through Epstein's,
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them, right? We talked about the work that we're doing. That's why I said that. I said this earlier. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute. That is not the case. I don't know whether there are men out there that abuse these women.
That's like when the judges in 2021 went, we don't see any proof of election fraud, but they wouldn't let you bring the proof in, and they just said it didn't exist. Now it's all come out in court. It was all true. So it's like, we don't know. We don't have confessions. We don't know. You just have thousands of emails about, yeah, we got the sex slave in this hotel room, and yeah, I just bought more babies. Yeah, we're about to, dress these down and get you all the, stuff delivered for your medical issue. I mean, it's like, what the hell are you talking about? We got one piece of pizza. There's 7 of you, but it's really a happy piece of pizza. You're gonna love it. And then you got Mark Tramo and, the rest of them sitting there talking about how to train babies better to be raped. I mean, we'll talk about it when we come back. But, yeah, this is beyond evil. We sell the best supplements, the widest selection of Patriot apparel, and knives at thealexandstore.com. And they've had some awesome daggers and awesome trench knives, and that's all great. But I said, I want a wide selection of high-quality folding knives, flip knives, you name it, so people have a one-stop shop. They got in a few thousand knives a few months ago. They sold out very quickly. 4 or 5 great designs. They got a bigger shipment in just the last 2 days. Our sponsor, just really top flight knives. These knives, this knife right here you see in the green, highest quality Damascus steel, all of it. These sell in stores for $75 all day. We're selling for $40, $40-something. Okay? So look at that flip. Flips right out. Got a nice little, my signature on it, real small. Nice little memento. You support the broadcast. That is a really nice knife. It clips on your belt buckles. We have it in the green. We have it in the murdered out black. We have it also in silver without it being blacked out. Those are great knives. Those are the new designs. Now, those 200 left of the Skull Crusher World War II trench knife with the Spartan tip of the spear. So they held those back. Those are available. A little bit left they held back in their overstock of the Fire with Its Beauty. But this is a really cool knife. Alex Jones Phantom folding knife. Limited stock of that came back in. Also the Alex Jones Burnt Orange folding knife. And this is the knife that sold out the quickest fitting knife. They got 500 of these. 1,000 now just came in. The first one sold out like in hours. Alex Jones Ring Blade. I guess those are popular. This is something I didn't really call for, but it's awesome. Got that ring on the back. Got the deal. It's really nice. Those are all back in stock right now at thealexjonestore.com. But while you're at it, get methylene blue, Irish sea moss, and more. And check out the Patriot Apparel, thealexjonestore.com. All right, so Trump gets into office. Pam Bondi, I don't think is involved in any of the satanic stuff from all over MO. She comes out and says, yeah, we found out they've got all this hidden stuff. We're going to go get it. Oh, my God, it's hundreds of kids getting raped. It's a lot of powerful people. They're in big trouble. And then she gets caught by OMG Media repeating the same thing, which she doesn't know. She's being taped at a restaurant. And then she makes other similar statements. And then a few months later, she comes out and says at a cabinet meeting, oh, no, Epstein had child porn. It wasn't victims. There's nothing there. Even though he had all the cameras and hard drives the FBI seized. No, there's nothing there. Even though we talk about torturing and sex slaves, I'll show you the emails in a minute. Showed a bunch last night. We got even more new stuff today. By new, I mean just more horrible stuff. But this is Democrats being protected. Almost everybody in there with real stuff is Democrats and you know Larry Summers and Harvard and Bill Gates and all these globalists. But it's not about defending them. It's just or attacking them. It's about reporting the information. And then by extension, the DOJ covering this up and saying none of it exists, as you heard Todd Blanche say, makes them by extension accomplices under law. But again, the Democrats want to make it all about Trump's DOJ's cover-up. That's clearly they've been trying, not been working. And instead of them frying the Democrats and prosecuting them for what they've got. So when you see Anna Kasparian, you can pull the clips up attacking me for Pizzagate, attacking me for the WikiLeaks that we're delivering a 7, 9, and 11-year-old for your entertainment, Mr. Podesta, to the hidden wooded area. They'll be in the hot tub waiting for your entertainment. And the Aleister Crowley rituals tomorrow. All that stuff. Oh, no. I'm crazy. I'm the devil. I should be off the air. But now that it's all out in the open, she's like, it's Israel and Israel alone. Okay, great. He was involved in Israel, so, but no specifics. No, find out what this is. Find out what that is. What's the sulfuric acid for? Why are you saying you're shipping beef jerky that you have to refrigerate to labs all over the place? We know what it is. Adrenochrome is the kind of dumbed-down provincial term, like saying chemtrail versus geoengineering. No, it's tortured kids and their endorphins, not just their adrenaline. It's blood, and it's other things. And it's Peter Nygaard and Epstein and stem cells out of dead babies. And we already knew all this, but it's all in there now. It's insane. I already knew it, but there it is. I mean, like I said, the former head of the FBI in L.A., he was tapped to be the director, very high level, ran major operations for the FBI. He told me all this stuff. And I knew he was credible, so I didn't think he was lying, but it just didn't sound real. And now, here it all is, folks. And it just gets worse and worse and worse. And whereas it should be you have all these leftist politicians resigning in Europe and the UK. You have all these globalist leftists and Rothschilds in deep trouble because this is a Rothschild operation. And instead, Anna Kasparian is talking about Netanyahu. The Rothschilds are Netanyahu's enemy. He's another bad faction. It's not defending him. It's like, know who you're dealing with. Ehud Barak worked for the Rothschilds. They say it in emails, not Netanyahu. Netanyahu's the enemy in there. And they'll take the clip out and say, look at this son of a bitch covering up from Israel. I'm telling you who the players are and who did it. Anna Kasparian, though, is, again, she's all holy because she's been greenlit by her handler. She can do all this now and look credible because they know the world's woken up. They can't just deny it's happening now. So now just spin it and then divert people, you see. So let's go to the end and then go back to the beginning. Here's Bondi in July, months and months after, totally 180, looking like a deer in the headlights, looking very suspicious, and we know she's wrong. going back on what she was told and what she saw and what she knew, we have like her admitting 5 times, once secretly. And I'm just supposed to say, oh, it's okay. Yeah, it was a misunderstanding. No, because then I become an accomplice if I go along with that. But all the Democrats attacking Trump and Lutnick and stuff for saying they're screwing kids or they're no. That's all you that do it publicly, and the transgenderism and the drag queen story time and the sexualization of children and Keira Starmer covering up for the Muslim mass rape gangs we'll get to later. I got big clips on that. No, you're the thoroughbreds, you're the MVPs, you're the Super Bowl winners, it's you. And so Trump and his people may cover up for you, but I ain't. So when they cut this up and make it look like I'm just attacking Trump or whatever they're doing, you heard what I did, I exposed it, and they have knowingly, from Anna Kasparian right through to all these other people that are attacking me every day on every channel, that I'm covering up Epstein when I'm actually telling you with the evidence and showing how it works. They are. Then we talk about Lutnick buying a house from Lex Wexner, and so he's in business with Epstein. I don't care about Lutnick. The point is that's a diversion to throw us off the trail. Find some real thing of Lutnick, sit him in the electric chair. But it ain't going to be there. They'd already used it. So here's Bondi claims she has no knowledge of Epstein being tied until this is months and months after the next clips you're going to see. Here it is.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
Pure BS. And I know people are saying hydrofluoric acid, I get it all mixed up, and then you got the next most deadly or strong acid is hydrophilic, and then this is sulfuric, but you can't get the type they're talking about, but it's a breakdown of that and almost as strong in doses as all bodies. So, but we're just going to the facts here. So here is OMG undercover of Bondi, months before, saying it's tens of thousands of videos and it's all little kids. And then we have her later more specifically saying, no, it's you know, we know who they are. We're going to get them. It's really bad. They're in trouble. Go ahead and play clip B, C, D, and E back to back. Here it is.
Do you know when the Epstein files are going to get released?
We hope soon. The FBI has been.
Okay.
So,
any dates?
No, you know what it is? There's 1,000 videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids. So they have to go through every.
What about the Epstein files? A lot of conversation about the Epstein files. And I recognize that when you're dealing with children, it takes much more time. You've got to ensure that what you're sending out publicly is not revealing any personal information. But can you give us a sense of those two items and whether or not we'll learn more about them?
Sure. You're going to hear, all I'll say on January 6th, you're going to hear a lot more about the January 6th Commission in a very good way. And as to Epstein, yes, you're absolutely right, Maria. You know, tens of thousands of pages of documents and hundreds of victims of Jeffrey Epstein. Wow. So the FBI, they have been working round the clock at my directive, at Kash Patel's directive. Now Dan Bongino's there, who is a great asset for all of us at the FBI as well. But yeah, we have to protect their identity, their personal information to make sure they're safe. But other than that, we are releasing all of these documents as soon as we can get them redacted to protect the victims of of all of these horrific crimes that he committed. We all did. And the FBI handed over a couple hundred pages of documents. But, you know, Sean, I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything. And a source had told me where the documents were being kept, Southern District of New York, shock. So we got them all by, hopefully all of them, Friday at 8 a.m., thousands of pages of documents. I have the FBI going through them, and Kash is also, now that we have Kash here, it's a game changer, of course, and Kash is going to, Director Patel, is going to get us a detailed report as to why the FBI withheld all of those documents.
Okay, I want to be clear because I think people got frustrated because they were expecting more. You were expecting more, and you didn't find out less than 24 hours before the release. You got a whistleblower that confirmed that there were way more documents that they were supposed to turn over, and then you found out just before that.
Well, sure. And you're looking at these documents going, these aren't all the Epstein files. You know, there were flight logs, there were names and victims' names. And we're going, where's the rest of the stuff? And that's what the FBI had turned over to us. And so a source said, whoa, all this evidence is sitting in the Southern District of New York. Yeah. So based on that, I gave them the deadline, Friday at 8, a truckload of evidence arrived. It's now in the possession of the FBI. Kash is going to get me and himself, really, a detailed report as to why all these documents and evidence had been withheld. And, you know, we're going to go through it as fast as we can, but go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims of Epstein, because there are a lot of victims.
Well, you had identified in phase one over 254.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, is that the only thing that would be redacted? Will everything else be made public that you get in your possession?
Yeah, the FBI hasn't had, obviously, they haven't looked at the thousands of pages of documents that they've just received Friday. Yeah. But Kash has a team going through them, and it's always about protecting the victim. But you know what? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know. The Biden administration sat on these documents. No one did anything with them. And why were they sitting in the Southern District of New York? I want a full report on that. You know, sadly, these people don't believe in transparency. But I think more, unfortunately, I think a lot of them don't believe in honesty. And it's a new day. It's a new administration. And everything's going to come out to the public. The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
And that goes the same with the JFK files.
JFK?
When we post this to X and Rumble later from the live show, we'll put it up front. You have her in the cabinet meeting saying, nope, never said that. It's child porn. It's not Epstein. He's not doing anything. And then you have her in all the videos saying, no, it's hundreds of victims. It's him. We know it's him. And then you have all the emails and stuff and all the witnesses we know it's him. You may have had some other stuff there as well. And then they just turn around and say, we're traitors if we say this, and we didn't hear all this. So, and now Todd Blanche says, no, there's no evidence of any victims. There's no evidence of any abusers. He's mad at the reporter. This is just crazy. What are you talking about? What do you think, this is Jeffrey Epstein case or something? So there's the crime. There's what's bad with the Trump administration. Right in plain view. But we need to focus on that. 20% of the time, whatever. How about 99% of the time? Can we focus 1% on all the proven sex slaves and murder and death and killing? Because people aren't doing that, and that's how the enemy's winning. They're making it all about Trump. Just because Trump's done the wrong thing and his DOJ's done the wrong thing, great, we're upset with them and we're exposing it. But we have to focus on the Democrats and Bill Gates and planning the pandemic and the sex slavery and all of this stuff. We have to talk about that, which I'll get to in a moment, and Kyle Sarafin's coming up to get into it as well. But did some really sick stuff. But let's finish up with her. Here it is.
Yep, absolutely.
What are the things that, and maybe some people don't understand the need to redact. In the case of a victim, that should be pretty obvious.
We've already
heard
this. Skip to the next one.
What are the other things that maybe you would have to redact?
James Comer said yesterday that all the Epstein files are missing. Can you confirm the status of them? They still haven't heard from you.
No, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll call him later and find out.
Martin seems to be facing a very tough.
So it's Epstein abusing children, and that's all in his emails. We'll show you in a moment. But Todd Blanche says there's nothing there. Go to sleep. Okay. All right. And again, when these Democrats jump up and down and say, CCC, go, oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're guilty by extension now, but you're the ones that covered it all up and said it didn't exist, and your party's the one that did it. Let's make it about that, because, yeah, okay, whatever we got to do with Trump, that's that. But you're not going to turn this around and not make it about you, because you're the leader of this circus. You're this ringmasters. Trump's just turning into a clown over on the side. Trump and his DOJ are just like one little scene at the circus, a little clown car that drives around and 10 clowns pile out now. So sad when it comes to this case. So much other good stuff. But, I mean, that's what it is. But the circus master, that's you. And so we need to turn that around on these Democrats and get all the clips of Anna Kasperi and all the rest of Democrats attacking me and others, but mainly me. It doesn't exist. There's no Pizzagate. There's no human trafficking. I've seen her do it. He makes up all this stuff. There's no pedophilia. They just say, like, there's no Antifa. They're like, there's no pedophilia. There's no Satanism. It's a satanic scare. They've done shows about me recycling the 80s. Jones has brought back the 1980s satanic scare, NPR, CNN. Jones claims they're kidnapping kids and draining their blood. Jones claims that they do it on islands before the island was even known. And then they spin it because I'm saying, no, Howard Lutnick bought a house from the guy that ran Epstein. Got to watch him. Give me some evidence. You have all this evidence. We got to go there. And they just do the same thing. Why are you covering up for Trump? I just exposed that Trump, by extension, has become complicit. They ignore that. They edit it out to deceive you because they don't want you to come to the actual show. They don't want you to actually see the documents. They don't want you to be empowered. Let's just start going into it. Mark Tramo, PhD, Director of Institute of Music Brain Science, founding member of the board of co-director, University of California, Initiative Associate Clinical Professor of Neurology at David Gevin School of Medicine, UCLA, adjunct, goes on, professor. And looky here, Mark Tramo, neurologist who has taught, it goes on, is talking to Epstein after their meeting, how great it was. Says, thanks for sending Richard Johnson my way. This is him talking to Jeffrey Epstein. I trust the kind words I shared with him are acceptable to you. If not, please let me know ASAP. I'm on the road. Yeah, didn't tell him about the little secrets. I'm on the road. My cell is redacted in it. That's okay. Then I hope you realize this recognition for all you do for so many of us, in my way, opinion, overdue and well-deserved. Cheers, Mark. He does so much for him, don't you worry. Was just reading today that newborns will suck on a pacifier more vigorously if it triggers playback of a recording of their mother's voice than another woman's voice. Have you read David Brock's Social Animal? Was #1 New York Times. Mark Jude Trano, Department of Neurology, Director Institute, Co-Director, University of California, multi-campus. Now, there's a bunch of other references in there to starving the babies so they suck harder. There's other emails from other people. So that just give you an idea. These are some really, really sick people. Now, moving on here, let's look at this. Jeffrey Epstein email exchange where they talk about a little girl praying in bed about Jesus saving her life. This is in 2011. And we'll put it on screen for you, if we can, the HD of that. It's just kind of hard to read there. It's a little bit blurred. And he's talking to an unnamed person. We can wait till you get pulled up. I wanted that earlier. I know there's a lot for you guys to keep track of. Just wait till you get a date sheet up. This is all over the place. You just type in Jeffrey Epstein, little girl, bed, Jesus. It'll come up on X for you. And, you know, yeah, there it is. She said that she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus watches over her and he helps save her life. Whoops. Clearly. Yeah, no, Jesus didn't save your life. Absolutely sick. But this stuff, you can say, is just esoteric and, you know, gross. But when you get into all of the jerky and, oh, one piece of pizza, it's glowing and really happy and you'll like it. There'll be, you know, for 7 of you, and then they go, yeah, I love the torture video. Yeah, I'm freaked out. I don't want any more pizza. I'm seeing shadows. Well, it's hidden for everybody. We already showed you those last week. Just go to the Department of Justice search and type in jerky.
In Oregon, too. In fact, in Portland, I was there yesterday, but some of the ICE officers were telling me that as they drove by...
And he's talking to Francis Derby, who owns a restaurant called Cannibal. The Cannibal. And he's talking to, you know, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these. Francis has time to come tomorrow to show me how to make it. Jerky class, anyone? He will also bring you a taste of his new jerky recipe from his restaurant and sends a warm hello. He's working on a restaurant called Cannibal and cooks, wait for it, the beef jerky and steak. He has time at 3 p.m. tomorrow, if that's okay with you. This is to Jeffrey Epstein. He's responding back. How is your jerky situation? Should I bring more? Old saying, dog ate my homework. Well, my dog ate the beef jerky. I was looking for the beef jerky, and I knew it was in my suitcase, and then thought maybe I left it at the beach only to find the small plastic bag near my dog's bed, hence no beef jerky. I emailed Francis to make sure more of it. We need 6 to 8 ounces to send to the lab to get processed in the IVs, and I'll forward Francis the info to send it to the lab directly. I'll try you later today. This is a message complaining to Jeffrey Epstein and others. I don't want to be too demanding, but the last time food was cold, can you please make sure the food is hot? Cold pizza, dead kid, and cold pasta, dead kid, are disgusting. Do you still want us for lunch? Woody said you should write back, Woody, meaning that you just want Woody for lunch today. Just so you know that wouldn't go over well. This is hundreds of these. Jeffrey is becoming the Mother Teresa. Sorry, I spilled water on this. That's why you see that. Feeding hungry children and taking care of the poor. Feeding hungry children. I mean, feeding them out. If this happens, I will get very scared, and then the end of the world is soon. And there's breakdowns of Asmund Gold. He does a good job breaking these down very quickly. Let's plug up with him, and then I got a bunch that haven't been covered yet. At least I haven't seen them covered yet. Got hundreds of them right over there. And I haven't even gotten into the openly him in hundreds of emails selling babies, buying babies, disappearing babies, paying them for their babies. And this is him talking about babies. I think I covered at the start, too, that sex slavery. We have the slave. We have the slave. It's at the Hyatt. It's a sex slave, and it's been paid for. Here's that clip.
People going crazy think they found a code word for human meat? Wait, what? Hope you are feeling better. Did we analyze the jerky? Why didn't we get jerky this week? I also added more to the jerky and ginger lemongrass. Thank you so much. Super cool. Beef jerky, delicious. JoJo is here and we'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. We'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. Why would jerky walk around? Why would it do that? Delicious lunch, beef jerky. Steve and I are very grateful above all for your friendship. Some of these emails are so wholesome, aren't they? It's too bad they eat kids. A small insulated bag would be fine. I don't recommend checking it. No need for crazy amounts of ice. One should do. There is one bag of beef jerky in the fridge. Please get it. Also, Blank has more at her place. Please get it from her as well. I suppose it needs to be in a cold, insulated bag. Just wanted to touch base about jerky. J.E. said he was going to start eating regular food again, so he might be eating less jerky. He said he has 6 bags of it in a downstairs freezer. Why would you freeze jerky? Steve needs a 6 to 8 ounce portion of jerky.
We'll be right back. Stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, Methylene Blue is incredible, and we have the very best you're going to find anywhere at thealexshowstore.com. What it's done to my clarity, my mind, my focus has just been wild. My workouts have been so much better. We have the best, Ultramethylene Blue, at thealexshowstore.com. Here's what some of the guests on the show experienced when they took it, and Joe Rogan and others talking about my transformation that Methylene Blue has been a big part of.
How is Alex doing these?
He's great. He lost a lot of weight.
I saw he's getting like, yeah, he's ready for the next
My friend
big...
Sean Johnson's training him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he gets up every morning. He works out for hours. He's lost, I think he's lost 70 pounds at this point. He looks fantastic, man.
Yeah.
He looks fantastic. He looks like he's 20 years younger.
I saw Alex Jones, and he looks really good, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's losing all weight. Taking back my health.
You're so good.
That's the only impression I could do.
Hey, Alex looks good, man. He lost some weight. He looks good.
Dude, he looks great.
Yeah.
He works out every day. It's like no Ozempic, no bullshit, no shortcuts.
He's definitely one of my bucket list people to meet at some point.
Oh, I can introduce you to Alex.
Yeah.
We can make that happen for sure.
It's so noticeable. I was like, wow, he looks handsome.
I text Alex all the time. I know him. He's just losing weight. But if you go online, there's a lot of people that believe that this is like a different person. He looks great. That's all it is. He looks great.
Here's your daily motivation. Alex Jones is 51 years old. He's been through more shit than you will ever go through. The deep state has come for his life. They have come for his business. They fined him billions of dollars for free speech. Alex Jones has had his rights stripped away. They've tried to take this man's life for speaking truth. Alex Jones went from looking like this to looking now like this. Alex Jones is getting ripped. Alex Jones is getting yoked, showing all of us that no matter our age, no matter what's thrown at us in life, no matter how many troubles or trials that we have, what really matters is who you are on the rock-ribbed inside. Do you have gunpowder in your gut? Do you have some grit in your teeth? Can you be a man in the face of all of it? Your promised struggles in this life, can you punch back? Alex Jones is a motivation and a vibe today.
I started having seizures like a few years ago, and everybody in my family knows I'm a neuroscientist.
What did you do to fix it?
Methylene Blue.
I'd take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mel Gibson was on here talking about it.
This stuff works, man.
I take it every day as well. And
yeah, RFK Jr. told me about it.
Yeah, man, it's fantastic.
What is Bobby Kennedy Jr. dropping into that glass of water?
Plenty of folks are wondering what was in that little bottle he uncorked during a flight.
Methylene Blue.
Show her Kennedy taking it. Kennedy literally gobbles it.
He must be doing something right. That ripped bod is 73 years old.
You shouldn't have to tell a doctor about Methylene Blue. I think everybody should know about it. It's changed my life.
It kind of gives you like a boost of energy. It's not like an energy drink where you get the jitters or like you're just ready for the day and you're never going to sleep. It's more so like it clears the brain fog where you're actually, you know, able to focus more clearly.
You feel instant energy, but without the jitteriness of caffeine and focus. What I felt was focus, mental focus.
For me, it's like a fog lifted, but it was like a veil lifted off, you know? Incredible.
It's really interesting. I almost like feel smarter. With Methylene Blue, I do notice that it does seem to give me more mental energy.
I knew what that did for me. I knew that it got me up and walking again, and I was having seizures without it. And let me tell you something, what a blessing.
It is a miracle, and it's been proven for 100 years. It's one of the most well-proven drugs out there. My kids take it, my wife takes it.
Everybody takes it.
What a blessing. I don't care what anybody says. I know what it's like with it, and I know what it's like without it.
Steve Steve needs a 6 to 8 ounce portion of jerky. I gave you all the jerky we had, and it lasted only half the amount of time it was meant to. I felt like it was more important for you to have the jerky to eat during my time off. My plan is to make a batch before I leave for LSJ, and some of that will go to Steve, and the rest will go to you at LSJ when I arrive. Little St. James Island. And that's what LSJ must mean. So logically, that means that they were doing this off of the island. Steve Hansen is sending jerky to your attention overnight. I believe it should be enough to get him through. Jeffrey Epstein is asking to bring him more jerky. I'm flying in on Friday. I will bring jerky. Is there a time I could come say hi and drop off the beef jerky? And that's from Jeffrey Epstein. Francis has time to come tomorrow. Show me how to make it. Jerky class anyone. He will bring you to taste his new jerky recipe from the restaurant. He sends a warm hello. He's working at a restaurant called guys, the restaurant's called Cannibal and Cooks. Wait for it. Beef jerky and steak. Can blank make some jerky? I think we should landscape all around the house to use the water if possible. If the main house is not enough. Are there any recorded images of Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky at all? No, there are no recorded or publicly known images of Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky. Who sends beef jerky to a lab for analysis? Wait, what? I was looking for the beef jerky as I knew it was in my suitcase, and I thought that maybe I left it on the beach only to find a small plastic bag near my dog's bed. I'll email Francis to make us some more, as I need 6 to 8 ounces to send to the lab, and I'll forward to Francis the info to send to the lab directly. Guys, I think something's going on. What's this here? Commercial. Apparently it's his last girlfriend who's active on Twitter right now. Check the mail. Names for hers again. Oh boy, oh boy. People are saying this is Jeffrey Epstein's last girlfriend. And this is the same name as inside of the files, and her name change hasn't occurred since 2017, before the files released. After years of silence, the truth. Jeffrey was innocent. Really? Like, he just a good boy? He didn't do nothing wrong? Trapped by powerful people who silenced him. I was his last confidant, and I have the evidence that they're still hiding. I'm not suicidal, just in case. You'll know the whole truth soon. They sacrificed children to Lucifer. It's an entire cult. Jeffrey got involved in their operation for financial reasons and to obtain Combraprat, but never participated in the rituals. Oh, what is this here? I'll pull this one up and see it. That's crazy. She cooked in the brain? Maybe. She ate the brain? Yeah, maybe she did. Wire transfer request form. A 65-gallon... Guys, 655-gallon sulfuric acid with fuel and insurance charge? They are dissolving bodies.
Yeah, that's just a weaker form of the type you can't get, the strongest in the world. People are confusing the two. I haven't gotten into the main jerky, walking up the jerky from the beach for you to eat it, sending it everywhere. And by the way, I moved my stack around because I just had the newest stuff about buying babies, him openly doing it. But I'm glad somehow I moved it around and didn't find it, because it made me go back to X and type in Jeffrey Epstein buying babies. Just hundreds and hundreds, all him, openly doing it, openly saying what they're doing. And then women and police reports and FBI reports describing exactly what he admits to in the emails. So I just sent like 15 links to crew to print those off. Kyle Seraphin, incredible FBI whistleblower, joins us to talk about this firestorm, because this goes to the heart of everything. And what do we do? Because this is causing a global revolution. People are really waking up. The bad guys are flooding the zones with pictures of Trump with his kids saying they're kidnapped children. They're flooding the zone with fake AIs of him that are admitted AIs. People want me to say that's the proof. And it's a diversion from the real stuff. We get something real on Trump, we're there. But you got a public that's kind of woken up, they're being lied to, but they're not sophisticated. And the globalists are using that. That is their main push. And then you got the Rothschilds, all the resignations in Europe, and Lord Mandelson, living in the Rothschild castle. And Keir Starmer refusing to resign. They were going to put an Islamic woman in if he did resign. I mean, this is just crazy. Everything we ever talked about, all out coming out in the open. A DOJ trying to cover it up when it destroys the Democrats. But Todd Blanche, the Democrats, what do you expect? I mean, Trump is really screwed up.
Many people don't know that our enemy was not just the flesh and blood. but it's spiritual as well. The gangs didn't just murder, rape, extort, they also worship Satan. Straight up, literally. When we went to their homes to arrest them, we discovered altars they've been using for satanic rituals. This is well documented. We put up the pictures, the videos right away. But for some reason, the global mainstream media didn't think it was worth it to cover it. But we know gangs in El Salvador were satanic, and they worship Satan, and some of those gangs are here in the United States.
Yeah, well, if you study every ancient culture before they collapsed, they became what you could call satanic. And all the stuff described in the Bible, they basically dug up. Moloch, Baal, Baal, sacrificing kids to them. So I haven't even scratched the surface on all these documents or the jerky being delivered or sending it to the lab. And it's stem cells. It's Peter Nygaard stuff. And then I've got giant stacks here of him buying babies and talking to women that, well, you're going to pay me more. Well, no, I didn't promise that. I've already paid you. And Zorro Ranch, and then police reports, FBI reports, going back 15 years, 10 years, women saying just what's in the reports. And then we've had one of the victims on, and she was saying it years ago, yeah, I was at Zorro Ranch, I was in a lab, and they were doing all, and he's got all these labs in there, not just dental chairs. This is so evil. But I called Kyle Serafin yesterday, and I called some other folks who I won't name who are experts on this stuff. Talked to DOJ folks. I talked to him, former FBI agent. And I said, just had it here. We'll pull it back up. Here it is. Got a little bit going on here. I mean, just one of these things would be a giant investigation. It's just, my head is spinning. And yeah, Todd Blanche has killed everything. Trump did not know that he basically fired without doing it. Removed him from the weaponization board, Ed Martin. I'll just leave it at that. And I asked him about, this document, was I reading this wrong? And he said no, because he knows all the codes. And I said, well, taken with Blanche saying there are no victims and there's no crimes in here, we know there are, and then having Bondi say over and over again, undercover and on TV at least 3 times and in a press conference, that's 5 times, it's played it last hour, that no, we've seen Epstein abusing hundreds of kids, and we got names, they're all in trouble. Now, and then a cabinet meeting months later, oh, no, that was just child porn, and then there's no victims, and then the deer in the headlights, Bongino and Patel, he acted alone. He wasn't a human trafficker. He didn't have accomplices. He killed himself. Crooks acted alone. And both of them looked like they had guns in their head. I mean, like a 3-year-old caught stealing cookies out of a cookie jar does a better job lying. I mean, I'll say this: I don't think they're very evil people because they are the worst liars I've ever seen in my life. And I don't think Bondi's been involved because she's like, yes, I've seen it. It's terrible. They're all going to jail. And later, oh no, I didn't do it. I mean, it's literal Keystone Copville, and I'm mad for the victims. I want to bring down the globalists. And now the Democrats have been handed a huge victory because 99% of this is them, all the real stuff. And instead, the White House couldn't have handled this worse. It's now attached itself by extension to being accomplices after the fact. And look, Trump's good at what he's good at, but everybody thinks he plays 10D chess and everything. He doesn't. Negotiations, business, common sense stuff, yeah, he's good. You're Trump, he's like, I've been looking at this. And I have people that are there. He doesn't. He's like, I didn't do anything. I'm sick of this. They say Melania's a whore in there. Screw this. And I'm sick of this. And people are like, I'm sick of that crap. He'll go, and then he'll go release it all. They go, well, there's a bunch of stuff about you. And he goes, what? I'm not. So it doesn't matter. I know what's going on. And it's been handled wrong. And it gets worse and worse. Trump has like 8 bear traps on his legs now. This is killing us in all the polling numbers. And then everybody's diverted onto the cover-up instead of the Democrats threw up their eyeballs. So I like Massey and I like them all. But I noticed that MTG, that left Congress, told Massey in an X post, now that Congress can get in and see the unredactions, go look at jerky, look at pizza, but also look at the CIA aircraft in Ohio that he was running and Lex Wexner. I mean, my point is all the stuff we're focusing on is diversions. Oh, Lutnick lived next door. And out of all these businesses, they were in a co-investment company that was a venture capital, but that had hundreds of investors. I'm not defending Lutnick. If he's guilty, get him. There's nothing there that I've seen. Meanwhile, we've got the sex slave at the Hyatt. The financing's handled. Yes, I just bought 3 more babies. Who are you telling that to? SWAT team them now. And if I don't come out and say that, I am now part of this. And so I'm done. If I don't start seeing, by the way, I've had the White House call me since we were on, and I've had 50 minutes of the show, the Atlantic call me. And I've had the Atlantic Monthly call me in 10 years. Because I started the show saying I'm about to get into Laureen Powell jobs. We'll get into that. But let me shut up and go to Kyle Seraphin, thekyleserafinshow.com, the Kyle Seraphin Show, locals.com, on X at Kyle Seraphin, batting 1,000, kyleserafinshow.com, on Rumble, /Kyle Seraphin. Kyle, you just heard my rant. We talked an hour yesterday. We've been texting a lot. You reached out to your people. You've seen all this. What do you make of all this? What do you make of the gestalt I just threw out? And what do you think we should focus on? Because there's a lot to look at here.
There's too much to look at. That's the whole point. I think that's what you and I are recognizing. And I hadn't seen those emails that you were covering last hour, and those they're absolutely bizarre. I did a little experiment because I was really curious. Like, does the word pizza randomly appear in emails that I'm sending to friends and family members? So I went through my Gmail. You know, you got like a 5-6 years of your history of your life and whatever kind of transactions you have. So I just type in the word pizza. I want to see what's going on. When do I talk about pizza? Is that a thing that I do? Pretty much when I'm going to a pizza place. Like, it's the order from the pizza place. It's the receipt from the place if I bought it online and they send me an email. You know, that's it. That's the only time that I reference pizza. I don't bring it up with friends. It doesn't come up unless we're going to a place that we know and it's like, hey, we're going to go to Pine House. Yeah, we're going to go to Pine House. Okay, cool. Like, I'll see you there. We'll, you know, if you want to order first, this is what we order. We like pepperoni and basil. Like, it's actually really, you'd read it and you'd go, that makes sense. That I get that. A couple of regular people. I don't have discussions about jerky unless I'm ordering beef jerky. I used to work with a beef jerky sponsor. So sometimes we do that. Or my wife will be like, hey, we have to order more. We ran out.
But you're not, we're going to send the jerky to a lab. Oh, I sure need more. We're walking the jerky up. Or we've got one slice. It's glowing and loving. It's really good. But the 7 of you have to share it.
It's the weirdest shit you've ever seen in your life. And so here's the problem with all this. And this is what you and I were talking about yesterday. So we'll make it available to the audience. Kind of this, like, this freewheeling thought process. There are people that spent literally years investigating this. You've had a few minutes to look at it. It's been out for a couple, a week and a half, 2 weeks. So you're looking at 3 million plus documents. What about the people that lived and breathed this as case agents, that every single day looked at it and tried to suss out what everything meant and put it in order and knows why those emails were there and how they were gotten to and what the analysts did when they ran through it? Why did we not have a briefing at the very minimum? Because we got Pam Bondi saying things that are conflicting, and I'm sure she got briefings, and they seem like they must be different each time. I don't think Pam Bondi has any idea what's in there. That's just my guess. I don't think Kash Patel knows what's in there. I don't think Dan Bongino knows. I don't think the current FBI deputy knows. I would bet you that a very small number of people who know what the case actually was knows why any of that is there. Where are the search warrants? Didn't they go to Zorro Ranch? Don't we have the belief that they went there and did that? They did search warrants.
Island. We know they grabbed hundreds of hard drives. And
so where are the pictures from those? Because there should be entrance pictures. Whenever you do a search warrant, first you do a tactical clear. So you hit the door, you go through, you secure it, make sure there's no human beings hiding places that can jump out and hurt you. And then you go through and you take pictures of every single thing as it is, all what they call establishing shots from the outside of the street all the way in through the entire search. And then you go and you do all your searches and you find all your evidence and whatever you're going to take with you and you document what that is. And then you take pictures as you leave. I haven't seen those pictures. Where are those? Are they in the archives? Are they part of the 180,000? Why did we not just get someone say, look, this is the curated guide to what we gave you. This tranche of emails means the following things. This is what we ran down. This is why these names are redacted. This is what we discovered that basically has no bearing on the topic. It's a code word for drugs. It's a code word for something else.
Sure, well,
it looks like it might be.
Let me tell you.
It'd be so easy to do, Alex.
I agree. But let me tell you, I don't want to call myself an expert, but compared to most people I am. I heard about pizza as a code word before the Pizzagate 10 years ago. And it's in FBI manuals that this is the stuff going on. It's very clear that's what they're doing. we have Podesta, we have emails that are confirmed where they're like the 7, 9, and 11-year-old will be delivered to the woodland secluded area to the pool for your entertainment. They're well trained, but they are children. And then his brother all into pedophilia and publishing stuff in the Washington Post, with kids being tortured and then calling it dangerous art. And then and the whole group and the whole thing. I mean, and it's Hillary and all of them. We know what they're doing. Okay, they're talking about Aleister Crowley.
No, I agree with you.
But what I'm saying is,
I'm not discrediting any of that.
No,
why didn't they put the people who work on this
what
stuff
I'm saying is
for a living?
All the stuff I've learned over 30 years, and then it's like it mirrors what's in this, even the same players, what's in the WikiLeaks. So it's definitely definitely beyond sick.
100% that all the people that have been, sort of downplaying it and acting like this wasn't a possible, that it's completely impossible. And it's obviously just talking about food, and all the same code words pop up, whether it's grape soda or hot dogs or like you were reading cold pizza and pasta and all this other kind of stuff. All of these things are not being addressed, and they could be very easily explained. It's like, we know what they mean. We have an entire division in the FBI that does violent crimes against children, and they investigate this, and they're based out of Maryland. And I got my Quantico roommate spent 8 years there as an analyst. They are experts on the dark web and what gets passed around and how things get set up. Freaking the FBI runs half of those sites as sort of like honeypot traps.
The Podesta manager, political lady, we covered this last week. She had a website that literally basically advertised small children. It said, "Here are the children for your parties." I mean, they're not. The thing is,
this stuff is not unknown, and the point of it is why did the Attorney General get garbage? Why was she out saying one thing, changing her story, consistently moving? There's files on my desk. We've got a client list. There is no client list. The whole thing. She wasn't apparently part of the final memo that went out in July of last year.
What I'm asking you is, I understand the process and all that. Why would Trump attach himself? Why would they start covering this up when it's all Democrats to boot? And I guess what you're saying is they're all compartmentalized. And that's kind of come out as just incompetent. And I'm not defending them. Now the Democrats.
This goes back this is as far back as we've talked about this. The same process is going on, Alex. We're watching an agency discredit this administration and discredit anybody that wants transparency. They're like, you want transparency? Here's 3 million files
You
with
predicted
zero
11
explanations.
months ago. We got to find that interview. And it was kind of novel to me. I knew they did it. He said, no, they got bad guys in the middle level. They're setting them up every step of the way.
I'm currently fixated on the guy that's about to become the assistant director of the Criminal Investigation Division, and his name is Heath, either Yankee or Janke. It's Janke, and he's the guy that's the special agent in charge of the Phoenix office right now. And so he just came into prominence because he's doing all the PR push for the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping, Samantha Guthrie situation. Like, he's out there talking in front of the press, and then everyone starts emailing me like who this guy is. And I start getting these, tips in from all my sourcing and in the Kansas City division where he worked, and he was a scumbag. It's like all of these people have compromise on them. All of them default to defending the agency. And if that means that they're going to discredit the people that are at the top of the agency that say that they're going to go do something, whether it be a Bongino or whether it be a Patel or whether it be a Bondi, it doesn't really matter. And at the end of it all falls on Trump. At some point, when you're the boss, and Trump has had atrocious handling of DOJ basically since 2017. They have never worked for him. They have always worked against him. They've always gone out there and looked at him as an enemy and treat him as such. And like his own quote unquote DOJ was the one he put Chris Wray into office. Chris Wray was the guy who signs off on the
that's
search
all
warrant at
another
Mar-a-Lago
subject. You
after he
pointed
gets
this out. The former FBI guy that ran the fake Russiagate, they brought him back. They're bringing back all the top enemies right now.
Okay, here's how crazy it is. This guy, I'm going to call him Janke because I don't know how to pronounce his name. I don't know if the J is a H or whatever else. But Janke, who's out he's a special agent in charge in Phoenix. Okay, he was brought back into the FBI on the recommendation of a guy named Aaron Tapp. Aaron Tapp was removed by Kash Patel because he was the deputy assistant director at Criminal Investigations while they were doing Arctic Frost. So everybody got all up in arms. Oh, they're spying on these Republicans. They're going out and getting the phone records and all this kind of thing. They got rid of Aaron Tapp. Meanwhile, Aaron Tapp's buddy, who got kicked out of the FBI, for sleeping with a colleague who was married to a cop in the town and had to leave because of adultery. He was also married at the time. And that's one of those big no-nos in national security. If you're willing to cheat on your spouse, then we pretty much can assume that you'll cheat on the country, because if you'll lie to the person that you owe your life to and that you're supposed to be, sworn and wedded to, well, like, why would you care about this nebulous concept of America? This is one of the reasons that they actually look for adultery, is because Robert Hansen was flagged for that. So they always look for sort of marital infidelity as an indication of national security threats. This guy had to leave the Bureau, and he left. Then he got brought back in because Aaron Tapp said so. They kicked out Aaron Tapp, and now they're promoting him to be the top guy in the Criminal Investigation Division. The FBI has never been reformed. It is undefeated at the middle level, where all the people who run it. So when this looks like a complete shit show, and that's what it looks like to me, when I read these things and all the stuff that they dumped out there, and they've been acting like there was nothing, and they made Thomas Massie go and put through the Transparency Act, all of this stuff ends up falling down on one person at the end of the day. It falls down on Donald Trump, who is theoretically the chief executive in this country. And you can blame it on Bondi, and you can blame it on Blanche, you can blame it on Patel, and you can blame it on Bongino. You can blame it on all the people that have been the delegated managers that were meant to handle it. But at some point, the buck has to stop with the chief executive.
You remember like 11 months ago,
to go down.
They came out and said, oh no, there's no new victims, there's no new files. And I went, that's Trump. And remember, he got mad at me, and 2 days later he goes, no, it is me. And I know they put fake stuff in, it's Russiagate for him, it's a hoax on him, but it doesn't matter. Now by him doing this, he makes himself by extension. What do you think the FBI was thinking when they released 3 million files, which I get's a Herculean task, and they didn't know hundreds of emails about buying children, hundreds of emails, from him about sending blood product through the mail to rich people? I mean, they don't know.
Some people knew.
Well, so, because this is all the well-known stuff.
Somebody put that in the file, Alex. Somebody serialized that document. Somebody captured those emails and made them part of whether it was a search record or a subpoena.
Sure, but I'm saying that points against a cover-up. That points against a cover-up. Or are they so confident they control the corporate media that none of that will get covered? Because I'm telling you right now, I keep searching during the break. There's no corporate media picking up. Why are there thousands of references to beef jerky? Why are there hundreds of references to him buying children, him himself, with women saying, hey, he didn't pay me the full amount? Well, okay, but that really wasn't the deal. And I'll show these in a minute. I mean, this is sensationally evil stuff.
There are multiple tiers of what's happening here. Number one was there was an investigation, and we don't have transparency on what that investigation was about, what they uncovered, what the final result was. The odds of it being politically stifled is very high. Now, who did it and when? That also should be part of the story, because what we're finding out is that the emails that went back and forth between Patel and Bondi, they were not included in this tranche of documents that were released. So there were, the mainstream media is doing their own kind of meta coverage, going like, hey, we're missing some parts to it. What we're missing also is the context of what was done, why, how they were gathered, and what they were attempting to prove. And then the question is, were they presented to the United States Attorney's Office? Which ones? Why did the United States Attorney's Office think that there wasn't enough to pursue an actual indictment somewhere? Why did they discontinue the prosecution?
Exactly. And the corporate media is only focusing on are the politicos covering their ass instead of who covered up the crimes. And then larger, we hear there's 3 million more files, Kyle.
There may be tons of it. And so that's part one. So part one is the actual case as it was run by the people that were trying to get to the bottom of whatever was going on. And I don't have any reason to think that those people were operating in bad faith, because I don't know them. So let's go by default that, generally speaking, people who work in the FBI on the case agent level are not political activists, not generally speaking. They're people that get assigned a task and then they do it sort of diligently. And to greater or lesser competencies, they're attempting to find out what the answers are to the questions that are presented in, we have an investigation. Was this federal crime actually committed? And is there evidence to support us going to prosecution? That's what they do. Okay. And there's not real politics necessarily involved in that. Then you get to the political level. And the political level is well, can we continue on with this? Can we actually do this presentation to the United States Attorney? And are they willing to go out there and present it to a grand jury? Is there actually evidence of the crime? And if so, are we willing to go out there and take whatever that hit is? Are we going to let it happen? Is Maine Justice going to let it happen? And that's another question, because there's plenty of examples of things that happened under the Biden administration that got squashed. Per what I was told, whether it be about Hunter, whether it be about Jim Biden, the brother, and other things, it was like, nope, they're not going to do that.
Sure, but you're going through all the minutia of it, and I agree with you.
All I'm saying is there's multiple levels of the so-called cover-up, because first is the actual investigation. Second is the presentation to actually move move it into a prosecution. And then came the real op, which is what people are now sort of like getting spun on. We're missing the real levels of what the hell happened. And we're stuck in the area of why were these things redacted and who was in charge of that? Well, as far as I understand it, the person who ran the redaction program is a woman named Shannon Perry. And you don't hear her name in the media, and it's only being talked about by me and a couple of people that were in the FBI. But Shannon Perry was the special assistant for operations under Chris Wray under the last administration. And she's not an FBI agent. She's not a sworn law enforcement officer. She was a German linguist that came in just after 9/11.
Let's be clear. We have still the Democrat Party operatives, just like we had Comey and his daughter, still in control as gatekeepers.
They all work there.
Yeah.
Alex, all the people that were every single person that is a manager of any sort of seniority in the FBI got there under either Comey or Wray still. And I'm going to keep beating on that drum because it's true.
So let me ask you this question, because I know you're an expert in all the minutiae and it's important people to hear, but big picture, just as a dad, just as an American citizen, as a veteran, the political fallout of this, if Trump thought Epstein was a problem, it's 10 times worse now. This has completely exploded. The Democrats are celebrating. They're diverting it all into the DOJ cover-up. When we have the holy grail of all these top Democrats involved in money laundering and human trafficking, if he had a DOJ would do his job, they'd all go to jail. He has them by the balls. So, but instead, they've got him by the balls now for the cover-up, and it's all, so how does Trump extricate himself, or is it too late?
Might be too late. I mean, I think there's a lot of people. He's decided that his option is to attack Tom Massey. That's what it looks like. Like that's what is that's the advice that someone gave him.
Which only makes him look 10 times more guilty.
It makes him look very guilty. The guy who out there, you don't have to like Tom Massey, but I do. At the end of the day, Tom Massey did what? He and Ro Khanna pushed forward the Epstein Transparency Act. You only got a couple of people from the Republican side of it, and then the Senate overwhelmingly pushed it through, and then Trump signed it. So, Trump can say, hey, I signed it because I believe in the principle of it, but all he keeps doing is say, why are we not moving on from this? It's not going to go away because it represents something that is wholly scandalous to the American psyche, to regular people that are not interested in politics. They don't care about left or right. What you're trying to say with the idea that let's move on from this is that there should not be public accountability for very wealthy people who experience a different system of justice than you or even me or whatever else.
This has become the total litmus test. And now they just have.
We know that there's two tiers of justice, Alec. We know that there's two tiers of justice. What this thing has done is it's shown people that not only are there two tiers, but we're going to tell you about it. We're going to spit in your face, and we're going to tell you there's nothing you can do about it. Because even if they pass a law to show all the stuff, we're still going to cover the names of the people that were involved in things that are weird. Or they could have given context to it and explained why they redacted them and how they actually found exculpatory information, found out the things that you think they are not really there, or these were fake emails, or they're placed there by somebody.
You're on
so
fire,
all those things could be true. They didn't do any of those things. They failed to get ahead and actually control any of it. So now it's just you and me speculating.
Well, I want to come back. A lot has developed since you were just on. They just had Ghislaine Maxwell testifying secret. The Democrats just came out and saying Trump's at the center of a cover-up. I have not gotten into Laurene Powell jobs and what's happening there. I've not gotten into the buying babies. We'll be right back. Stay with us. I'm here to announce a new, extremely exciting product at thealexjonesstore.com, and that's Mind Fuel. Brought to you by the same folks that developed Optimal Human. This is an Optimal Human product. We set out with our sponsor, Bigley, to come out with a clean, nootropic energy shot that doesn't have any letdown, but gives you clean energy. This stuff is so strong, though, I take half a shot in the morning. It's a big shot. And another half in the afternoon if I need to work late. But again, you can still sleep on it because it's not a traditional stimulant. So if you loved Optimal Human, the strongest, best, super nutrient-packed green drink out there, available right now at thealexjonesstore.com, you are going to love Mind Fuel. And when I go through these ingredients, go research these for yourself, and then know, when you find out how great they are, that we have the very best and the very strongest in this product, Mind Fuel, available right now at thealexjonesstore.com. Nootropic Mind Fuel is here. This clean, caffeine-free energy shot is designed for clear thinking, steady focus, and zero compromise. It's time to abandon sugary energy drinks and stimulant-heavy formulas in favor of clean, functional, nootropic-based energy. 0 calories, sugar-free, benefit, no crash, no blood sugar spike. Advantage can be used daily without guilt, and it's good for your whole body, not just your brain. Caffeine-free formula, smooth, clean energy. Advantage, ideal for caffeine-sensitive users and late-day use. Nootropic Alpha GPC, Citrulline, DMAE, GABA. Benefits, supports mental clarity and focus. Advantage, competes with premium brain formulas in a convenient shot. And the best part is, it's an adaptogenic and herbal proprietary blend. Balanced, grounded energy. Advantage, appeals to both biohackers and holistic consumers. And then it's got high-quality electrolytes and a spectrum of high-quality B. If you love our other products, thealexjonesstore.com, you are going to love Mind Fuel. And if you haven't tried our Ultramethylene Blue, or our Shilajit, or our Sea Moss, or our Bovine Colostrum, you're crazy. These are all incredible products. Get your Mind Fuel now at thealexjonesstore.com and help keep us on the air while empowering your life. All right, folks, we're 2.5 hours into the show. You notice I'm not even plugged, which is how we fund the operation, because I'm too freaked out. I don't even have the energy for that, because my brain's been working so fast and looking at all this and going through all this. And I've got a lot of context and backstory on this. And I can see where this is going to go. And this is just Trump handing total victory to our enemies. Incredible self-inflicted wound. Incompetence, corruption inside the administration. And the Democrats, that if you actually look at this, it's all them. But instead, it's all about the cover-up. This is the most horribly handled thing I've ever seen. And, you know, there's a lot of I don't give a damn stuff out of Trump. And, you know, maybe it all works out. I just know that the confirmed stuff in here, we haven't even scratched the surface on, is so horrible. And the fact that we're not learning the names of who these people are. And, you know, the Democrats, they're now able to go and look at this. The Republicans are. The Democrats are going to go pick and choose and try to find a few Republicans to embarrass. And if there's something bad, I'll be on their ass. I'll call for their arrest immediately. But the Democrats are so energetic, you know that if the Republicans would just go down there and go look up, like MTG said, pizza, babies, jerky, because I have this stuff, but the names are blacked out. And you know who it is, because you can already figure it out from other emails. And it's the leftist intelligentsia, just like in the WikiLeaks, man. They're almost all of them are into Aleister Crowley, almost all of them are into pedophilia. And it's not like there aren't some Republicans have been caught doing that too, but I mean these people are really as evil as they look and they act. And to watch this, because this will destroy Trump. It'll destroy his legacy for sure. This will lose the Congress. And you got the white pillars that just worship Trump and just say, shut up, it's trillion D chess. And yeah, you'll see. Unfortunately, I'm right. And then you've got the doomers that think everything's screwed, just go ahead and get Democrats in. This is a nightmare scenario. So Kyle Servin's with us. He's really smart. He goes over all the facts. And he's like, too much coffee, man, even worse than I used to be, which is fine. He's a smart guy. He wants to explain it all to you. But I want to walk through this now in big pieces with him, because this just broke. So yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell today, she said she was to take the fifth the whole time, but we're hearing from House Oversight Democrat Representative Stansbury that it's Trump, and that there are more than 36 associates, family members, and individuals directly associated with Trump in those files. And that's it. It's not Trump, but it's his people. Though they're not even a big part of it, it's still there. And we now know from some of that's come out that even stuff that's not illegal, that Trump doesn't want out there. The United States government is engaged in an active cover-up of the largest sex trafficking scandal and influence peddling scandal in the history of the United States, and Donald Trump was right at the center of it. So we'll play what you had to say, but imagine this. The Democrats have controlled the files, even when Trump was in. That's come out. They've had it all, but because of horrible communications, terrible PR, Trump doesn't ever come out and say that. He just says, it's a hoax, don't look at it. I mean, it's like Bongino. Don't question me. You're all nothing. I know everything. You're all pathetic. I've lived a life. You've done nothing. I would say that if I wanted to commit political suicide. And it's like, why are they all committing political suicide? And then the Democrats, who are the really guilty ones, go free and get to be the heroes. It's unbelievable. Here's the Congresswoman. We'll get Kyle Servin's take on it.
We know that there are more than 36 associates, family members, and individuals directly associated with Donald Trump named in those files. Now, There are now at least 9 or 10 other countries across the world that have opened investigations or forced their leaders to step down because of their mere association with Jeffrey Epstein. And the United States government is engaged in an active cover-up of the largest sex trafficking scandal and influence peddling scandal in the history of the United States, and Donald Trump is right at the center of it. And the person who is living to provide the evidence, who knows what is going on, is trying to invoke the Fifth to buy her clemency.
That's all said authoritatively. A lot of that's deception. Trump should be ordering the release of the Wiener laptop that we know is beyond Epstein. But no, instead, he's just paralyzed. Call Seraphin.
Yeah, well, what does the word associated even mean? I mean, all these things are just, they're, it's this internet game of playing like you're connected to or you've been associated with. I get these all the time. People have told me I'm associated with General Flynn. I've met General Flynn for about 90 seconds. I shook his hand. He didn't know who I was. You know what I mean? But it's like, I knew somebody or I met somebody one time that knew General Flynn, so now I'm associated with General Flynn. And I don't even know what the implications of that were. I just see these things out there. This is the same kind of crap. So here's the problem. They're acting like Donald Trump is at the center of a cover-up. Well, there is a cover-up of some kind that's going on. And it's clearly happening because there was a crappy rollout of a bunch of information, which is too much for any person to handle. None of us can handle 3 million files. The people who gathered those files could. They could tell you why they're there, and they could at least put it into bite-sized pieces of understanding. But that's not what happened. What we got was they came out specifically under one man's purview. Donald Trump's the president. He's the chief executive. In theory, even though I don't think in practice, he should be the one in charge of the DOJ, and therefore he should also be the one where the buck stops with the FBI. That's not the reality of it, but that is who they're going to pin it on. So that's what they're saying. And we already had, 9 hours plus a full transcript and a whole sort of interview and proffer session that Todd Blanche did with Ghislaine Maxwell. And she got moved into nicer quarters afterwards. And that was kind of weird and interesting. And the question was, is someone going to suicide her? Is she going to end up dying? Or is she going to end up being, pardoned? Which was a big question that people were asking. And she had nothing to say but nice things about Donald Trump, which is a smart move. Because Donald Trump theoretically is the guy who could pardon her. He could give her the clemency. But why was she convicted in the first place? And what other information was all involved in this stuff? And it's like they went after Jeffrey Epstein, both as a guy who was involved with underage prostitutes, was the claim in 2008. And then they arrested him again under who? Donald Trump's administration. Was any of the stuff released under Biden? No. What? So when I look at these people saying associated and cover up and even the mere name, that doesn't fly for me. What flies is evidence and context and reasons.
But what I'm saying is,
they failed dramatically.
They failed.
So
what's going to happen now? I mean, you agree this firestorm is going to be incredibly bad?
Yeah, and Trump is handling this. I don't know who's advising him, I don't have any skin in the game. If Trump wins or doesn't win or succeeds or doesn't succeed, I'm not a Republican. I'm an independent who wants to see the country move to the right, like an actual right wing, which we don't have right now. And so the right way to handle this would be really simple. Stop attacking Tom Massey for trying to do transparency. Stop going after MTG. Don't be mad at Rand Paul, of all people. Like, you want to control this, then get out there and make the FBI do what they should have done in the first place, which is explain it. Make the people that are involved in this stuff. And by the way, how about you gut the FBI and gut anybody that's in the DOJ that screwed this thing up?
I agree, Kyle.
That gave bad information to whether it be Todd Blanche or gave bad information to Pam Bondi. Who the hell's briefing these people? Well, because when you choose your briefers or the briefers get chosen, those are the people that are running the game. If you don't have the ability to read all 3 million files, Alex, and you don't, and I don't, and the president doesn't, and neither does Bondi, and neither does Patel, then the people that are presenting you, this is what it means, and this is what they're shading around the edges, and they're kind of ignoring, those people are the ones that are crafting what comes out of the mouths of the people that are going to be responsible. So the buck should roll right downhill. Like, think about this. If you presented something to your boss, and your boss looked like a fool because he didn't have all the information. You gave him a bad presentation. You gave him bad numbers. He went in front of shareholders or something, and then you got crucified. Would you keep your job if you were a shit analyst? You wouldn't, unless you work for the federal government, in which case you probably get promoted and you get covered and you're fine. And so all those people have been fined for many, many years.
Sure,
and they all agreed to work under the previous
but let me move into some other issues here then, because I want to pick your brain. I know what happens. This has been going on for a year. A bunch of people have been in the meetings. When people bring up Epstein, Trump goes, I'm not in there. I didn't do any of it. I'm the one that got him in jail the first time. I don't want to effing hear about it. And so what you have is
that's a mistake.
I don't give an F. Well, yeah, but his idea is he doesn't care, so it's going to get bad. But going to your previous point, I started seeing last week, Jones is in the Epstein files. And I knew like a year ago it came out that people were saying, hey, Jones is talking bad about you, saying you're going to go to prison. Okay. And he goes, yeah, that crazy guy. Then I found like 15 other emails, all of them not liking me. But you can say Jones is in the Epstein files, but notice they don't show that to you. They just innuendo, like, ooh, Jones is in there.
I mean, there's videos of Tucker Carlson in the Epstein files, but they're from his Fox News show. So you can have somebody in a file. The question is what is the context and why was it in there? And why did the agent think that was relevant to include as like a 1B and put it into the evidentiary form? Why? And this is what's missing. This is the entirety of it. And Donald Trump saying, I don't care about this, or I already handled this, or this is some old news. That doesn't work. He's already seen it. He's been trying to run away from it for 9 months to a year, and it's ineffective. So at some point, if your tactics are not successful, you're going to have to turn around and own it. And the only way you do that, and the only way you break through any of this stuff is actual transparency, where people think, okay, now they're being square with us. And it shouldn't be about whether or not people are in the files or quote unquote associated with anyone. It should be theory of the case, what people did bad things, why were they not prosecuted? Did we miss the statute of limitations? If so, who said don't go on? Where are the declination letters from the prosecutors?
Shouldn't Trump let them create an independent commission? Because if he has nothing to hide, he needs to hand off responsibility so they can't keep claiming he's covering up.
That'd be great. Yeah. Special counsel, special committee, hand it all off. Let somebody who does it for a living go through it. How do you pick the people that are involved in that? Find people that are otherwise, you're going to have to make it bipartisan. It's going to have to be people that are otherwise that are disinterested in anything national politics wise and don't want to gain anything out of it. But sure.
Well, you and I both said Trump trying to sweep us under the rug because he sees this distraction wasn't going to work. We've been proven right. He's just going to double down. But what you just find there is insanity. I'm not saying Trump's insane, but the definition
but doing the same thing and expecting something different to happen.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy, Alex? I actually had Erica Knight, who's the personal PR person, spokesperson for Kash Patel and has been for years. Erica Knight is a special employee of the FBI under some weird contract or something like that. And she asked me before Patel got sworn in, right before the confirmation. And she said, how do we handle this Epstein situation? What would you do? What's your advice? And I go, well, I don't know all the things that are involved, but this is what I would do. I would grab a bunch of agents that have a lot of experience in white collar fraud. I'd want some that are involved in, transnational organized crime, because that seems like it's part of it. Maybe 1 or 2 CI agents that understand the national security implications of it. And then people who deal with, child pornography and child sex crimes. I would get those agents together and a handful of analysts, and I would look at them based on their body of work and their lack of political involvement, and I would sequester them. And I would write off all of the requirements the FBI normally does to bother you with all kinds of nonsense. Like, you have this requirement to watch this training and learn whistleblower training.
So let them off the leash, put together a task force. A task force.
That's what I said. I said, put them in Idaho, put them outside of the circuit, put them away from Washington, D.C., away from New York City, away from where all the politics are, and sequester them somewhere where they can do a TDY for however long it takes, a year, 18 months, and just tell people, we're getting to the bottom of this. We're going to go through all of it with fresh eyes, with people that are otherwise uninterested. We're going to get some prosecutors from the DOJ, some AUSAs that are going to be assigned to this task force as well, and they will follow wherever it leads. And they will personally run down the leads instead of sending it out to some field office and wonder what agent's doing it. It's so easy.
It's probably 100 people in here that are obviously trafficking kids. So this is not that, and then you got money laundering, you got all sorts of stuff. I mean,
Alex, they do this with regular street gangs every single day. There is what's called RICO investigations. There are what are called Talk West or Talk East, transnational organized crime. The FBI is actually really good at doing long-term, complex, sort of large-scale investigations. This is like where their bread and butter is. Mapping out what is the nature of the crime and the conspiracy, who's at the top, who's at the bottom, what are the foot soldiers, how do we attack all of that stuff. And if you got nothing to distract you and your priorities were just come back to us with answers. And you know what's crazy? After I told Erica this stuff, she came back to me with a press release within about 90 minutes of having that conversation. And she was like, here's the press release. What do you think? And I went, no, you can't release something that you're not actually already doing. Like, find the people, assign them to the thing. You want to tell people you have a press release, you better have actually done the task force. Don't just announce the task force. And this is where Trump has gotten himself into trouble. It's not specifically Trump, but this entire administration continues to send out PR messaging and think that is the victory. Announcing that we're doing something is the something, instead of actually going through and carrying on what they expected you to do. And this is what I keep seeing over and over again. It's a disaster because people actually listen to it, they read the headline and they want them to do it.
No, we know there's a disaster. We know it's being done wrong. And I'm not mad you're doing this, but you're kind of going back over that. I want to get your ideas on new stuff that's unfolding. Trump's not going to do any of that. Todd Blanche is totally arrogant. He blocked Ed Martin and everybody else from doing any investigations. The administration's paralyzed. Where Trump has executive power, he's getting a lot of good stuff done. So it's paradoxical. I'm very happy he's there, but also this is going to end up destroying him and really destroying, hurting our populist movement. You're not going to be able to stop it. It's too organic and it's worldwide. But I mean, do you agree with that? And B, versus the
well, you and I talked about this the other day. You can be outstanding on foreign policy and you can make great decisions on the world stage that benefit the United States. And people used to make that argument about Nixon. I mean, that was the argument, that he was brilliant at it, that he understood what was going on. But he got caught up in a couple of domestic scandals, messaged them absolutely horribly, and everyone uses Richard Nixon as the person who was commensurate with an absolutely failed presidency, right? He goes down as being a crook. That's the famous thing that people think about, whether or not he was capable and whether or not he was sabotaged from the inside, which he probably was. So you can be great at some things, but the one thing that Americans regularly look at and they expect you to do is affect things positively if you say them. Trump's worst characteristic, and I don't know how he got away with it for so long in the way that he did, because it's really unique. It's an unusual sales tactic. And you've done sales and I've done sales. Usually the best way to do sales is you underpromise, you overdeliver, and you overwhelm the customer with an experience and getting, more than they paid for and make them feel really great about it. Donald Trump does this other weird thing, which is not common, and maybe it's only in the highest end of sales, where he overpromises, underdelivers, and then he tells people, you got a great experience, and you did, and look how amazing it is, and everybody wants what you have, and then people somehow feel good about it. That doesn't actually work on a lot of things, though, like where gas prices are or the inflation that goes on in this economy and the basic stuff, because our economy has gone on a K-shape. And there's plenty of different articles I read every single day that basically says people who have above average incomes are doing okay and people who have below average incomes are not feeling good. So you're giving ground to Democrats to say, he said he was here for the working class. He said he was here for the blue collar. He said he was here for the guys that have calluses on their hands that are working their fingers to the bone. And he's not. And by the way, he's also covering up for pedophiles and child sex traffickers. And everyone goes, rah! And so then you're going to have a loss. You're going to have some people that walk away totally and just go, nothing you can do. I saw a really great video that was on social media where a guy said, basically, we outsourced the revolution in this country. Which there was a revolutionary fervor in 2024 before the election, where people were talking about civil war in a really meaningful way. They were talking about a national divorce. They've been talking about it for the last 4 years. There was this pent up aggression from COVID and from all the crazy stuff that happened and the censorship and the lockdowns.
The guy in the sleeveless shirt with the black shirt that says lions not sheep.
Yeah, lions not sheep. Yeah, and what does he say? He says, we outsourced the revolution to one man. Which is a dangerous thing to do. I mean, putting your faith in man is always a dangerous move. But human beings always tend to want this king. Will someone solve our problems? We're willing to cede agency if you'll just solve them, especially if you say that you can do it. And Donald Trump did. I mean, I've got Agenda 47 sitting on my desktop at all times, and I open it and I refer to it. And he gets a C- on there. Because some of the stuff he did, 100%. He shut down the border. He went after some of the other stuff. But some of the things he couldn't do, and some of the things I see that he's failed, and it's not on his own end because he never was going to be the guy that could do it. Fixing weaponized government means you have to understand what the government does. You got to get people in there that are going to go out there and cut it down. And a Susie Wiles and a Pam Bondi and a Todd Blanche and apparently Kash Patel, those are not people that are going to stop weaponized government. And so, yeah, we outsourced the revolution. It didn't take place. We've been screaming towards something for probably 100 years, and Donald Trump didn't start this train, and he's probably not going to be the last stop on the train.
But he's going to get the blame for it. He better know.
But he's going to catch the blame for it. That's it, because they're going to do the declassification. They're going to show all these files, and who's in charge right now? He's going to be that guy that catches it, even though the previous administrations could have declassified and didn't, could have exposed all the stuff and didn't. The guy who went kicking and streaming into it, and it looks terrible, right? It looks bad to resist it and say that this is done, and are we still talking about Epstein? People can't get over the three things: abusing kids, the sex trafficking of kids and abusing them sexually, and then this two-tiered system of justice where people that are really wealthy don't have to experience
it's worse
the
than
rest
that.
of it.
It's emblematic that they can't be trusted.
It's the satanic stuff.
And it's saying he rapes hundreds of kids, they're all going to jail, and saying I never said that. It's also insulting our intelligence. But moving on from there, because I want some other big topics here.
Well, let me throw one more thought to you, Alex, because it went broader, and you started the last hour with it, and it's really relevant. Something about societies and civilizations running down to like satanic worship. You know, it's inevitable, and it always happens, and it's biblical, and it's a cycle of humanity. So we're living through something that has been done many, many times. There's nothing. I mean, it starts from the Garden of Eden, which my wife and I were talking about earlier. It's the sin actually, and this is kind of interesting. This is relevant to Donald Trump's scenario right now. The sin was not that Eve took a bite of the apple, which was directly like following the words of the devil, right? The sin is that man, Adam, went along with it. And then he didn't take responsibility. He tried to blame it on the woman. God's like, hey, man, you got things out of order here. This is the mistake. That's when man was thrown out of the Garden of Eden. And you don't have to believe that story literally to know that the truth of it is there is a big problem because people can do things that are bad, but if you can't own it and take management of it, which is what we're seeing a failure of, then we're going to have this stray from God, which means we are headed for a biblical correction. And it's happened many times, and human beings will continue. It won't be the end of the world. It won't be the end of like everyone's life, but there's some hardship coming. Certainly for people that thought they were getting a return to something normal in America. And we're not going to get that.
And now let me add this. It's beyond rage. It's like a dirty feeling, which I hardly ever feel. I'm just so disgusted. The word's disgusted. The Democrats openly want pedophilia. They openly want to sexualize our children. They're part of the left worldwide that's just out in the open. And then Trump messes all this up. And then they get to look like the good guys and say we're the bad guys, and they get away with it. It's like it's just sick.
That is the trick that is played over and over again. This is the devil's trick. I mean, it's turning things. It's making you defend something that you didn't do wrong. It's always, and this is whether it be Saul Alinsky or you go all the way back through the Old Testament. This is a classic move of projecting, and then you end up on the defensive when maybe you didn't do anything wrong. Now, I have no idea what Donald Trump did or didn't do, and there's too many files there for me to get into. But what I do know is that they messaged it poorly, and they didn't take ownership of it, and that there's no heads rolling
inside this government. And what I do know is we got the Democrats caught in the most horrible stuff ever, and there's not even discussion about other than the show.
Right. Nobody is talking about the stuff that you were reading in those emails. What we're talking about is whether or not Lutnick had a nanny that got hired because there's an email somewhere that says the Lutnick nanny between Epstein and some unknown person. Who knows why or what the context is, or even if it's the same Lutnick. So it's smear, it's association. They're carrying a lot of water with certain words that we saw. And some of those things may turn out. Like she said, family members. Well, how close and how specific? Like current family? Like what does family members even mean? You know, I've got family members that I haven't spoken to a brother in 9 years. If he did something, I got nothing to do with it.
If you got to go, you got to go to your own show that you didn't do earlier. I want to now with you go through these new emails because I didn't even hit the stuff I've already covered. I've got a whole bunch of new stuff. I want to get you as a former FBI agent, a really smart guy. People think I talk fast. In the old days I did. This guy's brain moves quick. He knows what he's talking about. And I know a lot of stuff and I can barely follow it. So sometimes like, you need to slow down there. It's not that people are dumb, but it's a little over their head. All these, I mean, I don't know how to read these files. I had to call them and say, what's this code mean? Am I right about that? Yeah, you're right about that. It's kind of simple stuff, but also hard because you're having to read so much too. And you're just like, then I go check and see if it is real. And it's like, and it keeps being real on the file. And I just get worse and worse. Stay right there. We'll come right back to you. Because I want to hit the trafficking kids and more on the beef jerky. And I haven't hit the other stuff. I mean, there's just so much I can't believe.
How much are the people that took all the flack for Pizzagate and everything else like that? Like, how many of them are just like having conniption fits right now, reading the same thing and seeing? I punched it.
No, mentions of pizza and all. They're doing victory laps. People we know are involved and saying Trump's a pedophile. The pedophiles love this. Mm-hmm. And Anna Kasperi and all of I remember them all attacking me, saying none of it's real. I'm completely insane. And now they're the big heroes up talking about it. But they're only talking about Lutnick.
Right. This is, again, when you let somebody else craft the narrative, you let somebody else, if you try to avoid that full transparency, there's I've been reading a bunch of stuff that Serpico said, Frank Serpico, the police officer out of New York, right? And a lot of the stuff he says is that you can just measure, like the weapon of whistleblower and the weapon of cutting through corruption is transparency. Not fake transparency, actual transparency to get to the actual answer without an agenda. It's like the truth is going to be the truth. It's going to hurt some people. It's going to burn some people. So be it. It's going to taint some people just because they're associated with, even if they didn't do something terrible. Let's get it all out there. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. This is what you and I were talking about. We've been doing this for 9 months now, you and I. We've been talking about pull the Band-Aid off. And for
But
whatever
when you
reason,
don't, it creates
whoever's
its
advising them,
own
they didn't do it.
Little ecosystems that spin off
Yeah,
of it.
the ecosystem allows people that are going to be nefarious actors to shape it on their own side. They get you derailed by certain little side arguments. Now you got a lady in Congress coming out and talking about associates and family members with no specifics. You always find that the devil hides in these details because they love to not give you specifics. They
Stay
just say
right
things
there. I
that
want to tell a
sound
few
really
stories
scandalous.
where that happened to me, but I want to hit these emails. I want to get an FBI agent, former FBI agent's take on them. I have not yet begun to fight. That's what the founder of the U.S. Navy, John Paul Jones, said back in 1779. And that's exactly where we are right now. You see this bad boy right here? That is a limited edition original InfoWars poster. We got about 1,000 that are unsigned, 500 that are signed, and that's it. And it is the final Hail Mary to keep InfoWars on the air. We've sold out of almost every product at InfoWarsStore.com. We had the bankruptcy, they won't let us order new products, but we were able to get this produced. This is an emergency fundraiser. It's myself, actual screenshot from the show, with a .357 Magnum aimed at the globalist, the truth gun, with John Paul Jones, the founder of the U.S. Navy, saying, I have not yet begun to fight. And 1997 to 2026, how long InfoWars survived. Hopefully we go past that with my signature. This is a limited edition poster, signed or unsigned. It goes to keep us on the air. They're going to have an auction. They're saying in January. They already had a federal auction that was rigged and fake, and the judge shut it down. This is a state auction. Good guys are going to try to buy InfoWars. We'll stay on air as InfoWars if they're successful. If they're not, we move on to the Alex Jones Network. But regardless, if we don't have funds coming in December and January, there won't be money for payroll, there won't be money for the bandwidth or the servers or the satellites. So it's absolutely essential you get this. And if we get shut down, you have a memento of the final resistance at InfoWars that is so historic to hang on your wall. And there's not just this poster. We've made 1,000 of these two other posters that I designed as well. One says, Defend the West, 1997, 2026, InfoWars, with the archetypal Knight of the West standing against the globalist. There's another, Make No Peace with Evil, with another Knight of the Crusades standing with the cross in his hand against the globalist tyranny. Both are powerful posters as well. These are limited edition. You can get signed copies if you really want to support us, or just get the regular posters as well if you want to support us. But all three of these posters are limited edition, right now exclusively available at InfoWarsStore.com. This is historic. We've come so far together. The deep state spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to shut us down. We still got a chance to win, but if we don't have the funds coming in December and January, we will shut down. So I want to thank you all for your past support. I want to encourage you now to go to InfoWarsStore.com, where everything else is sold out, and there's no more funds to buy more stuff to keep us on the air. And just by attrition, they will win and shut us down by not having money for payroll if you don't decide to bail out this organization that has had incredible results against the tyrants and has stood for you and your family and all of us collectively. So take action now and get the iconic limited edition I Have Not Yet Begun to Fight, John Paul Jones, Alex Jones poster, and Make No Peace with Evil and Defend the West posters, limited edition. And know, historically, you stood with the tip of the spear at the key part of this fight, and we never gave up, and we never surrendered, and we stood and fought on our feet instead of groveling on our knees as slaves. Thank you so much. I fired the bat signal. Thank you for all your past support, but now is the critical time to take action at InfoWarsStore.com for these 3 limited edition iconic posters. The ball's in your court. Take action now at InfoWarsStore.com. It's now up to you. All right, this is a short segment. Long segment's coming up. I'll get into the new emails. They're old, but they've just come out. But I'll tell a few stories when Kyle was just saying that I remembered. Because when I was growing up, I wasn't bad like drugs or stealing. But I got in a lot of fights, and we lived in a nice area of Dallas, but it was by the bad area, and the school was, mixed poor and wealthy, and a lot of fights. And it was rough compared to, what kind of modern stuff. I don't like the nanny state, but I'm kind of glad things aren't as violent in general in schools as they were in the 80s. But I remember there was a kid lived down down the road, and I knew his brother. We played some, did some stuff together, but one time I was at their house, they go, look, I stole this gun out of the neighbor's car, and I didn't say anything. And his older brother's like, you better not say we stole that gun. And I went, okay. And then like a year later, the police come to the house, knock. They don't have a warrant, but they say, we hear there's a gun hidden under your porch. There was like this crawl space. My dad says, sure, go ahead and look. They pull the gun out. They figured out that the kid had lied and ended up going and he ended up, he got on probation. But the point was, why would you then steal a gun and plant it at my house? Another time, I had a couple years of high school here, a couple years there. I was a freshman in high school, and I wasn't like a bad guy, but I had some friends that kind of gotten into drugs and stuff, and they were like riding around their pickup truck or something, and they were like, I guess once they tell you something, they think, oh, I can't trust him. I think that's how it works. I don't know. He knows the criminology better than I. They're like, yeah, you love this big boom box? I'm like, actually, it makes me sick. That was cool then to crank up the rapper loud, boom, boom. And I'm like, hey, I don't want to do this. We stole this out. Such. About a month later, cops call me into the principal's office. Cop said, goes, Alex, we heard you stole these boom boxes out at, Happy Country. And I went, I don't even like boom boxes. What are you talking about? I don't even have a car yet. And then they're like, okay, well, whatever. But the point was, and there was another case of something like that. What is that in criminology where somebody tells you about a crime, like they're bringing you into it, you don't tell on them, and then they tell on you? Are they like setting you up, or what is that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess people want to share something. This is another one of these toilet books that I remember. They said anytime that we're asking for advice, we're looking for an accomplice. And I think that's what's going on. People are looking for someone to share the burden, the blame. Nobody wants to carry. This is why criminals get caught all the time. They confess to somebody. It happens all the time. It happens frequently. This is actually the reason I think why they built it into the Catholic Church, so people can confess to somebody that's actually supposed to hold on to it. The secret of the confessional is something that's supposed to be sacred, because people carry around guilt with them and they don't want to be the only one who knows, or they're proud of it. I mean, that's the other piece of it, Alex, is pride, right? People get really proud of doing something and they don't want to be the only one, that knows that they pulled this thing off. Heist, caper, theft. It's like, I got to share it with you so you also can know how great I am. And so, yeah, people do this all the time. But here's the other thing. This is what I'm thinking. Principal calls you in, one thing, now we found a gun underneath you. Now you've been accused of stealing a boombox. Now you get, you're running with this crowd. At some point, people go like, Alex has never done this thing, if they're being honest about it. And yet you've been accused of, and you've been in the company of those people. So we get judged by the company we keep. That's been happening forever.
No, and that's why my dad sold his dental practices when we moved here. He said, you're not even bad, but they think you're bad. We're leaving. That was
that's what happens.
Yeah.
That's what a good dad does too, is they go and they clean your reputation by they say, if you got to start over, you got to start over. I knew a guy who he got into, he was in the car when someone did a hit and run and actually killed somebody. And so he was forever stained in the area he was in Montana. And his dad was a former Green Beret, picked up and moved him across the country. So he didn't grow up with that stain because he wasn't the guy driving. And he was traumatized by it. At the same time, the company you keep does define you, which is a lot of what they're trying to do in this Democrat sort of smear job. That's what it is. It's like you're associated with these people. Well, you don't have to have done anything bad to be associated with people. You can have neighbors who did scumbag things, and then you find out, you're like, yeah, I was his neighbor for 10 years. And they're like, oh, you must have known. Well, people keep secrets. This is what people do. Some people go and tell Alex Jones, I stole the gun and I put it underneath your porch. And some people keep that and they haunt it to their grave, and they don't find out until there's a search warrant and the FBI kicks down their door. And then you find out what kind of a demon they were living next door. And everyone always goes, man, he was always so quiet. And I would have never expected that. He really kept to himself. He was just kind of a quiet guy that you'd never expect that of. I mean, how many times have we heard that news story?
It's crazy. Back in 60 seconds with these emails. Well, I want to be very clear with everybody, because the media, I mean, it's everywhere. I see it on national news. I see, without even looking, it's just all the big podcasts. It's the thing to do, because they see me as a Trump supporter. They're like, oh, and Jones is involved in this because he's been saying he doesn't really see Trump implicated in any real way. But I've been pissed the whole time, that it looks like a cover-up. And I think it's overwhelmingly clear that's going on now. And I think it comes from Trump. But I don't have to prove myself. We've been saying that the whole time. We predicted this. And it's a real shame. But I want to ask Kyle Seraphin, former FBI agent and really smart analyst, talk show host, what he thinks should be done about this. Because, I mean, just look at these emails, okay? There's hundreds like this. So this is Jeffrey Epstein, the people talking, he says, you mean radiating a soft glow with the look of bliss and excitement. Yeah, that's the pizza. And then they're talking about how great it was. This is the head count for the pizzas. And they're setting up a pizza party. And the pizza's going to be there, but there's going to be 7 people. There's a bunch of emails. We got to share it. We got to slice this pizza. And it says, who all is in the Austin office today who is going to want pizza? We only have 1 slice, and we need to know how thinly to slice it. And it goes on Gurr. It's frozen food. Mark Lloyd is finance. This is from Jeffrey Epstein. Lyndon Lee is the mini CO 3-AO, whatever that means. Hyatt is sex slave. I mean, I have hundreds of these, okay? And then, we're walking the jerky up to supply it to you. And then we've got, I haven't had the real stuff yet, the hardcore stuff yet. There are literally hundreds of emails about buying babies. Can bring a little baby back for you or 2, boys or girls. And this is Peggy Siegel, Jeffrey Epstein's publicist, saying, I'm coming back from Africa, you want kids. And just, guys, go to the DOJ website, type the sin you're on. These are all real, okay? It goes on and on. Women saying, okay, you bought the baby, now you're not wanting to pay, or you promised to buy the baby. Or women in police reports saying, yeah, he took our baby at Zorro Ranch and breeding babies for Epstein. And it's in the Epstein documentaries. He bought Eastern European girls when they're like 10 and took them back. They still worked for him for decades. I mean, this is just baby trafficking at Zorro Ranch. And again, spoke to this going to Zorro Ranch. She said on record that Epstein offered her money to do this. And it goes on to supply. And again, then you have the police reports, FBI reports, then you have him talking about it. And it just goes on and on. An email said to Epstein, 2013, you offered to buy my baby 6 months ago. He responds and says, yes, but not for the amount you said. I mean, this is just this is unbelievable, folks. This is unbelievable. Here it is right here. You offered to buy my baby 6 months into the relationship. And he goes, I've already paid you. So, and again, there's literally, in all these different areas, hundreds and hundreds on each one. But then you get back into the jerky. This is Jeffrey Epstein said he was going to start eating regular food again, so he might be eating less jerky. That said, he has 6 bags of it in the downstairs freezer for the next trip. I believe it should be enough to get him through. Any other questions, please let me know. And then the people he's talking to own restaurants called The Cannibal. And then, they're showing you how to make it at the ranch. They're showing you how to make it at the island. And then we're mailing it through the mail. These rich people really need it. Oh, my God, 6 ounces, so delicious. I mean, it's just, I have huge stacks of just this over here. Earlier, I spilled water on this by accident. Why didn't we get jerky this week? You said you could not do it. Until today, please explain. They complain you give me cold jerky. I want hot jerky. Steve needs 6 to 8 ounces of jerky. That'll make it through. Sending it to the lab. His supposed wife, we're not sure if they were married. They think they were. They get $300 million to. She's all over the jerky stuff. And then there's this. I'm gonna shut up. Give Kyle Surfing the floor on this. This is where I want to stay. Okay, this. Okay. The Atlantic is a CIA top globalist publication. It's like the Financial Times of London. What it says gets picked up. Jeffrey Goldberg came here like 14 years ago. He said he wanted to do a piece on me for it. Back then I still did interviews. He shows up after the show and he goes, I'm not here to put you in the magazine. I'm here for Obama and some other people to see if you're dangerous. And I'm sitting there in the conference room right there. And I'm just like, and so we talk about 2 hours. And he goes, well, we'll see what we're going to do, but, maybe you ought to come to New York sometime. Maybe you ought to, he was trying to recruit me. And I said, listen, I'm not working for any group or any organization. And later, they got way clear years later where we're just kind of in the world at the time. Wanted me to have some meeting with, the big law firm. And they said, you're about to get sued and destroyed 9 years ago. You better do this. And I got sued right after I said no. So, it's gotten very clear before. But I mentioned Laurene Powell Jobs in the first 10 minutes. And Kyle, I'll show you this. Bing, 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 bing. Is this still your number? This is the Atlantic. We want to talk. So I mean, within 15 minutes of me talking about this, which I haven't gotten to yet, the phone starts ringing. And then I'm pretty sure when I get 3 unlisted numbers in a row, somebody else calls with that or blocked numbers. It's probably the White House, but I'll check later. Just a lot of stuff went on when I did that. Like one time I said, I'm going to reveal who Q is. This is like, 7 years ago because I was sick of it. All of a sudden, White House is calling because that was something they hatched at first, got taken away from them, they got out of it. But the point is, Lorene Powell Jobs, overhead shot. So this is the wife and heir to the Apple. She's worth, $100 million, whatever it is. Mm-hmm. Here she is in her bathing suit. Went to the island many, many, many times on record. There she is with Ghislaine Maxwell. Mm-hmm. Well, here's the article they published 2 days ago. What everyone assumes about Jeffrey Epstein. They said, yeah, he was elitist, but there was no real elite. There's nothing to see there. Now, that's not as bad as stuff they wrote a few years ago in 2022, the great fake child sex trafficking epidemic. Now, they never mentioned the owner of the Atlantic is a big frequenter of the island and all the rest of it, or Jeff Goldberg and all his CIA Mossad. He used to run an Israeli torture prison. He said, well, we didn't torture. Okay, right. But the point is how dumb do they think we are that people aren't going to look this up, and how crazy within 15 minutes of me saying I was going to cover this, the Atlantic's calling. What do you make of that? Kyle Seraphin, thanks for sitting while I ranted.
No problem. This actually tells you that there is still some vestigial power in the mainstream media. And I think that's the thing that's hardest for guys like you and I to grasp. Because if I read something in CBS or NBC or ABC or MSNBC or New York Times or whatever, like the Washington Post, I immediately come at it from a skeptic perspective. I do that with everything. If you tell me something, Alex, I'm skeptical. That's just the way I am. If somebody tells me something and I'm like, oh, I want to believe that. That sounds like stuff that I would believe. My first move is like, why do I want to believe that? How do I question it? Can it be disproven? That's how a good investigator looks at things. In fact, the easiest way to prove your case is to try to find exculpatory information and come up empty. That's the way that you would do it. And I've done that before, and I've found things where it's like, oh, I thought this was really true. It looked really bad. The allegations were salacious. The information that I was presented is very credible, and it was bad. And then you find some exculpatory stuff, and you go, I just didn't have the entire picture. Sometimes when you zoom out enough, you can see it. So there is power in the Atlantic. There is power in these mainstream publications. There is power. There are people out there that think that I'm relevant today, and some of them are in my own family, like my wife's, my father-in-law, my wife's dad. Well, he'll be like, I saw you all over the New York Times. Like, that's cool to see your name or whatever. It's like, my name has been all over media for the last 3.5 years. It's always out there. Why is it interesting? Because it's the New York Times, and that's what he considers to be a credible source. And there are a lot of people that still look to these Atlantic and so on, and they can move the needle. They can move the needle dramatically. And so how stupid do they think we are? I think they're taking people at their actual word, which is that most people in America are headline readers only. Alex, they don't ever get deeper than that. They just don't. They read the headline, and that's the whole story. And if the headline is a clickbait headline and the story itself actually debunks the headline inside of it, they never even get there. And so this is the problem. This is the actual info war, which is, the aptly named, channel name that you guys came up with a long time ago. The info war is, can you convince people to distrust their own eyes? Can you tell people something that is utter BS that holds no gravity and make them walk out and believe it and fight? I got a text message today, or not a text message, a DM from someone saying, Seraphin, you were removed for negligence from the FBI. And I was like, oh, really? I'm always curious when I see these things. I was like, tell me more. And they're like, you negligently handled a firearm. The records are all over the internet. And I was like, please post links. I do want to see these things. People will, I have no idea what the guy's referring to. The odds are it was like disgraced testimony from a woman who got removed from the FBI because she was a day drunk. That's what I think happened. But he truly believes that thing. I'm sure of it. And there are plenty of people that do. They read the headline. It was a fake sex trafficking ring. This has all been debunked. Everything about it was not real. The things that Alex Jones was talking about for years is garbage. And then you go and you see the actual emails released on the DOJ's website with no context, no understanding. We don't know what the hell they're talking about. Like, But we don't have any explanation. You didn't have the FBI's file, which should be like the serial that came along. It's like, we gathered these emails. These are the 50 references to jerky. We believe, based on all the information we've done, the interviews that we've done of the people that wrote them, that this is what it meant. This is how they explained it. But this is like the normal background. Here's what the intel analysts say about this type of operation, and it means children or human flesh, or it means adrenochrome, or whatever it means. Why do we not have that? Where's the other pieces of it? It's salacious to read somebody's emails. And by the way, as someone who used to read FISA, and it was like my least favorite part of my job, I used to read a Chinese spy's emails. So I would get the emails in my box and I could read them. And it's really salacious to find out what people are doing. And it's really curious. You read it and you're like, oh, what a weird thing that this person's life is all about. That's what people who are doing intelligence work do. They snoop in your stuff. But
yeah, well, I've talked to the people that have gotten to
have
read
the context.
I've talked to people that have gotten to read Jack Smith's emails. They go, it's all open and shut, meeting with the White House, setting it all up, a fraud, but we're not allowed to use it. Thanks, Todd Blanche. So just imagine how frustrating it is to the real investigators.
Yeah, the people, like every single one of those emails is attached to a serial that an FBI agent wrote. And the FBI agent wrote it and explained, this is what we've got. Here's how we got it. It was obtained by a search warrant and it was reviewed on this day by these people. And here's what we believe it to mean. And, here's the quotes. And this is how it furthers our case. Or you could say, we've investigated and upon further information, this appears to be a hoax. This appears to be fake. Whatever it is. So all of these pieces of evidence were put in for a reason. Every one of these emails should have been looked at, reviewed, and then somebody said, okay, this is what it means or this is what it doesn't. And guess what? We know it was at least reviewed enough for them to redact the name of the people that did the sending.
Sure, so let me ask you this. The same question I asked you yesterday on the phone when I showed you that particular document that is confirmed real. The DOJ is saying, yeah, we got people being abused. We got other people. We got this. They're obviously mixing it together. Presidents and former presidents and, all this stuff. Secretaries of State, we're going to redact that. And I asked you the question, I'm not a trained investigator, but I said, if they're a public figure and there's nothing to hide, then they should put it all in. The fact that they redacted their name and not the victim seems backwards.
Well, yeah, I agree with you on that as a general rule. The thing that's relevant in that particular thread, so the thread was somebody asking for guidance, president, secretary of state, other people of celebrity or something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing. There's lots of examples of this on X. So that email thread then goes to another person who says, hey, bumping this up the chain. What it looks like is maybe a redactor or a case agent or somebody that's working at the ground level that's trying to say, okay, there's obviously some big names.
Yeah,
and
you see it. They throw a note on it and say, check it. So maybe they're not even saying doing that. They're just saying, check it.
What it seems like they're doing is it seems like they're saying we've come across all these things. So there's former president, secretary of state, blah, 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 all these people, right? All the dignitaries that we're talking about. How are we handling this?
Pull that up. Because the crew's doing an incredible job.
Because what I know is going on is that the people that are working on that redaction stuff, the people that are doing the grunt level work of producing these files, they didn't read the Epstein Transparency Act, and they don't know what sort of like the left and right boundaries are when it comes to what they can and can't do. So they're asking for guidance, and all it does is it confirms that there are those types of people in these files. To me, when I read it, I'm like, yeah, what it means is that there's secretaries of states and presidents and celebrities.
But regardless, Todd Blanche saying there are no bad guys. Yes. When we have all this stuff clearly. Well, let me ask you this: when you are reading, when you heard those emails, or me paraphrasing them quickly, and he goes on and on, I have stack after stack I didn't even get to. Either these are weird-ass space aliens with their own weird language, and it just so happens most of it goes back 15 years in FBI manuals of this is child porn, this is torture. A lot of it says it's torture. A lot of it says we got sex slaves. I mean, who goes around and talks like this? I mean, I think
nobody does. No, I'm 100% agreeing with you. Like that looks like it appears to be what it is that everybody would think it is. That they're talking about children. That they're talking about some. I don't even know. There's nobody that talks like that in any email. Like I've read lots of people's emails. It turns out that's one of the things you get when you work as an investigator. I've read my own. I've read all I've never had conversations that ever looked anything like that, especially from people who have tons of money and are living elite lives and they can ask anybody to do anything for them. They don't even need to write their own emails, right? They've got secretaries and things like this. And these are their personal communiques, and they're full of references that we know are coded languages for either child sex trafficking or abuse or for worse things. So all that makes me sick. The question is why don't we also get the accompanying deciphering that, because there clearly were people that were in the Bureau that saw the same thing. And they're not all going to have their head in the sand. Somebody read it
Well,
and
let
went
me
like,
ask
okay,
you
I know what
this.
this is. There are experts that work on this stuff.
You're already a huge, very vindicated whistleblower that exposed targeted Catholics and school parents and all that. And then you're a big hero to Bongio and everybody until they got in and they turned against you because they knew you were not going to go along with their BS. Obviously, they're like, this guy's a straight arrow. But now you become a clearinghouse because people know you're the real deal. There's been some other great whistleblowers as well. But I would expect we'd see a lot more whistleblowers. I think that's really the answer, too. It's just more men and women, not just in the FBI, but in public schools or colleges or medical field. You know, we have whistleblowers on Pfizer. That's how we know they killed people in the trials and covered it up. I mean, I think the answer is just more whistleblowers.
That would be the answer. The problem is that we already know what the problem is, and the problem is goes back to this thing. Like I said, I was kind of digging into some Frank Serpico stuff today for some reason, and I found a quote of his that said, "A true measure of a society's greatness lies in how it treats its whistleblowers." And our society treats whistleblowers like they're the enemy. And the word whistleblower I don't even like. Well, let's call it dissident. How do you treat your dissidents? How do you treat the people that call out the party or the group that is in power? And can they be safely, trusted to respect and say, "Okay, that's a really interesting point. You've made some statements that make us reevaluate our system," or do they just go, "You're trying to upset the status quo," which is what whistleblowers do. It's what dissidents do. You're trying to upset it, and so you're the problem. In the FBI, that was my experience. In most federal government agencies, whether it be state, federal, or local, I've heard it from local cops.
So the biggest enemy is people that don't want to stick their heads up and follow orders. Let me raise this. Talking to this yesterday, Click, you're talking about your dad, the famous Waco reporter out of Fort Worth, I think it was. And I remember he was the big guy that we actually got the truth about him murdering the Davidians from pretty much in live time because for whatever reason they listened to his show or him and talked to him. It clicked this morning. I interviewed your dad like in 1997 or something on the phone. We should get him on. You were telling stories about your dad.
He still has a box in his garage that says "For the Davidian Children." It was stuff that was sent to the radio station. I mean, that's how far back my memory of this kind of stuff goes because I was a little kid. I remember my dad got pulled out of church.
Story, then what you're taking on that.
Okay. Yeah.
Then it just clicked when you were saying all of that. Well, anyways, finish your point about your dad. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, he's still got a box. Like people went out there and they were sending things to the Davidian Children to the radio station. He used to be the vice president for operations and he ran KRLD 1080 in Dallas, Texas. And so he talked to David Koresh for, 20 hours on the phone. He was the go-between when the ATF screwed it up. And they ended up having the second in command, some guy named Steven something or other. He'd know the name. And he talked to this guy and then they put David Koresh on the phone. And David Koresh was talking about himself in the past tense and doing all this crazy stuff. And so it's like, I've seen screw ups. The funny thing is that I don't think the FBI was necessarily the bad guy in that story, at least not at the time. The ATF was the bad guy. The ATF shouldn't have even existed. They were doing all that stuff for publicity.
Sure, the ATF
in some ways, it's very similar.
And then the Delta Force
They did the same thing at Ruby Ridge. They kicked off Ruby Ridge by looking for a freaking short shotgun for a guy who's a Green Beret and at the end of the day served this country honorably. And who cared if he had a shotgun out in the middle of the woods? It shouldn't have mattered. So a lot of this stuff, it's the same playbook again. And if people come up and people used to send my dad stuff saying that they were FBI agents and this is what they saw and this is where the investigation went sideways and he could never validate it. The question is, can you get actual honest transparency? Can we ever just own that there are some sins that our government is involved in? And it seems like they try to wait until it's so far in the past that nobody's ever going to be alive to actually deal with retribution. The measure of society being treating dissidents and whistleblowers well, what it tells me is that there needs to be actual accountability. And that's what people want to see.
I agree with you. So let's talk about what's going to happen.
People need to end up in handcuffs, period.
You were telling me about FBI agents, you were using examples that literally weren't dumb IQ-wise, but were so compartmentalized, they didn't know about huge things going on. And that's what I find. You've got a lot of the public super awake, and then but then you also got a lot of people that aren't even just crazy leftists. They just don't know anything. Does Todd Blanche know how hated he is? So I don't want to hate this guy. Does he know how arrogant he is?
You know what's funny though, Alex? He went out and did those press conferences, and he's savvy. I mean, let's give the devil his due. Where the man is bright, and he made some really, really important and intelligent points while he was doing this discussion about what was happening with these Epstein file releases. He said things like there are salacious allegations that come in through the tip line. And some of those things are what people were focusing on. These crazy statements. They would say Donald Trump, sacrificed a baby and buried him on the back nine of the golf course and all this other crazy shit. And then you're like, what is the source of this? Oh, it's a batshit crazy person who called into the FBI tips line out in West Virginia,
from a mental institution,
said some stuff. Yeah, from anywhere. From doesn't matter where they're from. They could be like living on the street or anything else.
Had been in mental institutions like 5 times.
The FBI tip line gets more crazies than you've ever
buried
imagined.
the baby on a golf course that didn't exist till 5 years later.
This is why some of this stuff is not, and this is the brilliance of what I think the rollout was. They muddied the waters with all this crazy stuff. Even the story about Tom Massey, which has been like, well, he said he has 20 names. No, the victim said that they had some names. But the problem with the names are, take a 15-year-old rape victim, a 16-year-old rape victim, get their story, and then you'll find out that about 60% of it, maybe 30% of it is actually accurate. They saw a picture a couple years later, and they're like, oh, that was the guy, but maybe that just looked like the guy. The real story should be, what did the investigators find when they did the work? And I keep coming back to this because all of the source information is interesting, and it's all like these are documents.
No,
and so
that's right. They
evidence,
never follow up
but
because
that's not what the case
FBI
is.
went and talked to the guys. They probably would find some guilty ones. They might crack up and admit it. Now you got a case,
right? And then they would also find some exculpatory information and be like, oh, well, this is obviously inaccurate. Like this person made an accusation, but that person was actually in Singapore at the time, so it couldn't have been them. They got like somebody who looked the same.
Well, that's a problem. I was in Singapore signing this deal. Here's the con,
Exactly. And so sometimes you find those things. And so this is why, like, the list of the victims saying things is not relevant. That's why you don't want to have them just go out there and blanket accuse them. So Todd Blanche is really interesting. He's playing this game saying things that are obviously true, that there's some salacious bullshit that's in there that you can't do anything about, and that there's a lot of, like, wackos calling in and saying crazy things. But what they're distracting from while he's addressing this is like the emails that you just read that are clearly evidence of something bizarre, nefarious, and nobody has in their emails. Go look for beef jerky in your emails and your Gmail account, folks. Go search your text messages for references to pizza. And if it's not about you and your wife going to get pizza somewhere and your favorite pizza place,
yeah, but let's be clear. They describe it as glowing and eager to pleasure you.
Yeah, there's none of that. It's not. That's not what people
going to
talk about.
Well, I mean, with the Podesta emails, it's like the 7, 9, and 11-year-old are ready to entertain you in the hot tub.
That's right. It needs to be sliced so thin because we only have one slice. That's not real. That's code, obviously. So
what about
that's what they're distracting away from.
$56,000 of hot dogs delivered to Obama's birthday party?
Oh, no, it's the worst.
Well, we know hot dog is gay prostitute. So we'll give it to Obama. From all our intel, he's not a pedophile. He's a homosexual. We'll be right back. I didn't plug last hour because I've been so focused on the news. If I don't plug, we won't be here because I'm not funded by the Qataris or the Israelis or the Russians or the Jews or the Easter bunnies. I am funded by you. So I'm going to sell you products that really work so you want them. Now, we got two different flavors, Fruit Punch and in Freedom Mango. I didn't name this. It's it looks like a firecracker. It's a beautiful cover. Ultimate power. How about unlimited power? Remember Palpatine. But it really is a pre-workout, post-workout, Turbo Force 2.0. I mean, this is seriously powerful, super high quality. Everything it does for your body is next level. Ignites mental clarity and focus, cleans, sustained energy, enhanced blood flow and endurance, supports daily cognitive function. L-citrulline converts to L-arginine. Don't know what that does. We got the best formula of it. It's amazing. L-theanine, relax, wake up, clarity and focus. Natural caffeine from coffee concentrated. Vitamin B12, the highest quality, B6, and more. This is really strong. If you love Turbo Force, you're going to love Ultimate Power. We should call it Unlimited Power. I remember Palpatine on the cover. The point is that it funds the operation. I said, hey, we need a clone of this product or make it better for their store. And they said, okay, this is what they came out with. I've been on them for a year to do this. It's really strong. Tiny little scoop. This thing, by the way, is heavy. This is like a whole bunch of servings, like a couple months worth. So get yours now. I like the Fruit Punch flavor. And by the way, today's one of the last days where you can get 60% off on Ultra Methylene Blue, Irish Sea Moss, Shilajit, and more at thealexjonesstore.com. Thanks for your support. Hour number 4 is straight ahead. You know, I know a lot of people tuning into this show, and I'm not kissing your ass, it's true. You're here because you really care. You're informed. You want to be more informed. And you really love humanity. You have a sense of empathy, and that's designed in healthy people because when we have empathy, they have empathy. It's a better society. And I've always cared about other people. But as I get older and have 4 children, and hopefully grandchildren soon, Rex, you're 23, get married, get me some. Not that he has any problem with the ladies, but the point is that
and it's all awful.
I look at the world and I look at how dangerous things are, and even if there was some other free countries I could go to, my roots are so deep here, I would go down with the ship, except this ship is holding up Western civilization, as corrupt as it is. It falls, the rest falls, and all the war games show real dark ages, and that's we do whole shows on that. And so I literally don't just think, well, hopefully it doesn't. I hear this. I hope it doesn't fall apart till after I'm dead. I've heard that so much in my life from people. I want to slap them. Like our forebears, on average, really cared. They had a sense, I'm not here long. I'm part of something bigger. And that's why I am tortured, folks. And I think you should be tortured, too, and I think you are. Because some people are going to be mad that I'm mad at Trump. Others, most of you are like, no, we agree. But we got to be measured. We got to do it to put his feet to the fire. If it isn't perfect, we still criticize what's bad, but realize on the other side of Trump, the Democrats are just psychotically evil. But we can't end justify as a means and then say, fine, I'm just going to back Trump like Cat Turd's a great example. You know who he is on X. People on the radio are like, who's that? He criticizes Trump in any way. He just says, you should be put in prison, basically. So I'm not in a cult. And I'm not going to let the bad influences of Trump have full control of me just sitting back and whatever his administration does, we sit all the time we get Trump to make the right decision. On this Epstein thing, though, he's dug in. And just tells people shut the F up when they bring it up. So that's because he got convinced it was the new Russiagate, which it is for him, but it is the new Russiagate by you doing this. So, Kyle, you did some great analogies on the phone. We talked like an hour yesterday. I totally agree with your analysis that usually politicians are going for the moderates in the middle. That's not how it is now. The, quote, extremists are the majority. And we're not really extreme at left or right. It's an extreme now. They're extreme. We are normal human behavior by any yardstick studies show it. That now the paradigm is completely flipped, and Trump is playing by a 1990s rule. He is a 1990s Democrat. Okay, the Democrats.
He is.
Yeah, go ahead.
And that's not a mean thing to say. I actually think he's a little bit left of what the 1990s Democrats were, because he's okay with gay marriage and he's softer on abortion, where they were saying things like, safe, legal, and rare. There's some kind of conflict between him and Melania. But I think probably in private, Trump is probably not all that interested in the story of abortion. So this is the paradigm that I think that is crazy. And this is what you and I talked about yesterday, but it's also what I covered this morning on my podcast. I can't get over the idea that historically speaking, when you ran for election, in the primary, you would always appeal to your base, which means if you were on the left, then you would say really wild left stuff. And if you were on the right, you would give all the staunch conservative talking points about God and guns and individual ruggedism and all this other kind of stuff, right? So that's where they would go. Smaller government, less taxes. On the left, you're doing the other thing. You're out there talking about how we need to solve the problem. We all need to come together. We all need to kick in. The rich need to pay their share. The collectivist type argument. And then for most of the last, I don't know, like let's call it 80 or 100 years, what people would do is they would tack towards the middle. They would try to appeal to the people that don't give a rat's, the regular people, the kind of the squishy middle of America, which is center left, center right. That's kind of where it sits. And so you would say softer things, and you'd say, well, we can find some common ground with our friends who are Democrats, and I always worked in a bipartisan way, and I was able to come together with my friends across the aisle and do this thing, and this is why we're successful, and this is how we're going to move America forward, and we're all going to get a little bit of what we want. And everyone goes, yeah, and then once somebody wins. That was it. That was the model. And the difference that happened, I think, between 2016 all the way up into 2024, and we'll just leave 2020 out of it for now, because I don't trust what happened there, and I don't think a lot of people did either. So 2024, Donald Trump did something that nobody did before, because the political parties have moved so far to the left that the people that are representing the left, the left wing of American politics, the Democrats, are like, if they're not radical leftists, they are aspiring towards radical leftists. They are looking the direction of radical leftism. And so that wasn't appealing to people. That's not where the mass of America is. In fact, the mass of America, I think, based on talking to a lot of people and having lived in California, and I've lived in Texas and Kansas and Oklahoma and Florida and Connecticut and Virginia. Like, I've been all over the place. And when I talk to regular people are not that much different than they were 30 years ago. And so when I talk about things that people are scared to say, or it's not politically correct, and you would get fired for saying it, it's the stuff that we said 30 years ago, like regular people would regularly talk about it. And so I don't think the middle of America has moved.
Real fast. Elon used
any connection they
put out the meme. I can't really describe it right, but he says, here I am a Democrat 10 years ago, but Democrats moved way left, so now I'm a Republican. But that's exactly what it is.
Well, and then that's an incomplete meme because it keeps going because the Republicans continue to move on. And so the regular person that just stood still from, let's say, 1996, they're still standing there. And now they are to the right of the Republican Party and they are way to the right of the Democrat Party, which means the political parties are no longer representing a left and right sort of experience.
Yeah, there's the graph.
Yeah, and it says me, but like I think isn't that it? That it's me is to the right of center, and I think that the center line has moved and the parties have actually moved as well so dramatically that there is no political right in America.
Republicans have gone more left too. It's not just the
left. They have gone so far. So here's where it got crazy though. And Alex, in 2024, what Donald Trump did in the primary was he did the classic thing: you appeal to the base, and so he said all the MAGA stuff that made people really excited. And then when he got to the general election side and he cinched up the nomination, he continued to say those things and more, and they resonated with regular people because the average American is to the right of the Republican Party, I do really, really strongly think. And those are the gettable voters. So this is why the midterms are such, like they're going to be a disaster. I think we can just look at it right now, and if something doesn't change dramatically, people are going to go, okay, I'm not on board for any of these people, so they'll just sit out. So it'll be leftists and people on the GOP.
3 months ago, I had Mark Mitchell on, probably one of the best pollsters in the world, very accurate. We did an hour interview explain this, that we want radicals, we want action. All the polls show we want rebels, we want outlaws. Trump, stop acting like you're the establishment, that you're still underdog. J.D. Vance sees it, calls him up there, says, oh, great interview. They meet with Trump 45 minutes, meet with him 3 hours. Susie Walls and people demonize her. I don't know if she's good or not, but I like Vance. They agree. Trump does a little bit of it, but it goes away. Exactly. They agree with that. But so Trump, exactly. And you don't look radical, you don't look rebel when you're covering up the Epstein stuff, which helps the Democrats.
That's right. No, I mean, people are they're going to opt out. The gettable voters are independents. They don't have MAGA in their bio on Facebook or on X or anywhere else. They don't go out and wear the red hat everywhere. The gettable voters are independents. And what they want to see is, can America basically do what Trump called it? Make America great again? When do people think America was pretty great? Because I have all these people that are younger than me. They go, people really seem to like the 1980s and 90s. Why is there so much nostalgia for that? And I'm like, well, America was prosperous. People thought America was the good guy. There are people that obviously knew a little bit more about stuff and some of the global interplay. But at the end of the day, the average person could buy a house.
Cold War,
Yeah, that's right. We were the good guys, and we had just been victorious, and we beat the evil empire, and everyone thought that was a pretty good space to do. Did we have sins? Of course. Are there all kinds of like nuances to that? Yes, of course there are. But the general sentiment was, we're the good guys, we're winning. People like being on that team. And then what we see is this aspiration in 24 where Trump said, I'm not going to be like a regular conservative, which he's not, and I'm not going to be someone who just sort of like tries to conserve the thing that we have and lose slowly. He said he was going to gain some ground back. We had the expectation he was going to come in and do radical change.
And instead now we've gotten 8 press conferences about, I got the World Cup. Newsflash, Trump, no one gives a shit.
Nobody gives a shit at all. Like nobody cares. So here's it. Let me bang this off you real quick. You think about this idea. You remember the movie Dave? I made this point to my audience, and I got a bunch of comments back on it where people went like, "Oh yeah, the movie Dave was a story of essentially a Bill Clinton type character." Okay, and he was kind of scandalous, and he was sleeping around on his wife, and the president of the United States ends up sleeping with like some younger girl, has a stroke, and ends up in a coma. And they don't want to announce that he's dead because they don't want to lose the political power. So the political establishment goes and finds an impersonator of the president, and the guy's name is Dave. And Dave gets moved into the White House to pretend to be the president, and the first lady is Sigourney Weaver, and it's a kind of a romantic comedy, and it's kind of cutesy. But the redeeming part of it is that a regular guy with business sense who used to work at a temp agency and has friends who are accountants and do regular like Main Street level business gets to the White House, and what does he do? He starts acting like a normal human being. He says regular things. He knows that transparency means transparency. He wants his word to be his bond. He shakes hands and he means it. And then he wants to have a balanced budget and do things that sound really good to us. And so everybody thought that's what they were getting in Donald Trump. Maybe like a bigger version of it, maybe a larger than life version of it, because he was kind of cartoony and he was on WWE. But everybody thought they were getting The Apprentice and Dave all in one. Everyone was going to be fired that sucked, and we were going to get someone that understood business and what it meant to make $1 in America.
And I totally agree, but let me say this. That's the paradox and why I'm so pissed. Getting out of the carbon tax, the whole UN world agenda, Lord Monckton did great estimates, and it's accurate. 2 billion dead within 10 years actually did that, okay? Collapse of most civilization. Look at Germany, can't even make cars now. They've cut off most of their energy. People freeze to death in their homes. securing the border, getting 20 trillion investment, 10 trillion out of here. I mean, I can go on, securing the border, kicking men out of women's sports. It's all so good. He is doing great, except he has got constant CEOs, constantly just doing all. But what
he can't control the messaging, and he can't do the one thing that you got to do in sales, which is you underpromise and you overdeliver. You're like, look, we're bringing inflation down. I didn't create this problem, but I'm working on it, and here's how I think it's going to work, but we're going to have to tighten our belts for longer. When people came out, the whole idea of the fireside chat was talking people through the dark times.
Bitch, are you high? What the fuck are you talking about?
Where you'd say, there are austerity measures. We were reckless and weak.
That famous speech when they just lost the battle of Dunkirk, and the British exterior force been driven in the ocean. He said, all I can promise you is pain and blood, and but he goes, in the end, we're going to be free because it's better than being slaves. And so all I promise you is pain, but we won't surrender. And people like that.
People understand. So I think Milo Yiannopoulos told me this at one point in time. He said, nobody wants to be part of a losing team. They want to be a part of a team that's an underdog, but that's showing progress and winning. So you can be the underdog, and you can not be winning right now, but you got to be showing that you're putting up the fight. And what we're seeing, and this is why you're going to have a problem in the midterms, is people are turning off the tube.
Mark Mitchell told Trump. It's what I said. They were interested in what he said. I got invited to right after that, but the point was I didn't go. The point was, this is pointless. The point is that I said, you are the underdog. Stop saying everything's beautiful, everything's fine, there is no inflation.
Exactly.
We've won. No, we got to beat you, but we're under attack. Stop saying, look, go to this.
That's exactly right, though.
1970, whatever. Nashville's totally corrupt. It is a mafia. They tell you how to sing, what to dress. They take all your money. The Grand Ole Opry, Willie Nelson, Chris Christopherson, Waylon Jennings go, hey, let's go copy Johnny Paycheck and guys that were, and all these guys that were coming up from nowhere. Let's move to Texas, do our own thing, and screw them. And they come down here, and within 10 years, they go from being 5% of overall country sales to like 85%, and outlaw country takes over. And all they were was saying, we're outlaws doing our own thing, screw you, and we got long hair. Well, this is real rebels, but people want to bet on rebels that are winning. It's that simple.
That's it.
And there are
all of our pop culture is geared towards this. This is the American ethos. This is why the idea of fight, fight, fight was such a big deal. That was like a Rocky Balboa moment. I remember seeing it and being like, holy shit, this guy's instinct. And listen,
and
when
Trump
you have some moment,
Trump is saying, I've won the fight, everything's fine. And we're like, sure don't feel like it.
Yeah, no, you need to tell people they want to kill you. They want to kill me. They've already tried. They're still trying. And so his messaging is just all off. And I don't know why you would say that, because he knows better than most people. He has to know. And I don't know Donald Trump. And like I said, personally, I have nothing invested in the guy one way or another. I want the outcome. And the outcome is I've got 4 little kids. My youngest is 2 years old. God willing, we'll have another baby. I don't have another baby in the world that I have to go and see. And so I don't want what you were talking about. People said, well, I hope not in my time. I hope in my time, while I still have some fight left in me, I train every day in the gym to make sure that if the fight comes, I'm ready for it. And so that maybe I can shield my kids, and maybe my youngest daughter won't actually remember it because it'll be all over by then. That's my hope. The guy had a moment where he got shot, got down, and his underlying instinct was not to roll over, not to say, oh shit, not to hide, but to stand up and be defiant. And that is an utterly American thing. You can't train that. But that's not political instincts, which is what they were trying to do. That's what happens when you strip away everything. I've seen people near death, and if you have a couple of moments, I once fell off a rock climbing wall, and I thought it was it for me because I'd never actually done a lead climb fall. I fell like 20-something feet. And my buddy pulls me off and he goes, good news, bad news. Bad news is you're all banged up. You got, slices all over your arms. You're bleeding. You got rocks stuck in your face and shit like that. And you're a mess. I go, okay, what's the good news? He goes, the good news is that when you think you're falling to your death, you sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger and not like a woman. Because he said you screamed like a man who was like, going to fight to the end of the, you were going to fight the mountain all the way down. And I went, oh, okay, well, there's that. When you peel off that moment, you can't fake it.
You're talking about Schwarzenegger's Predator scream in Predator.
That's it. That's what I did. It was like that's what I sounded like falling off the wall. Donald Trump had that same exact instinct. He got shot in the ear, and he's got Secret Service throwing their body on top of him. And then you guys are showing on the screen. What does he do? He stands up and puts his hand in the air and says, we're not done yet. We're not going to let this be the end. That's an instinct that we are not seeing right now. What we're seeing is sort of like a guy who's like phoning it in. And maybe he's getting victories, but you can't say everything is great and we did the best thing ever and America is saved because I'm here. You're like, America is on a fight for survival. That's what Americans think. That's what my neighbors think who have lost their jobs and are trying to figure out, this economy is rough for regular people.
So we all got to say to Trump, we're willing to fight. We know you've done some good, but the war hasn't been won. We're in the second quarter. Stop saying we won the war. Because he's shipped into business mode. Well, I got 20 trillion coming in, and it is starting to turn around economy.
I bet you guys that surround Donald Trump that have a lot of money are doing great, because high inflation times are good for people that have a lot of money. And like high wealth and high inflation, those things work out really well. But the average American is still hurting.
People who don't know, it's not well known. He was run down to almost bankruptcy. Now he's back doing good, so he's thinking, oh, we're doing good.
And you can't make that not the case. So you know what the right thing to do? You know what would be great is having some town halls with some real people. Pull some people out of all over the place, including people that don't like him, that can come and tell him to his face so he can understand, like, hey, this is a fight.
That's what I told the White House.
You know what's funny? Biden actually knew this. He called it a fight for the soul of the nation. It really is. It's always been. But the funny thing is that the soul of the nation is to the right of both political parties. There is no political right in this country.
He had the right rhetoric, but he was hobbling around. Nobody thought he could execute.
Yeah, and he was a piece of shit. He was a bad person. I mean, he was a human Roomba. Like, I don't, you know, my wife tries to tell me that it wasn't even the same guy that was out there that used to be in the Senate. And I don't know if they faked it and pulled a Dave moment with Joe Biden. That's how weird and goofy the reality is. And you and I talked about this on the break, so I'm going to just share it with people. The problem is people have gone one of two ways since what happened in 2020 and the weird stuff that happened in 2021, where the government came in with overwhelming censorship and mandated vaccines and a bunch of other crap that nobody wanted. And they did this thing to the point where Americans went, okay, there are basically two forks in the road. One fork is, I don't believe anything that anyone tells me, no matter how much I like them. And so I'm going to be a skeptic, and I'm always going to critically evaluate. And so you got to prove it to me. Tell me that sounds good. Show me the evidence, and I'll make a good decision. And so that's where the sensible people go. And some of your audience is there. But there's going to be some of the audience, because they're everywhere, and we run into them all the time, the people that go, the rules have been broken, the social contract is broken and violated, and they're willing to lie to me about everything. So reality is just negotiable. So screw it. I'm going to just believe anything that I want. And I can believe that Donald Trump is paying 15D chess, or I can believe that we're all going to die, or I can believe that, we're actually being run by a simulation and Elon Musk is pulling the trigger. Like, I don't know. People can believe whatever crazy thing they want, and there's a huge percent of Americans that have just opted out. They're no longer going to think. They're no longer going to be critical.
I'll tell you why they're taking either one of the two groups. They're exhausted, and some of them don't have the research. They now know they've been lied to, so it's easy to say everything's fine, everything's screwed. Then we study stuff all day, and we're sorry that the truth is complex, and sometimes we don't have all the answers, but that's the reality. But since you mentioned this, I want to play you just one of the videos that I mentioned to you earlier, since I mentioned it. So this video comes out Friday, and for the first 5, 6, 7 hours when I see it on X, they haven't come out and said it's Gemini AI. But I immediately see it after I'm off air. And I go, wait, that's Trump at Mar-a-Lago. I've seen this video 5,000 times with Epstein coming in. That's Trump at a Miss Universe contest. I look it up. Yeah, it's there. And I go, well, I'll do it tomorrow. The next day I wake up, hundreds of millions of views. And people are in my timeline going, look, you still support Trump. Here he is. The little girl's been raped. Now he's pointing at little slave girls at an auction. And I go online. I shoot a video. I explain it. And I say to people, look, here's the video where they're compositing it. So it's not just AI now. They're taking a composite real video with a fake video, and still half the comments were like, oh, my God, you just covered up. Because they want to believe it's real. They won't admit they've been conned, and they're mad at me that I won't agree with their lie. And I had like this insane moment where I said, you know, the wise king, when the witch poisons the well and makes the kingdom insane, drinks the poison. But I'm not going to do that. But it's the fact that so much the public can't believe the social contract's broken. Now they believe nothing, and they don't have information. So, it's very explosive. It's very dangerous. And all these lawyers and Todd Blanche in their bubbles who think they've got it handled, you guys are insane. Because
they're using a tactic, Alex, that's so important. They're mixing pieces of real things or truth, which is the way that you sell the best lie.
Like you said, Blanche does.
Think about it. Blanche does it. He talks about things. I don't know that everything he's saying is a lie, but I know he's saying things that are partially true. And I go, well, that's accurate. That's true. That's sensible. So I can get behind those things. And then it's like, now you're saying something that I don't know is true or not, but the previous things you said were true. Think about anybody who tried to lie to their parents. You know, would you go out and say, no, I was in my room all night? It was like, well, you know, you were out. So it's like, no, I was out with my friend so-and-so. I wasn't doing the thing that you thought I was doing.
Like
you give some, I was out. You admit to certain things.
Mitch Snow wouldn't let his wife go, attacked the vehicle with a hammer. The police come arrest him. He switches it. She took my keys, attacked me with a hammer.
That's right. Always mix in partial pieces of the truth, because those can be validated, and then it makes you look more sensible. So my dad said it. 30 years in the news business. This is something he said to me for a long time. He said, "Don't confuse me with the facts. I already have an opinion." And a lot of people operate from that exact. They don't know that that's the program.
Stop there. This has been riveting, but here's one deep fake video. I won't have time to analyze it all, but just when you watch this, folks, it's very emotional. Little girl raped, obviously. They're crying. And then it cuts to known public videos, cut in with AI. And then when I say this is fake, I'm the bad guy. Here it is. This is AI. This is a fake girl, Gemini. And then it cuts to real clips mixed with fake clips. But again, if you're not saying it's real, you're hurt the girl. See, that's the emotion. That's the famous Epstein, them pointing at adult women. They just cut in little girls. It's even badly done, but people are so emotional and mad. You're like, this isn't real. Oh, you're not saying the girls are real. You raped them, Alex. That's famous video seen millions of times of them in Mar-a-Lago pointing at adult women dancing. And I already did this Saturday, and I showed people the same video, but the real one, they didn't care. And that is mass psychosis. That is dangerous. Meanwhile, I just exposed the DOJ covering up. I said, Trump's got big problems, but I'm attacking real stuff. And then they cut in a few real photos of Epstein and people, and then a real photo of Trump with adult women and a Miss Universe, implying they're underage for covering their faces up. That is a real, here's the real video that they cut in with little girls. So what do you say to that, Carl Seraphin?
I mean, look, if you ask me, like, before Donald Trump was president, if I was going to imagine what Donald Trump was doing, I would imagine he's driving a very expensive car, shooting a machine gun with chicks with bikinis around him. Like, that was the 80s Donald Trump in my mind. So, yeah, what have they done? Are there any actual long-form clips of this? No, they're not. These are, like, hyper-cut. You'll notice that all the shadows are really aggressively done, which are not normal. Look at the shadows, and even on my own camera here. We've got good lighting, fine. So it's soft shadows. That's how shadows look. They're not super hard, like they're a drop shadow that's done in some kind of a video program or done in some kind of a Photoshop.
Videos cut in with fake ones.
Exactly. And it's jumping. It's jump cutting. And that's how people are used to getting information now, right? There's the jump cut. It's not a long form, live, single cut stream. But have any personal movies from that time frame, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, ever been edited that way? No, they weren't. They were just, it was somebody with a camcorder that was walking around, and it had some shakiness to it. It was somebody standing there that was filming it for some posterity's sake. So you know that those cameras weren't there doing that thing at that moment, because that video's been around forever. But you mix the lie in with a little bit of BS. So you got the lie, you got some real footage. You're like, that's real footage. I know I've seen that before. I just haven't seen this one part. That's what came out of the Epstein files. Why does it have the music? All of it is mood related. All of it is playing on emotion. So yeah, I mean, that's what you're doing.
So
and it's obviously done in a fake way.
We need to find out who's behind that video and others.
Yeah, and what was that writing in there? Was that Thai writing or something like that? I saw another, like a language in captions. And so you always see these things, they come out of these strange places. So there are plenty of people that are playing information ops on America. And that's the other thing that people don't seem to realize. There is an attention war. People are fighting for what you think. There's dummies out there doing it on TikTok, saying things with zero information. I saw a guy today, in fact, I can't remember what his name was. It was Jeffrey Ferguson, UK. There it is. Jim Ferguson, UK, said Donald Trump is going after the deep state. And look what he said. And here's all these things he's going to do. And you know what the video was from, Alex? 2023. It was the first thing he did in the campaign trail in March of 23. I'm like, I know I've seen this video before. This is not a new thing. He's not announcing new policies. This is shit that he said when he was on the campaign trail before he was reelected. So a lot of this stuff, again, remixing real truth, framing it in some goofy way. It's easy to sell a lie when they can play this stuff. And there's a lot of people that don't look into it any further. We have a headline generation where people just read the headline and that must be true.
That's the problem. I'm full-time and I can barely tell what's going on.
I know it. And yeah, you and me both.
Carl Seraphin, thank you so much. People can find your podcast. Great job. Talk to you soon. Harrison Smith takes over now the War Room. God bless you all. Thank you, Carl. All right, I'm going to be very clear about this. I've done an hour and a half of live broadcasts and have not plugged one time. You're not going to get economic, cultural, military, spiritual analysis like this anywhere else. That's not a power trip. I've been blessed by God with the best crew, the best guests, the best intel. But it's up to you to boost this information. All I ask is that you share the live feeds, you share the articles. We get shut down early next month, which is, I haven't made the announcement yet, but this is it. God keeps coming through with miracles, but it looks like it. You'll see major movement soon. I'll just stop there. It's okay. But I'm asking all of you that have been on the fence, you share articles, videos, wonderful. Keep doing it. I thank you, humbly. I'm not mad you never supported us financially, but the products are great. I'm asking everyone to do one thing. Go to thealexjonesstore.com today and one click become a VIP for $30 a month. Now, you instantly get $40 to spend in the store, special deals, special offers, everything gets a discount when you do that. It's just like Amazon Prime. But let's just say you don't want ultramethylene blue or Shilajit or Irish sea moss or bovine colostrum that's so incredible. Not a sexy name, but sexy results. Maybe you don't want to get any of the great Patriot t-shirts. Just be a VIP every month. A donation of $30 to our sponsor, Bigley, that owns the Alex Jones Backup Network and the site. There's all sorts of behind the scenes attacking them. They're big boys too. You know, Nate was pardoned by the president for trying to save a woman on J6, who he did save her. But I mean, these are Patriots. Just go to the site, upper right-hand corner, VIP Club. Just commit. You can cancel any time, so it's not much of a commitment. But each month you charge $30 on the first day of the month. Just be a VIP. Pledge to us $30 a month. You've got NPR and PBS getting billions of dollars a year from the feds and then begging constantly for your money to shovel communism and pedophilic garbage on you. We just sell you the very best supplements you've ever seen, a lot of selection of Patriot Apparel, badass knives, and we're swinging for the fences. I'm totally committed. I've given up 95% of my assets, which weren't ever that big. I could care less. Actually, I'm actually happier not having a few things to deal with. But the point is that we're now up against the wall. So I need you to simply become a VIP. And then you got a bad month, whatever the issue is, cancel. And then you get more money in a few months. Say you're like blue collar, whatever, hardworking person, totally respectable, the bedrock of this country, $30 a month, you get a little bit of problem, cancel. It's free. And then a few months later, things are going well again, become a VIP again. But for all you middle class people and all you wealthy people that aren't investing in the fight against the tyrants, you are crazy. All of you that have means should be a VIP at thealexjonesstore.com. It's just a $30 donation. If you don't want to spend the $40 you get to buy great products and just want to let it, you can be a member and just pile up $40 each month. And at the end of the year, what's 12 months? You spent X and then gotten way more in and then, do all your Christmas shopping. I don't care how you do it. I'm just saying, become a VIP. One click. Hit one button. I'm an attack dog, folks. I'm born for this. I'm bred for this. I love this. I'm fearless, other than failure. I have no fear. All I'm saying is please become a VIP right now at thealexjonesstore.com. That's the simple commitment. VIP, VIP, VIP. And that's the term they use for it. I would call it Paul Revere Fund. I would call it tip of the spear. There's nowhere you can support where you're getting bigger results against the enemy. Bang for the buck. It's just true. I'm not bragging. I'm very humble. I am your weapon. I am committed to you like a dog is to its owner. I mean, it's true. I am your servant. I am here to defend you and defend your family and defend your freedom because I'm defending mine as well, and we're all in this together. You understand? I am so committed to you at the very base of my soul. And I just simply want to see you awaken in the info war. And there's nowhere better with one simple move than being a VIP at thealexjonesstore.com.
The University of Michigan would go up over time by this much. And if you were a laborer and were the...
This is Power Hour with Gabriella Power.
Hello and welcome to Power Hour. I'm Gabriella Power. Thank you for joining us. Well, the Democrats' narrative has been shattered. Newly released files show that Donald Trump allegedly blew the whistle on Jeffrey Epstein 2 decades ago, and now the mainstream media has been forced to report that according to these newly released files, Donald Trump called up police in Palm Beach back in 2006, also telling them to go after Ghislaine Maxwell, describing her as evil. A former Palm Beach police chief who investigated Epstein in the mid-2000s reportedly told the FBI that Trump picked up the phone and said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." Now, Democrats, they're quiet about this development today, and why is that? We're going to cross to Florida for more on this in just a moment, but also coming up on the show, a massive development in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. The FBI releasing chilling surveillance photos and videos appearing to show a person wearing a mask and a backpack on the porch of Nancy Guthrie's Arizona home. Very eerie. Later on, we have media meltdowns. Jasmine Crockett goes on a Lefty podcast declaring that she's an intellect. after wrongly accusing Republican Lee Zeldin of taking money from Jeffrey Epstein. Also, J.K. Rowling joins mounting calls for Keir Starmer to resign. Later in the show, we'll be crossing to London for the details. I have a special message here for my American viewers. It may be a new year, but for people out there buried in debt, it hardly means a fresh start. Whether you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, or medical bills, you'll want to hear about today's sponsor. PDS Debt has an A+ from the Better Business Bureau, nearly 5 stars on Trustpilot, and thousands of positive real-life reviews. PDS actually works to understand your unique financial situation and craft a personalised relief plan tailored to your needs. Don't let another month of interest pile up. Take back control in 30 seconds. Get your free personalised assessment and the best option for you at pdsdebt.com/power. That's pdsdebt.com/power. Joining us now from Florida is independent journalist Brittany Hopper. Brittany, thank you so much for your time. Huge development in the search for Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. The FBI posting chilling photos and videos to social media showing a masked person wearing a backpack on the porch of Nancy Guthrie's home in Arizona. Brittany, this search, it's now well into its second week, and everyone around the world is desperately hoping that we can get some answers here.
So I think that this story has captivated our nation as well as around the world because of how bizarre it is. There's so many questions to this story. And now the recent, story that's coming out in terms of the video that we're seeing of the possible suspects, the ransom, the $6 million in Bitcoin. I mean, it just keeps getting more and more bizarre. It really seems to be that this was potentially, in my opinion, an inside job. There's just too much going on that it seems like the suspect really knew who to ask for when it comes to the ransom money. I also heard today that they were going door to door, in the neighborhood, trying to search for answers. This is just such a bizarre story. My heart goes out to the family, and God willing, this poor woman is safe and healthy and returned.
Absolutely. We know that Savannah Guthrie has reacted to those images on social media, posting someone out there recognises this person. We believe that she is still out there. Bring her home. As you say, it's captivated the world. We are all thinking and praying of that family. Brittany, I want to talk to you about these newly released files that showed that Donald Trump actually blew the whistle on Jeffrey Epstein 2 decades ago. He reportedly called police in Palm Beach back in 2006, also telling them to go after Ghislaine Maxwell, describing her as evil. A former Palm Beach police chief who investigated Epstein in the mid-2000s told the FBI that Trump picked up the phone and said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." Look, my read on this, Brittany, it just seems like another bubble has been burst for the Democrats because they became very interested in this story as soon as Donald Trump was back in office, even though the Democrats could have released these files but refused to. For years, they could have just used Joe Biden's auto pen to get these files out.
I don't even know if interested is the right word. I think the Democrats, the liberals, and mainstream media became obsessed with the potential of Trump and Epstein files. Look, there's millions of pages with the Epstein files, and I believe that we are hearing and reading about more Democrats than Republicans that were down on that island. But this breakthrough that just came out, I mean, what does it say about the narrative? Because it really goes against what the liberals and Democrats, their narrative and mainstream media has been saying all along. So it will be interesting to me as a TV journalist, an independent journalist, and someone who was on mainstream media, CBS News, for 15 years. It will be really interesting to me to see how the mainstream media moves forward with this information. My guess is it's going to be the headline. They're going to bury it in a way, so to speak, and we'll only see a selective few who really be talking about this. But this needs to be talked about. This is a huge breakthrough within this entire everything, that the whole Epstein files and who was down there and who played what part in it. The fact that this is coming out, I think, is a huge win for Trump.
Absolutely, I agree. And also it comes after Trump-obsessed author Michael Wolff claimed that Epstein suspected that Donald Trump was the one that reported him to authorities. So we'll be staying on this development. I'm not sure if other outlets will do the same. I want to talk about more fraud uncovered in Gavin Newsom's California. Brittany, more than $8.6 billion. The California Post discovered this address in San Diego where 14 businesses were registered in 2020 that got millions of dollars in COVID-era loans. So SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler announced that the Small Business Administration has suspended more than 100,000 California borrowers suspected of committing this fraud during the pandemic. Brittany, it's really a huge scandal, but not shocking or surprising anymore.
No, not surprised at all. So during this time, I was living in California where I was born and raised, and I was covering the COVID pandemic in the state of California. There was so much cover up even then when I was, as a TV journalist, covering this COVID-19. Just off the top of my head, thinking about how when I had to wear a mask, of course, because that was what we had to do. And I remember wearing an American flag mask and told to not wear an American flag mask. Everything about how COVID-19, the pandemic, was handled in this state was fraudulent. So I'm not shocked or surprised by this. I'm shocked that it took this long. And I think that we're going to hear more coming out in the years ahead.
Hey, Brittany, I want to talk to you about what's happening here in Australia. While the president of Israel, Isaac Herzog, has been here in Australia to mourn and honour the victims of the Bondi terror attack, activists have taken to the streets in protest, including former Australian of the Year Grace Tame. She has been chanting from Gadigal to Gaza, globalise the Intifada at an anti-Israel protest. Listen to this. From Gadigal to Gaza! So while Grace Tame was chanting this, calling, of course, for the elimination of the State of Israel, many members of the Jewish community were locked inside this speaking address from Israeli President Isaac Herzog because of these violent protests that were going on outside. Brittany, do you have a message for Grace Tame?
Sure. I mean, such a cute girl, but what a foul thing to say, and to be chanting and to use her platform to basically say to wipe out a country that leads the world in cancer research, in technological advancements, in medical research, in terms of medical devices, saving so many lives around the world. Israel is leading in the world in these components that I just said, helping so many people around the world. Why do you want it wiped off from the planet? Why? Because that's basically what this phrase means. I think that instead of bashing her and saying it's wrong to say, why not go to Israel? Why not do a little education? Educate yourself. Go see the history. Go meet the people. That's what I feel the president of Israel should really be inviting her and inviting a lot of these people who are anti-Semitic and want to claim Israel should be wiped off the earth.
Yeah, absolutely. Great advice. Brittany Hopper, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
If you watch my reporting, you know I cover protests, political theatre and media meltdowns. And what always strikes me is how disconnected the slogans are from real life. While activists shout ideology, ordinary people face rising prices, high taxes and governments determined to make everything harder. We're told to trust the experts, trust media narratives, trust that massive spending and endless debt will make us better off. But history and common sense say otherwise. When leadership is weak and policy reckless, everyday people pay the price. That's why I believe in owning something real, physical gold and silver from American Hartford Gold, tangible assets that hold value through inflation and instability. With thousands of 5-star reviews, they deliver gold and silver to your door or store securely in a tax-advantaged gold IRA. And right now, when you call and mention that I sent you, you could get up to $20,000 in free silver with your first purchase. Call 855-802-5199 or text POWER to 65532. That's 855-802-5199 or text POWER to 65532 or click the link in the video description, because when politics turns into performance and the media loses the plot, it's worth protecting something that actually holds up in the chaos and outlasts all the trends. It's time for Media Meltdowns. And remember when Jasmine Crockett wrongly accused Lee Zeldin of taking money from Jeffrey Epstein, even though he did not take money from the convicted sex offender, but someone who unfortunately has the same name? Here is that moment.
Who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein, as I had my team dig in very quickly. Mitt Romney, the NRCC, Lee Zeldin, George Bush, Win Red, McCain Palin, Rick Lazio.
Well, Jasmine Crockett is sticking by that bright move of hers, admitting that she has no issue with lying from the House floor.
Well, no, when I see the moment on the House where you seem to accuse Republican Lee Zeldin of taking money from Jeffrey Epstein, but it seemed like if it was not the same person, I wonder, like, is there times in which the rhetoric goes too far? Are there times in which you should say, you know, maybe I messed that one up?
No, not in this environment. I don't. I think that, you know, we are really in uncharted territory.
So I hear your argument that you're reflecting the urgency necessary, and so that's why you won't give an inch.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
We will play more of that interview for you in a moment, but this comes after her car crash interview with CNN defending her comments.
I never said that it was that Jeffrey Epstein, just so that people understand when you make a donation, your picture is not there. And because they decided to spring this on us in real time, I wanted the Republicans to think about what could potentially happen, because I knew that they didn't even try to go through the FEC. So my team, what they did is they Googled, and that is specifically why I said a Jeffrey Epstein. Unlike Republicans, I at least don't go out and just tell lies. Because it was not the same one, that's fine. But when Lee Zeldin had something to say, all he had to say was it was a Jeffrey Epstein. He admitted that he did receive donations from a Jeffrey Epstein, so at least I wasn't trying to mislead people.
Not trying to mislead people at all, just wild. So Jasmine Crockett has now sat down with Today Explained Vox podcast, and the host described her as a star known for her sharp attacks against Donald Trump.
Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is a bona fide political star. In just 2 terms here in Washington, D.C., as a member of the House of Representatives, she's turned herself into a national name, known for her sharp attacks against President Trump, her Republican colleagues, and even some Democrats.
Let's just look at some of those sharp attacks.
Yo, this is literally potentially putting us into an international crisis. We may be heading towards the next world war because we have a president that wants to pal around with Putin and wants to do everything to make him feel good, including lying about who invaded who.
So sharp. And that is exactly how Jasmine Crockett describes herself.
I've always been someone who has been intellectual. I was top 10% of my class at Texas Southern my first year in law school. I was always very much kind of digging in and wanted to understand. I was always the person that would bring the receipts and wouldn't back down. So, you know,
you always clapping back too?
I was always, yeah, there was always a pushback. If I feel like I am right on something, I've always been very clear about that.
Joining us now is former president of the Victorian Liberal Party and Sky News contributor Michael Kroger. Michael, thank you so much for your time. So Jasmine Crockett, she's been described as a star there, of sharply going after Donald Trump. It's pretty funny listening to her on that podcast claiming that she's a genius, Michael. What would you have to say about that?
Oh, yeah, she's an intellectual. She's up there with Albert Einstein. I mean, she's right up. She's right up there. She says so herself, Gabriella. There's no doubt about her incredible intellect. You can just, it's seething through all of the interviews she gives, her depth. She's up there with Jordan Peterson and Douglas Murray. She's right up there. Look, I think, Jasmine, I've got to be honest with her. Someone should tell her this. The university she went to, Texas Southern, she's got a law degree. It's ranked about the 400th top university in America. And the law school at Texas Southern is ranked about the 190th top law school in America. That's not, it's not Oxford, Jasmine. It's not Cambridge. If you have to declare yourself an intellectual, you surely are not. I think she's an embarrassment to the Democratic Party. One of these look at me Democrats who's got nothing of real substance to say except to hone in on the issue of the day, criticising Donald Trump, blah, blah. Let's hope the good people of Texas can see through her and we don't send another vacuous Democrat to the American Senate.
Well, looking ahead, obviously a lot can change between now and 2028, but I want to get your sense of what we will be getting in the next US election as things stand right now. I mean, we've just heard from Jasmine Crockett. Last week, Kamala Harris relaunched her social media account, which is a disaster. Even CNN labelled it cringe. Vogue is writing puff pieces on Gavin Newsom, calling him handsome. What are we in for, Michael?
Has Kamala Harris been to the border yet? That's what I want to know. Or been to Europe? I'm still waiting to hear on that. Look, it all depends, in my view, Gabriella, on the economy. If the economy is strong, unemployment's down, wages growth is up, that's the number one issue in the Western world today in terms of, the majority of voter sentiment. If the American economy is strong, Trump will do much better in the midterms than expected, although historically, as we know, the incumbent president, Democrat or Republican, does badly in the midterms. So it depends very much on the state of the economy in October, November this year. And again, going into the 28 election, whether it's Vance or Rubio, again, it depends very much on the state of the American economy. Trump is seen to have succeeded with tariffs and all these economic changes, the deregulation, the cutting electricity prices, petrol prices, the cost of eggs. If he's seen to make life easy for the average American, then Vance or Rubio will win the presidency. But if not, if America is seen to be, having not done well, despite all these international triumphs, then it'd be hard to see Gavin Newsom not doing well, despite the fact that California is, as you said, a total basket case. It would be hard to see him not doing well.
What's happening with the tensions between the US and Iran? Donald Trump has claimed that Israel and Iran both want to make a deal. Here he is being asked by Fox News whether a deal with Iran would ever really stick.
Do you think a deal with Iran, with this current regime, would ever really stick?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I know one thing. They want to make a deal. They wouldn't talk to anybody else, but they're talking to me. But, it's a good question. A lot of people say no. And I would say that I'd rather make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. No nuclear weapons, no missiles, no this, no that, all the different things that you want. But some people worry that they've been very dishonest with us over the years, right? Very dishonest. Obama and Biden, what they did in terms of creating a monster with Iran was terrible. That Iran nuclear deal was one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen.
Michael Trump's reportedly considering sending more warships to Iran. Of course, Netanyahu's on his way to the White House for talks. What's going to happen here?
So, Gabriella, he's going to take out the Iranian leadership. I personally can't believe, given everything that's happened in the Middle East, given everything Trump's done on the international stage, I cannot believe this president of the United States is going to make a deal with the Iranian regime. He knows, as Rubio knows, as Vance knows, that as soon as Trump and the Republicans leave office, any deal they do with the Iranians will be forgotten and extinguished by the Iranians. They don't fear Kamala Harris. They don't fear Gavin Newsom. They don't fear Jasmine Crockett. Any deal with Iran will last till 2028 and that'll be over. So I can't believe that he's going to leave 90 million Iranians hanging by a thread. This regime have like Hamas in Gaza, These people have kept, the Iranian people as prisoners ever since the Iranian Revolution in the late 1970s. I think he's playing for time. I think he's getting all his military assets in place. I think he's putting missile defence systems in the countries that are amongst his Arab allies who may not have had those defence systems in place. And I think most importantly, he's waiting for General Raisin Kane to tell him how any bombing of Iran will bring about regime change. There's no point bombing Iran if you don't bring about regime change. I think Trump has firmly fixed in his mind to get rid of this regime. Of course, they cannot be trusted. Once he's fixed up the Iranian regime, then we can look forward, Gabriella, to President Marco Rubio of Cuba by the end of the year, hopefully.
Well, we'll be watching it very closely. I want to get your thoughts on what's happening in the UK before we talk about Australia. Of course, Keir Starmer is under more and more pressure to resign. He's been in the top job for just 18 months and he's been in the firing line over his decision to hire Peter Mandelson as the UK's ambassador to the US, despite being warned about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. What's your assessment of this and how much longer does Starmer have left?
Well, not that much longer, but they've got to agree on a challenger. There's 5 or 6, potential candidates for Angela Rayner down in the list of people that want to take over. I think what we can say with certainty is this: Starmer's got zero chance of winning the 28 election. He won't get re-elected under any circumstances. Secondly, most politicians who fight to get to the top like he has don't want to give it away easily. He wants them to come and get him. He doesn't respect the people around him. He thinks he won the election, they didn't. Why would he stand down for people he considers to be inferior to him? So I think he'll fight on. Sooner or later, the Labor Party in Britain will tap him on the shoulder, try and get him to go. If he doesn't, he'll be defeated in a ballot. You've even got the Scottish Labor leader already calling on to stand down. Those calls will grow louder. He's been a very poor British Prime Minister, so I think he's a goner. How long it'll be, who knows? When the challengers have worked out who the challenger is, then you'll have a much better idea. But it's good night, Keir Starmer.
Michael, let's talk about what's happening here in Australia with the Liberal Party. This has been dragging on for such a long time. It's now expected that Angus Taylor will be quitting the front bench sometime today. It's interesting that the latest Sky News Pulse survey conducted by YouGov found that more than half of voters remain unsure who should lead the Liberal Party. So when asked who would be the best person to lead the Liberal Party, most people endorsed Andrew Hastie at 15% overall. That doesn't surprise me. I think he cuts through, but still that's only 15% of people. Susan Ley received just 10% of overall support, followed by Angus Taylor at 8%. 60% of voters did not know who was best placed to give the Liberal Party the best chance of forming government. Voters are so angry and so bored of this circus. I really wonder what the future of the Liberal Party looks like. I think it needs more than a new leader. At the same time, Michael, of course, this Sky News poll found that One Nation has secured 34% primary vote among working class voters. I don't see that changing anytime soon. Pauline Hanson certainly has the momentum behind her. What's going to happen on Friday? Are we really going to see some big turnaround with a new leader?
I don't know yet, but I think you'll find this matter will be resolved one way or the other by the end of the week. Most people in the Liberal Party want this matter resolved. They don't, they look at the polls and realise that none of this turmoil is doing us any good. The turmoil with the National Party has been disastrous for the coalition, which is why the vote for the collective parties is less than 20%. So it'll be resolved in the next couple of days, one way or the other, and then the party's got to get back to its core brand equity, which is talking about tax and economics. And as you say, having a look at that extraordinary number for One Nation. This represents the target audience for the Liberal Party. It's the working class Australians, it's middle Australia, it's working Australians. These are the people that feel the elites do them in every day, that the elites work together. They've got all the benefits, high salaries, tax advantages, government cars, handouts, freebies, subsidies, and that the working people are carrying the elites. And the universities, highly paid academics, highly paid public servants, etc., whilst a working family with a house and a mortgage and a couple of kids are doing it tough. That's how the electorate is thinking at the minute, which is why One Nation's vote is one of the reasons its vote is so high. It's also high, of course, because people in Australia are now fed up with mass migration into country. They're seeing what's happening around the world. So it doesn't surprise me. You know, the times, the economic and political times suit one nation, and that's why their vote is so high. But for as far as we're concerned, let's hope we can get some clear air by Friday, because the coalition needs to get back to work to build its primary vote back into the 30s, and hopefully by the next election into the 40s.
It's got a lot of work to do to get there. Do you really think you could get there?
Within the next 2 years, it's hard to see you getting into the 40s. But just as votes can collapse, they can recover quickly. I mean, One Nation's vote has gone from 6% at the May election, which is 9 months ago. It's gone from 6 to 28 primary vote. Well, you know, in 9 months that's happened.
But Pauline Hanson's been consistent for decades.
She has, but consistently low votes too. I mean, her polling has been 6% or less for most of the last 30 years. There have been times in Queensland early on, other times where it's gone beyond 10. But historically, the One Nation vote has been sub 10 for 30 years. Now it's blown to 28. The major parties have got to try and work out why. Not chase One Nation, but just reflect One Nation's concerns. That's why their vote is so high. You are an idiot. You're a political idiot if you look at that vote and dismiss it. It's now constant in every one of these polls. High 20s vote for One Nation. Well, if you don't look at that and think what's going on here, then you know, you've learnt nothing from history.
Yeah, well, I don't see that changing for One Nation anytime soon. We have to leave it there. Former President of the Victorian Liberal Party and Sky News contributor Michael Kroger, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure, Gab.
Look, every country has its healthcare problems, but America's Medicare system is on another level. Millions of seniors end up on the wrong plan every year. They either overpay, lose access to their doctors, or both, not because they did anything wrong, but because the system is designed to confuse them. And it gets worse. A lot of Medicare advisors are really just salespeople pushing whichever plan pays them the biggest commission. That's why I want to tell all of my American Power Hour viewers about Chapter. Chapter doesn't work for big insurance or the government. They're independent. In fact, they are the only advisor that compares every Medicare plan nationwide to find one that actually fits your needs. So on average, that saves people about $1,100 a year. Just have a read of the testimonials. One woman, Jill, said that Chapter showed her better options that didn't even appear on the Medicare.gov website. That is how broken the system is and how valuable it is to have someone truly on your side. So if you're looking for Medicare guidance, don't go it alone. Call the number below to speak with Chapter and get clear, unbiased guidance on your Medicare options. Let's go to London now. Joining us is commentator Josh Rom. Josh, a lot happening over in London. Your Prime Minister doesn't seem to have much time at all. Author J.K. Rowling is among plenty of others demanding that Keir Starmer is removed as Prime Minister. She wrote, from his newfound concern for victims of Mandelson's bestie to whether women can have penises and his U-turn on the Rotherham grooming gangs inquiry, Starmer out. Josh, bring us the latest from the UK. Will Starmer be gone by the end of the week?
Well, it seems not. And can I just say, first and foremost, good evening from London. I'm slightly concerned because I find myself agreeing with Diane Abbott this week and her assessment of the crisis, which is very unusual and disconcerting to me. But her assessment is bang on. I think at the moment, Sir Keir Starmer is trying to evoke a sense of stability. He has vowed to fight on. He's vowed to keep on working. He said in these words, "I will not walk away." However, I think he is one of the most unpopular prime ministers in history at the moment, according to opinion polls. I think the consensus is although he's managed to hold on, his cabinet all have come out in support of him, temporarily, I should add. And then we've got backbenchers such as Angela Rayner coming out in support of him, despite the fact that Angela Rayner's webpage, the new leader of the Labour Party, kind of made a surprise appearance very briefly, or should I say surprise, quote unquote, appearance. So he seems to be holding on to, at least superficially, the support of his party, because I think none of them want the poison chalice. Now, there is going to be a by-election coming up. And that could potentially be very punishing for Labour. So I think the Labour Party, the parliamentary party, wants to see how they do there. Then we've also got the kind of what's been dubbed as the midterm elections, the local elections coming up in May, especially in Scotland and Wales, which are due to be very punishing for Labour. So we're kind of in this position where Sir Keir Starmer, he's holding on for the time being by the skin of his teeth, because no one from his party wants to step up and have the poison chalice just yet. But I highly doubt post-May, if the elections results really are as bad for Labour, I doubt that Sir Keir Starmer will get his wish and be the next Labour leader to lead that party into the next general election.
Yeah, the clock is ticking, that is for sure. Let's talk about the royal news. King Charles saying that he'll support police in their investigation into Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, his brother, over those links with Jeffrey Epstein. The King, of course, has been under a lot of pressure, Josh. What's going to happen here?
Well, there's been pressure from a lot of things. Actually, I want to treat this a little bit as confession time, because you probably may have seen video clips of the King being heckled in walkabouts, and this is usually a good kind of way to measure public appearance about the public opinion about certain royal scandals, whatever. But what I would say to, when we look at footage like that, I want to take it with a little bit of a pinch of salt, a little bit of skepticism. Because I also know that there are fringe Republican organisations that are effectively planting hecklers in those specific walkabout places in order to purposely distort the narrative and create trouble and kind of attempt to stir up Republicanism sentiment. And we see this actually because a lot of the crowds who do show up to see the King on these walkabouts are actually big monarchists, big royalists that are actually delighted to see the King and Queen, and actually are the same ones saying shut up or boo or get out the way, go home, because they want to see the King in a nice environment. So I will say, treat some of the walkabout footage with a little bit of skepticism. However, there has been pressure for the royal family to do more when it comes to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. And this week, I've been asking a few commentators on Twitter, what more can the royals do? There is no HRH title, no patronages, no royal duties, no public role. He was practically evicted from his huge mansion. He's now only living a very quiet life away from the public eye that's going to be privately funded by his brother. But now the King is also saying, bearing in mind there has been an extremely pointed shift this week when it comes to the statements, and the King said in the statement, or effectively the palace have said, the King has made clear in words and through unprecedented actions, again emphasizing the unprecedented actions, taking the very title of Prince away from Andrew, the title that was effectively his birthright, away from him, and saying his profound concern at allegations that which continue to come to light in respect of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. And effectively saying, yes, they'll cooperate with the police, Thames Valley Police, again, investigating Andrew due to a complaint made by a Republican organisation, a specific Republican organisation trying to stir up trouble for the royal family there. But this is an unprecedented shift, even though he didn't necessarily ever mention the word Epstein explicitly by name in the statement. We know the attitude of the palace now is very explicit towards Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, and that is, you are now on your own. You are no longer protected by the royal family. You are no longer protected by Buckingham Palace. You have no role in the firm. You have no role in the institution. If it comes to extradition, we are not going to stand in the way. And that is effectively the message that the palace is wanting to evoke now, because as much as it is, the public is disgusted by Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, they are. The palace, I would say, yes, there has been a certain lack of transparency throughout the process, and questions are being asked, who knew what when, even questioning the late Queen. Unfortunately, well, we know she has a bit of a blind spot when it came to her favourite son. But the palace now is basically through, as they're trying to emphasise, through these statements, through these quote-unquote unprecedented actions, that there is a zero tolerance approach when it comes to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor now.
And do you think we're going to hear more from Princess Catherine and Prince William? Of course, they released that statement saying that they're deeply concerned by the revelations and their thoughts are with the victims, Josh.
Well, what I found very interesting is they are, of course, undergoing a state visit to Saudi Arabia now. So they didn't want anything to overshadow or be in the background of this visit. So they were very proactive in releasing this statement first before His Majesty the King. And usually, of course, when it comes to stuff like this, usually you would think the king is the one to. The king obviously would take precedent as the more senior member of the royal family, as the head of the institution, as the head of the firm. But actually, I would say, look at Prince William and Prince Catherine. They're the ones actively taking the proactive approach. They're the ones that are saying, we are concerned about the continuing revelations, and the thoughts remain with the victims. And actually, that statement, it was 2 or 3 lines. It was short. I don't want to say sweet, because there's nothing sweet about this crisis. This is, I would say, the biggest crisis facing the royal family since Charles and Diana back in the 90s, and definitely since the abdication back in 1936. However, the Prince and Princess of Wales are very keen to kind of position themselves, so it seems through their actions, as we are the future. The king is doing what he wants to do, and they're funding Andrew through private means. That's fine. And again, they kind of have no choice there. You know, Andrew, he can't exactly earn money now. What company is going to hire him? It's all well and good saying, and I've said this on the programme before, get a job. But he can't do that. There is no feasible possibility. So, of course, he's kind of the responsibility in terms of at least housing. And if the royal family wants to keep him away from public life, then they need to make sure those procedures are effectively put in place. But the Prince and Princess of Wales being very proactive with their statement, especially before their state visit. And actually, a lot of people in the country at the moment, they're kind of viewing the king, I would say, with a little bit of apathy. But I think people know that the Prince and Princess of Wales are very much the future of the monarchy. And I think I can tell from their actions that Prince William and Princess Catherine, they definitely have that at the forefront of their mind.
Josh Rom, all the way from London, thank you so much for joining us, bringing us the latest. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Gabriella.
And that is Power Hour. Thank you for your company. We'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you subscribe to Sky News Australia on YouTube.
Even if you leave the state, you can't even escape. Luke. Yeah, that's a rough one. They, it would, if I was an athlete, I would frustrate me, especially given these guys have limited playing careers, particularly in the NFL. But they do this everywhere. I mean, it's an opportunity. And look, the bigger, I think, macro picture is a lot of these states and are because as you know, lots of other places do this, right? Like, it's very easy. Hey, I know what you make. Your contract is public information for a lot of these guys, and I know exactly when you arrive. I know exactly when you leave. You're on the schedule here. It's, you know, someone was telling me that the Major League Baseball teams, like the players' tax returns are like that thick, because they play 162 games, and so we know you're in New York for 6 days, we know you're in Boston for 6 days, we know you're in Minneapolis for 8 days, and we know exactly when you were there, and so they have to, so literally they have state tax returns for all these.
Look at all the deferred his payments.
They got to pay their accountant to file all. Oh yeah.
No wonder.
Yeah, yeah. So it is a
these Dodgers. Let me tell you, the Dodger fans, they're just weird people.
By the way, does capitalism, Pat, let me interview you. Doesn't capitalism always find a way?
Yes.
The Ohtani contract is just the beginning. I said 6 months ago, I said, you know what I think could happen? You could have a Dodger player that says, I'll play at home for nothing. Just pay me my whole contract in 2035, or I'll be retired in Florida. But I will play for nothing, my home games. So in California, what? No, I play for nothing. As a matter of fact, I'll play for nothing, you know, all year, which is basically what Otani did.
Yeah. Like a version of the Bobby Bonilla contract, right?
Was there a question there? I said, I asked you, there's
No,
some
no,
support.
I'm sorry, no,
Shout
no,
out to
no, I'm
Denker-
sorry. No,
Shout out to Danker415 who said this is why Otani has deferred paid out. But no, I think for me, if I'm a player, I'm gonna be like, guys, can we, and if I have some pull, guys, Super Bowl, Tennessee, Florida, Texas, what else you got? Give me another one. Definitely not Puerto Rico. We're not going to Puerto Rico because those guys don't believe in security. Who else you got?
Seattle, there's no income tax in the state of Washington.
Okay, Seattle, Vegas, Nevada. You got a couple of these places.
That's a great state.
But I'm not going back to this place. All right, let's do one other story, maybe two other stories, and then we'll wrap up. Okay. This is a weird story. I don't know what you guys are going to say about this. If you have an opinion, great. If you don't, great. Ty Lopez. Did you guys follow this story? What happened or no? Have you been seeing what happened? So FBI probes self-help guru Ty Lopez and Ponzi scheme that acquired Radio Shack, Pier 1 Imports. The report just came out. Now, keep in mind, a few months ago this happened. We didn't say a lot about it. We just kind of moved on. Tom, I'm going to come to you here. What is going on here? I mean, the question that you see, it's unclear whether the three defendants will be on the hook for the $112 million they allegedly swindled from investors, according to the SEC, but they may still face criminal charges even after settlement. Is there anything here, or is this noise?
I don't think it's noise when a court of jurisdiction and the SEC is leveling civil fraud against you. And right now, apparently, they went out there, as the story goes, what's being reported is they said, hey, they had this company, I think they called it RevUp or Rev or something like that. They said, hey, we're going to bring Radio Shack back or bring these things back. Maybe we'll create an e-commerce play. So there was this offer. You know, entrepreneurs make offers all the time. And apparently Ty Lopez and some others were involved in that. Pier 1, Radio Shack, once upon a time beloved brands in America that were retailers. So they go and do this. They get people to invest in it. The allegation is maybe they took fees, and you have that over 100 million number that's being passed around in these news reports. Now, they say no criminal charges have been filed, but Lopez is in settlement talks with the SEC. Whenever you see that, if you see your name in the paper that says settlement talks with the SEC, that's probably why no criminal charges have been filed, because you were voluntarily at the table and you were talking to people about making this situation come to a conclusion, usually with you paying a fine, admitting no guilt, and moving on. It appears that we are at that phase, Pat. It appears here. Does it appear that Ty Lopez did nothing? That's not what these news reports are saying. And whatever Ty Lopez did, he is now at a desk with his lawyer, with the SEC, negotiating a settlement, which usually comes with paying a fine and then accepting limitations the SEC puts on you.
Such as what? What could those things be?
Well, you can no longer be a director in a company. You can no longer trade. You can no longer solicit. Well, like if you're like an investment banker representing buying and selling of companies, there's like a list of things that they'll say you can't do. Most notably is what happened to Martha Stewart. You can't be a director on any boards. You can't have a fiduciary responsibility.
You have thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, I don't have thoughts on this particular case because I'm not familiar with it, but I have a lot of thoughts on the SEC and FINRA, because I think these government agencies do a lot more harm than good. I think we would be better off without them. I think a lot more investors end up getting victimized by fraud because of these government agencies. You know, the original Ponzi scheme was Charles Ponzi, and when he ran his scheme, there was no SEC. There was no equivalent of FINRA, and that whole thing collapsed in about a year because of the free market ferreted out. But meanwhile, Bernie Madoff perpetuated a much bigger Ponzi scheme.
It's, you know, the voice voice in your head that's always reminding you to do things? Listen, we're not waiting to do our taxes this year. Here, go to OLT.com. It's simple, fast, and accurate. Federal filing is free, and state filing is only $9.95. It's comprehensive and covers simple and complex returns with 100% satisfaction guarantee. This way, we have more time to, well, procrastinate on other things. Don't wait. File your return at OLT.com.
Policing themselves than having the government do it, because it ends up being corrupted by the very people it ends up regulating, and then the public being harmed.
Anything here? You guys are good? Okay, let's move on to the next one. Last story I want to do is California 5% tax, and then we'll wrap up. So California, where is that at, Rob? That is on, there it is. California billionaire tax will be disastrous and cause wealthy to flee, economists predict. Is this a newer story, Rob, or is that a story from, was there a video on this one, Rob?
This is from February 6th.
Do you have a video on this one?
I do. It's a little long, though.
Okay, so then let me skip that one. Let me go to a different one. Tom chose this one. We'll wrap up with this one here. Nuclear sector is poised to be for its biggest IPO in years. So let's kind of go through this. Holtec International Nuclear Energy Company, that's on the verge of reopening a shuttered reactor in Michigan, has filed confidentially with the SEC to go public. It could be one of the biggest IPOs in the nuclear industry in years, likely valued at over $10 billion. Florida-based Holtec makes equipment to store nuclear waste and decommissions existing nuclear plants. The annual income is over $500 million. A person familiar with its finances said last year the news about the IPO was reported by Axios. Tom, what do we know about this story?
Well, here's what we know. Nuclear next-gen reactors, I think they call them the Gen 5s or something like that, are smaller footprint. It's not like 3 Mile Island or pictures of Chernobyl. It's a completely different design, but it's very, very good at making electricity, or, excuse me, making the heat that spins turbines that make electricity. Because it's steam and heat and spinning turbines, that's how you make electricity. And whatever makes that heat most efficiently is good. And so this company is now bought a defunct power plant, is retrofitting it, and this is just the beginning. It has been 3 decades, I believe, since we've had a green light foundational construction permit for nuclear in the U.S. And this is what we need, because with data centers coming online and all of the EV usage, never mind the current headlines about maybe EV, Tesla's down because others up, EVs are still being sold, even if it's not the volume it was yesteryear. And that power is used by people at night. So guess what? You've got data centers, you've got increasing use of EVs, and we need energy to provide that. And we don't want to do fossil fuel. There's the Greens that are out there trying to prevent that. And so nuclear come back. We've been talking on this podcast about it, Pat, for 2 years. And here we have a company under Trump is now going to have an IPO to go forward and to retrofit this one, build the others. We need more power in America. This is a very good thing. And when you hear the word nuclear, don't think about 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl. These are modern, small footprint, much safer, more highly regulated plants. And now we're going to have one trading, a company, Holtec, trading publicly.
Yeah. Well, I agree. I'm a big fan of nuclear power. If you want me to give Trump credit, I'll give him credit there. At least the administration has a positive.
The guys, the man can do it.
Oh my gosh.
It took the last 10 seconds of the podcast to be able to give credit.
2 hours, 21 minutes, and 13 seconds. We get there.
Yeah, I think it's a very big positive. We've been very bullish to our clients for a number of years on electrical infrastructure equities. And I think we are still maybe we're coming to the end of the beginning in terms of the open field running for the rebuilding of U.S. electrical infrastructure, and I think this kind of fits right into that.
Brandon, any thoughts?
Yeah, no brainer. We've been talking about it for years. It's the best energy. I don't know why we haven't been building it, so it's good that we're building it now.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm excited about it. Look, I went in on a handful of the companies, and we talked about this, I think, a year ago. I don't think there's a choice. I think they have to go. The whole thing becomes is messaging. Use the word nuclear, people freak out. Like if I said today Peter Schiff is on OnlyFans, you would think Peter Schiff is, doing, feet videos and stuff like that. But maybe it's what do you get financial advice, right? So we have to be able to reposition the verbiage with nuclear, and I think that's marketing. I think that's marketing, storytelling, and education. Hopefully we'll figure it out. Guys, this was great. It was good having you on. Luke, we've never met. Very impressed. Really like your analysis. Peter, you definitely like the camera. You definitely shine when you got the camera. You got a lot of strong opinions, and I appreciate you coming down. It's always good to have a good back and forth discussion. The audience wins. Everybody else, God bless. I think we'll do it again on tomorrow. Oh, shoot. Tomorrow we got this guy. You guys may or may not know him. Very calm, settled, relaxed guy. Alex Jones will be on the podcast tomorrow morning. So stay tuned. We have no clue what he's going to be saying.
He's coming here?
He's coming here. He'll be here tomorrow. Take care, buddy. God bless. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
So think of it as like a TV ad with a catalog component where I can choose on the Roku app and immediately it's going to send me a text that comes from Roku and it just says, hey, basically you just watch this and we're going to want to make sure that you get this. You can create your background color, you can sort of customize the thing. It might be subscribe, shop now, or whatever it is. And then you can add a logo or an image in the back and then they get a text message. And then right from there, the person's able to click the link. In my opinion, I would send them to a specific landing page or a URL with the UTM so you can identify how that traffic from Roku behaves differently.
Not all damage shows up in photos. Been Verified can reveal collision and insurance reported damage. Buy with confidence like millions of smart drivers. See damage history today.
This is Power Hour with Gabriella Power.
Hello and welcome to Power Hour. I'm Gabriella Power. Thank you for joining us. Well, the Democrats' narrative has been shattered. Newly released files show that Donald Trump allegedly blew the whistle on Jeffrey Epstein 2 decades ago, and now the mainstream media has been forced to report that according to these newly released files, Donald Trump called up police in Palm Beach back in 2006, also telling them to go after Ghislaine Maxwell, describing her as evil. A former Palm Beach police chief who investigated Epstein in the mid-2000s reportedly told the FBI, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this. Now, Democrats, they're quiet about this development today. And why is that? We're going to cross to Florida for more on this in just a moment. But also coming up on the show, a massive development in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. The FBI releasing chilling surveillance photos and videos appearing to show a person wearing a mask and a backpack on the porch of Nancy Guthrie's Arizona Street. Later on, we have media meltdowns. Jasmine Crockett goes on a lefty podcast declaring that she's an intellect after wrongly accusing Republican Lee Zeldin of taking money from Jeffrey Epstein. Also, J.K. Rowling joins mounting calls for Keir Starmer to resign. Later in the show, we'll be crossing to London for the details. I have a special message here for my American viewers. It may be a new year, but for people out there buried in debt, it hardly means a fresh start. Whether you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, or medical bills, you'll want to hear about today's sponsor. PDS Debt has an A+ from the Better Business Bureau, nearly 5 stars on Trustpilot, and thousands of positive real-life reviews. PDS actually works to understand your unique financial situation and craft a personalised relief plan tailored to your needs. Don't let another month of interest pile up. Take back control in 30 seconds. Get your free personalised assessment and the best option for you at pdsdebt.com/power. That's pdsdebt.com/power. Joining us now from Florida is independent journalist Brittany Hopper. Brittany, thank you so much for your time. Huge development in the search for Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. The FBI posting chilling photos and videos to social media showing a masked person wearing a backpack on the porch of Nancy Guthrie's home in Arizona. Brittany, this search, it's now well into its second week, and everyone around the world is desperately hoping that we can get some answers here.
So I think that this story has captivated our nation as well as around the world because of how bizarre it is. There's so many questions to this story, and now the recent, story that's coming out in terms of the video that we're seeing of the possible suspects, the ransom, the $6 million in Bitcoin. I mean, it just keeps getting more and more bizarre. It really seems to be that this was potentially, in my opinion, an inside job. There's just too much going on that it seems like the suspect really knew who to ask for when it comes to the ransom money. I also heard today that they were going door to door, in the neighborhood, trying to search for answers. This is just such a bizarre story. My heart goes out to the family, and God willing, this poor woman is safe and healthy and returned.
Absolutely. We know that Savannah Guthrie has reacted to those images on social media, posting that recognises this person. We believe that she is still out there. Bring her home. As you say, it's captivated the world. We are all thinking and praying of that family. Brittany, I want to talk to you about these newly released files that showed that Donald Trump actually blew the whistle on Jeffrey Epstein 2 decades ago. He reportedly called police in Palm Beach back in 2006, also telling them to go after Ghislaine Maxwell, describing her as evil. A former Palm Beach police chief who investigated Epstein in the mid-2000s told the FBI that Trump picked up the phone and said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." Look, my read on this, Brittany, it just seems like another bubble has been burst for the Democrats because they became very interested in this story as soon as Donald Trump was back in office, even though the Democrats could have released these files but refused to. For years, they could have just used Joe Biden's auto pen to get these files out. I don't even know if interested is the right word. I think the Democrats, the liberals, and mainstream media became obsessed with the potential of Trump and Epstein files. Look, there's millions of pages with the Epstein files, and I believe that we are hearing and reading about more Democrats than Republicans that were down on that island. But this breakthrough that just came out, I mean, what does it say about the narrative? Because it really goes against what the liberals and Democrats, their narrative, and mainstream media has been saying all along. So it will be interesting to me as a TV journalist, an independent journalist, and someone who was on mainstream media, CBS News, for 15 years. It will be really interesting to me to see how the mainstream media moves forward with this information. My guess is it's going to be the headline. They're going to bury it in a way, so to speak, and we'll only see a selective few really be talking about this. But this needs to be talked about. This is a huge breakthrough within this entire everything, the whole Epstein files and who was down there and who played what part in it. The fact that this is coming out, I think, is a huge win for Trump. Absolutely, I agree. And also it comes after Trump-obsessed author Michael Wolff claimed that Epstein suspected that Donald Trump was the one that reported him to authorities. So we'll be staying on this development. I'm not sure if other outlets will do the same. I want to talk about more fraud uncovered in Gavin Newsom's California, Brittany, more than $8.6 billion. The California Post discovered this address in San Diego where 14 businesses were registered in 2020 that got millions of dollars in COVID-era loans. So SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler announced that the Small Business Administration has suspended more than 100,000 California borrowers suspected of committing this fraud during the pandemic. Brittany, it's really a huge scandal, but not shocking or surprising anymore.
No, not surprised at all. So during this time, I was living in California, where I was born and raised, and I was covering the COVID pandemic in the state of California. There was so much cover-up even then when I was, as a TV journalist, covering this COVID-19. Just off the top of my head, thinking about how when I had to wear a mask, of course, because that was what we had to do, and I remember wearing an American flag mask and told to not wear an American flag mask. Everything about how COVID-19, the pandemic, was handled in this state was fraudulent. So I'm not shocked or surprised by this. I'm shocked that it took this long, and I think that we're going to hear more coming out in the years ahead.
Hey, Brittany, I want to talk to you about what's happening here in Australia. While the president of Israel, Isaac Herzog, has been here in Australia to mourn and honour the victims of the Bondi terror attack, activists have taken to the streets in protest, including former Australian of the Year Grace Tame. She has been chanting from Gadigal to Gaza, globalise the Intifada at an anti-Israel protest. Listen to this. So while Grace Tame was chanting this, calling, of course, for the elimination of the State of Israel, many members of the Jewish community were locked inside this speaking address from Israeli President Isaac Herzog because of these violent protests that were going on outside. Brittany, do you have a message for Grace Tame?
Sure. I mean, such a cute girl, but what a foul thing to say. And to use her platform to basically say to wipe out a country that leads the world in cancer research, in technological advancements, in medical research, in terms of medical devices, saving so many lives around the world. Israel is leading in the world in these components that I just said, helping so many people around the world. Why do you want it wiped off from the planet? Why? Because that's basically what this phrase means. I think that instead of bashing her and saying it's wrong to say, why not go to Israel? Why not do a little education? Educate yourself. Go see the history. Go meet the people. That's what I feel the president of Israel should really be inviting her and inviting a lot of these people who are anti-Semitic and want to claim Israel should be wiped off the earth.
Yeah, absolutely. Great advice. Brittany Hopper, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
If you watch my reporting, you know I cover protests, political theatre and media meltdowns, and what always strikes me is how disconnected the slogans are from real life. While activists shout ideology, ordinary people face rising prices, high taxes and governments determined to make everything harder. We're told to trust the experts, trust media narratives, trust that massive spending and endless debt will make us better off. But history and common sense say otherwise. When leadership is weak and policy reckless, everyday people pay the price. That's why I believe in owning something real, physical gold and silver from American Hartford Gold, tangible assets that hold value through inflation and instability. With thousands of 5-star reviews, they deliver gold and silver to your door or store securely in a tax-advantaged gold IRA. And right now, when you call and mention that I sent you, you could get up to $20,000 in free silver with your first purchase. Call 855-802-5199 or text POWER to 65532. That's 855-802-5199 or text POWER to 65532 or click the link in the video description, because when politics turns into performance and the media loses the plot, it's worth protecting something that actually holds up in the chaos and outlasts all the trends. It's time for Media Meltdowns. And remember when Jasmine Crockett wrongly accused Lee Zeldin of taking money from Jeffrey Epstein, even though he did not take money from the convicted sex offender, but someone who unfortunately has the same name? Here is that moment.
Who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein as I had my team dig in very quickly. Mitt Romney, the NRCC, Lee Zeldin, George Bush, Win Red, McCain Palin, Rick Lazio.
Well, Jasmine Crockett is sticking by that bright move of hers, admitting that she has no issue with lying from the House floor.
Well, no, when I see the moment on the House where you seem to accuse Republican Lee Zeldin of taking money from Jeffrey Epstein, but it seemed like if it was not the same person, I wonder, like, is there times in which the rhetoric goes too far? Are there times in which you should say, you know, maybe I messed that one up?
No, not in this environment. I don't. I think that, you know, we are really in uncharted territory.
So I hear your argument that you're reflecting the urgency necessary, and so that's why you won't give an inch.
Correct.
We will play more of that interview for you in a moment, but this comes after her car crash interview with CNN defending her comments.
I never said that it was that Jeffrey Epstein, just so that people understand when you make a donation, your picture is not there. And because they decided to spring this on us in real time, I wanted the Republicans to think about what could potentially happen because I knew that they didn't even try to go through the FEC. So my team, what they did is they Googled, and that is specifically why I said a Jeffrey Epstein. Unlike Republicans, I at least don't go out and just tell lies. Because it was not the same one, that's fine. But when Lee Zeldin had something to say, all he had to say was it was a different Jeffrey Epstein. He admitted that he did receive donations from a Jeffrey Epstein, so at least I wasn't trying to mislead people.
Not trying to mislead people at all, just wild. So Jasmine Crockett has now sat down with Today Explained Vox podcast, and the host described her as a star, known for her sharp attacks against Donald Trump.
Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is a bona fide political star. In just 2 terms here in Washington, D.C., as a member of the House of Representatives, she's turned herself into a national name, known for her sharp attacks against President Trump, her Republican colleagues, and even some Democrats.
Let's just look at some of those sharp attacks.
Yo, this is literally potentially putting us into an international crisis. We may be heading towards the next world war because we have a president that wants to pal around with Putin and wants to do everything to make him feel good, including lying about who invaded who.
So sharp, and that is exactly how Jasmine Crockett describes herself.
I've always been someone who has been intellectual. I was top 10% of my class at Texas Southern. My first year in law school, I was always very much kind of digging in and wanted to understand. I was always in bring the receipts and wouldn't back down. So you know,
you were always clapping back.
I was always, yeah. There was always a pushback. If I feel like I am right on something, I've always been very clear about that.
Joining us now is former president of the Victorian Liberal Party and Sky News contributor Michael Kroger. Michael, thank you so much for your time. So Jasmine Crockett, she's been described as a star there, you know, sharply going after Donald Trump. It's pretty funny listening to her on that podcast, claiming that she's a genius, Michael. What would you have to say about that?
Oh, yeah, she's an intellectual. She's up there with Albert Einstein. I mean, she's right up there. She says so herself, Gabriella. There's no doubt about her incredible intellect. You can just, it's seething through all of the interviews she gives, her depth. She's up there with Jordan Peterson and Douglas Murray. She's right up there. Look, I think, Jasmine, I've got to be honest with her. Someone should tell her this. The university she went to, Texas Southern, she's got a law degree. It's ranked about the 400th top university in America. And the law school at Texas Southern is ranked about the 190th top law school in America. That's not, you know, it's not Oxford, Jasmine, it's not Cambridge. If you have to declare yourself an intellectual, you surely are not. I think she's an embarrassment to the Democratic Party. One of these look at me Democrats who's got nothing of real substance to say except to hone in on the issue of the day, criticising Donald Trump. Blah, blah. Let's hope the good people of Texas can see through her and we don't send another vacuous Democrat to the American Senate.
Well, looking ahead, obviously a lot can change between now and 2028, but I want to get your sense of what we will be getting in the next US election as things stand right now. I mean, we just heard from Jasmine Crockett last week. Kamala Harris relaunched her social media account, which is a disaster. Even CNN labelled it cringe. Vogue is writing puff pieces on Gavin Newsom, calling him handsome. What are we in for, Michael?
Has Kamala Harris been to the border yet? That's what I want to know. Or been to Europe? I'm still waiting to hear on that. Look, it all depends, in my view, Gabriella, on the economy. If the economy is strong, unemployment's down, wages growth is up, that's the number one issue in the Western world today in terms of, the majority of voter sentiment. If the American economy is strong, Trump will do much better in the midterms than expected, although historically, as we know, the incumbent president, Democrat or Republican, does badly in the midterms. So it depends very much on the state of the economy in October, November this year. And again, going to the 28 election, whether it's Vance or Rubio, again, it depends very much on the state of the American economy. Trump is seen to have succeeded with tariffs and all these economic changes, the deregulation, the cutting electricity prices, petrol prices, the cost of eggs. If he's seen to make life easier for the average American, then Vance or Rubio will win the presidency. But if not, if America is seen to be, having not done well, despite all these international triumphs, then it'd be hard to see Gavin Newsom not doing well, despite the fact that California is, as you said, a total basket case. It would be hard to see him not doing well.
What's happening with the tensions between the US and Iran? Donald Trump has claimed that Israel and Iran both want to make a deal. Here he is being asked by Fox News whether a deal with Iran would ever really stick.
Do you think a deal with Iran, with this current regime, would ever really stick?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I know one thing. They want to make a deal. They wouldn't talk to anybody else, but they're talking to me. But, it's a good question. A lot of people say no. And I would say that I'd rather make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. No nuclear weapons, no missiles, no this, no that, all the different things that you want. But some people worry that they've been very dishonest with us over the years, right? Very dishonest. Obama and Biden, what they did in terms of creating a monster with Iran was terrible. That Iran nuclear deal was one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen.
Michael Trump's reportedly considering sending more warships to Iran. Of course, Netanyahu's on his way to the White House for talks. What's going to happen here?
So, Gabrielle, he's going to take out the Iranian leadership. I personally can't believe, given everything that's happened in the Middle East, given everything Trump's done on the international stage, I cannot believe this president of the United States is going to make a deal with the Iranian regime. He knows, as Rubio knows, as Vance knows, that as soon as Trump and the Republicans leave office, any deal they do with the Iranians will be forgotten and extinguished by the Iranians. They don't fear Kamala Harris. They don't fear Gavin Newsom. They don't fear Jasmine Crockett. Any deal with Iran will last till 2028, and that'll be over. So I can't believe that he's going to leave 90 million Iranians hanging by a thread. This regime have like Hamas in Gaza, these people have kept, the Iranian people as prisoners ever since the Iranian Revolution in the late 1970s. I think he's playing for time. I think he's getting all his military assets in place. I think he's putting missile defense systems in the countries that are amongst his Arab allies who may not have had those defense systems in place. And I think most importantly, he's waiting for General Raisin Kane to tell him how any bombing of Iran will bring about regime change. There's no point bombing Iran if you don't bring about regime change. I think Trump has firmly fixed in his mind to get rid of this regime. Of course they cannot be trusted. Once he's fixed up the Iranian regime, then we can look forward, Gabriella, to President Marco Rubio of Cuba by the end of the year, hopefully.
Well, we'll be watching it very closely. I want to get your thoughts on what's happening in the UK before we talk about Australia. Of course, Keir Starmer is under more and more pressure to resign. He's been in the top job for just 18 months, and he's been in the firing line over his decision to hire Peter Mandelson as the UK's ambassador to the US, despite being warned about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. What's your assessment of this, and how much longer does Starmer have left?
Well, not that much longer, but they've got to agree on a challenger. There's 5 or 6, potential candidates for Angela Rayner down in the list of people that want to take over. I think what we can say with certainty is this: Starmer's got zero chance of winning the 28 election. He won't get re-elected under any circumstances. Secondly, most politicians who fight to get to the top like he has don't want to give it away easily. He wants them to come and get him. He doesn't respect the people around him. He thinks he won the election, they didn't. Why would he stand down for people he considers to be inferior to him? So I think he'll fight on. Sooner or later, the Labor Party in Britain will tap him on the shoulder, try and get him to go. If he doesn't, he'll be defeated in a ballot. You've even got the Scottish Labour leader already calling with Sandown. Those calls will grow louder. He's been a very poor British Prime Minister, so I think he's a goner. How long it'll be, who knows? When the challengers have worked out who the challenger is, then you'll have a much better idea. But it's good night, Keir Starmer.
Michael, let's talk about what's happening here in Australia with the Liberal Party. This has been dragging on for such a long time. It's now expected that Angus Taylor will be quitting the front bench sometime today. It's interesting that the latest Sky News Pulse survey conducted by YouGov found that more than half of voters remain unsure who should lead the Liberal Party. So when asked who would be the best person to lead the Liberal Party, most people endorsed Andrew Hastie at 15% overall. That doesn't surprise me. I think he cuts through, but still that's only 15% of people. Susan Ley received just 10% of overall support, followed by Angus Taylor at 8%. 60% of voters did not know who was best placed to give the Liberal Party the best chance of forming government. Voters are so angry and so bored of this circus. I really wonder what the future of the Liberal Party looks like. I think it needs more than a new leader. At the same time, Michael, of course, this Sky News poll found that One Nation has secured 34% primary vote among working class voters. I don't see that changing anytime soon. Pauline Hanson certainly has the momentum behind her. What's going to happen on Friday? Are we really going to see some big turnaround with a new leader?
I don't know yet, but I think you'll find this matter will be resolved one way or the other by the end of the week. Most people in the Liberal Party want this matter resolved. They don't, they look at the polls and realise that none of this turmoil is doing us any good. The turmoil with the National Party has been disastrous for the coalition, which is why the vote for the collective parties is less than 20%. So it'll be resolved in the next couple of days, one way or the other, and then the party's got to get back to its core brand equity, which is talking about tax and economics. And as you say, having a look at that extraordinary number for One Nation, this represents the target audience for the Liberal Party. It's the working class Australians, it's middle Australia, it's working Australians. These are the people that feel the elites do them in every day, that the elites work together. They've got all the benefits, high salaries, tax advantages, government cars, handouts, freebies, subsidies, and that the working people are carrying the elites. And the universities, highly paid academics, highly paid public servants, etc., whilst a working family with a house and a mortgage and a couple of kids are doing it tough. That's how the electorate is thinking at the minute, which is why One Nation's vote is one of the reasons its vote is so high. It's also high, of course, because people in Australia are now fed up with mass migration into the country. They're seeing what's happening around the world, so it doesn't surprise me. The economic and political times suit One Nation, and that's why their vote is so high. But for as far as we're concerned, let's hope we can get some clear air by Friday, because the coalition needs to get back to work to build its primary vote back into the 30s, and hopefully by the next election into the 40s.
It's got a lot of work to do to get there. Do you really think you could get there?
Within the next 2 years, it's hard to see you getting into the 40s. But just as votes can collapse, they can recover quickly. I mean, One Nation's vote has gone from 6% at the May election, which is 9 months ago. It's gone from 6 to 28 primary vote. In 9 months that's happened.
But Pauline Hanson's been consistent for decades.
She has, but consistently low votes too. I mean, her polling has been 6% or less for most of the last 30 years. There have been times in Queensland early on, other times where it's gone beyond 10. But historically, the One Nation vote has been sub 10 for 30 years. Now it's blown to 28. The major parties have got to try and work out why. Not chase One Nation, but just reflect One Nation's concerns. That's why their vote is so high. You are an idiot. You're a political idiot if you look at that vote and dismiss it. It's now constant in every one of these polls. High 20s for One Nation. Well, if you don't look at that and think what's going on here, then you've learned nothing from history.
Yeah, well, I don't see that changing for One Nation anytime soon. We have to leave it there. Former president of the Victorian Liberal Party and Sky News contributor Michael Kroger, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure, Gab.
Look, every country has its healthcare problems, but America's Medicare system is on another level. Millions of seniors end up on the wrong plan every year. They either overpay, lose access to their doctors, or both, not because they did anything wrong, but because the system is designed to confuse them. And it gets worse. A lot of Medicare advisors are really just salespeople pushing whichever plan pays them the biggest commission. That's why I want to tell all of my American Power Hour viewers about Chapter. Chapter doesn't work for big insurance or the government. They're independent. In fact, they are the only advisor that compares every Medicare plan nationwide to find one that actually fits your needs. So on average, that saves people about $1,100 a year. Just have a read of the testimonials. One woman, Jill, said that Chapter showed her better options that didn't even appear on the Medicare.gov website. That is how broken the system is and how valuable it is to have someone truly on your side. So if you're looking for Medicare guidance, don't go it alone. Call the number below to speak with Chapter and get clear, unbiased guidance on your Medicare options. Let's go to London now. Joining us is commentator Josh Rom. Josh, a lot happening over in London. Your Prime Minister doesn't seem to have much time at all. Author J.K. Rowling is among plenty of others demanding that Keir Starmer is removed as Prime Minister. She wrote, from his newfound concern for victims of Mandelson's bestie to whether women can have penises and his U-turn on the Rotherham grooming gangs inquiry, Starmer out. Josh, bring us the latest from the UK. Will Starmer be gone by the end of the week?
Well, it seems not. And can I just say, first and foremost, good evening from London. I'm slightly concerned because I find myself agreeing with Diane Abbott this week and her assessment of the crisis, which is very unusual and disconcerting to me. But her assessment is bang on. I think at the moment, Sir Keir Starmer is trying to evoke a sense of stability. He has vowed to fight on. He's vowed to keep on working. He said in these words, "I will not walk away." However, I think he is one of the most unpopular prime ministers in history at the moment, according to opinion polls. I think the consensus is although he's managed to hold on, his cabinet all have come out in support of him, temporarily, I should add. And then we've got backbenchers such as Angela Rayner coming out in support of him, despite the fact that Angela Rayner's webpage, the new leader of the Labour Party, kind of made a surprise appearance very briefly, or should I say surprise, quote-unquote, appearance. So he seems to be holding on to, at least superficially, the support of his party, because I think none of them want the poison chalice. Now, there is going to be a by-election coming up, and that could potentially be very punishing for Labour. So I think the Labour Party, the parliamentary party, wants to see how they do there. Then we've also got the kind of what's been dubbed as the midterm elections, the local elections in May, especially in Scotland and Wales, which are due to be very punishing for Labour. So we're kind of in this position where Sir Keir Starmer, he's holding on for the time being by the skin of his teeth, because no one from his party wants to step up and have the poison chalice just yet. But I highly doubt post-May, if the elections results really are as bad for Labour, I doubt that Sir Keir Starmer will get his wish and be the next Labour leader to lead that party into the next general election.
Yeah, the clock is ticking, that is for sure. Let's talk about the royal news. King Charles saying that he'll support police in their investigation into Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, his brother, over those links with Jeffrey Epstein. The King, of course, has been under a lot of pressure, Josh. What's going to happen here?
Well, there's been pressure from a lot of things. Actually, I want to treat this a little bit as confession time, because you probably may have seen video clips of the king being heckled in walkabouts, and usually this is usually a good kind of way to measure public appearance about the public opinion about certain royal scandals, whatever. But what I would say to, when we look at footage like that, I want to take it with a little bit of a pinch of salt, a little bit of skepticism. Because I also know that there are fringe Republican organisations that are effectively planting hecklers in those specific walkabout places in order to purposely distort the narrative and create trouble and kind of attempt to stir up Republicanism sentiment. And we see this actually because a lot of the crowds who do show up to see the king on these walkabouts are actually big monarchists, big royalists that are actually delighted to see the king and queen, and actually are the same ones saying shut up or boo or get out of the way, go home, because they want to see the king in a nice environment. So I will say, treat some of the walkabout footage with a little bit of skepticism. However, there has been pressure for the royal family to do more when it comes to Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. And this week I've been asking a few commentators on Twitter, what more can the royals do? There is no HRH title, no patronages, no royal duties, no public role. He was practically evicted from his huge mansion. He's now only living a very quiet life away from the public eye that's going to be privately funded by his brother. But now the king is also saying, bearing in mind there has been an extremely pointed shift this week when it comes to the statements, and the king said in the statement, or effectively the palace have said, the king has made clear in words and through unprecedented actions. Again, emphasizing the unprecedented actions, taking the very title of prince away from Andrew, the title that was effectively his birthright away from him, and saying his profound concern at allegations that which continue to come to light in respect of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. And effectively saying, yes, they'll cooperate with the police, Thames Valley Police, again, investigating Andrew due to a complaint made by a Republican organisation, a specific Republican organisation trying to stir up trouble for the royal family there. But this is an unprecedented shift, even though he didn't necessarily ever mention the word Epstein explicitly by name in the statement. We know the attitude of the palace now is very explicit towards Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, and that is, you are now on your own. You are no protected by the royal family. You are no longer protected by Buckingham Palace. You have no role in the firm. You have no role in the institution. If it comes to extradition, we are not going to stand in the way. And that is effectively the message that the palace is wanting to evoke now, because as much as it is, the public is disgusted by Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, they are. The palace, I would say, yes, there has been a certain lack of transparency throughout the process, and questions are being asked, who knew what, when, even questioning the late Queen. Unfortunately, well, we know she has a bit of a blind spot when it came to her favourite son. But the palace now is basically through, as they're trying to emphasise, through these statements, through these quote-unquote unprecedented actions, that there is a zero tolerance approach when it comes to Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor now.
And do you think we're going to hear more from Princess Catherine and Prince William? Of course, they released that statement saying that they are deeply concerned by the revelations and their thoughts are with the victims, Josh.
Well, what I found very interesting is they are, of course, undergoing a state visit to Saudi Arabia now. So they didn't want anything to overshadow or be in the background of this visit. So they were very proactive in releasing this statement first before His Majesty the King. And usually, of course, when it comes to stuff like this, usually you would think the king is the one to... The king obviously would take precedent as the more senior member of the royal family, as the head of the institution, as the head of the firm. But actually, I would say, look at Prince William and Prince Catherine. They're the ones actively taking the proactive approach. They're the ones that are saying, we are concerned about the continuing revelations, and the thoughts remain with the victims. And actually, that statement, it was 2 or 3 lines. It was short. I don't want to say sweet because there's nothing sweet about this crisis. This is, I would say, the biggest crisis facing the royal family since Charles and Diana back in the 90s, and definitely since the abdication back in 1936. However, the Prince and Princess of Wales are very keen to kind of position themselves, so it seems through their actions, as we are the future. The king is doing what he wants to do, and they're funding Andrew through private means. That's fine. And again, they kind of have no choice there. You know, Andrew, he can't exactly earn money now. What company is going to hire him? It's all well and good saying, and I've said this on the program before, get a job. But he can't do that. There is no feasible possibility. So, of course, he's kind of the responsibility in terms of at least housing. And if the royal family wants to keep him away from public life, then they need to make sure those procedures are effectively put in place. But the Prince and Princess of Wales being very proactive with their statement, especially before their state visit. And actually, a lot of people in the country at the moment, they're kind of viewing the king, I would say, with a little bit of apathy. But I think people know that the Prince and Princess of Wales are very much the future of the monarchy. And I think I can tell from their actions that Prince William and Princess Catherine, they definitely have that at the forefront of their mind.
Josh Rom, all the way from London, thank you so much for joining us, bringing us the latest. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Gabriella.
And that is Power Hour. Thank you for your company. We'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you subscribe to Sky News Australia on YouTube.
Hey, last one down buys the Ultras. Run. My tab.
Not all F words are bad. Some are great, like fast, free, fiber, for 4 months. Move and switch to Optimum Fiber for as low as $25 a month. Plus, get 4 months free and a 5-year price lock. Click now.
This is Power Hour with Gabriella Power.
Hello and welcome to Power Hour. I'm Gabriella Power. Thank you so much for joining us. Coming up, the fallout from the Super Bowl halftime show, why millions switched off and instead went to Turning Point USA's show. Also, the search for Nancy Guthrie continues. Savannah Guthrie making another desperate plea for the public to help. And King Charles says that he will support police in their investigation into his brother Andrew Mountbatten Windsor over links with Jeffrey Epstein. But first, we have to talk about Kamala Harris. She's back. She teased a major announcement and it has been revealed, wait for it, another social media account, just what we've been crying out for. Here she is.
So Kamala HQ is turning into headquarters, and it's where you can go online to get basically the latest of what's going on, and also to meet and revisit with some of our great, courageous leaders.
Kamala has posted on what was Kamala HQ, where she delivered what she believes is a very important message, that after all this time of reflection since losing the election, she has figured out the source of our problems, and that is the far right. Yes, she says that. I know this past year has not been easy for any of us. In that time, I have taken stock of the state of our nation. Here is what I have concluded. The far right has a 24/7 outrage machine online. They are casting Donald Trump as an agent of change, yet he has delivered nothing but empty promises for the American people. She goes on to complain about not just Donald Trump, but the people who voted for him. She says that Donald Trump is not the only source of our problems. We must also look at the rise of the MAGA movement. It's not exactly a new thing, but she is right that the MAGA movement has never been stronger. Here's CNN admitting that MAGA is
Trump. It's about the Make America movement. Again,
That's what we're talking about. Make America Great Again movement. And it is as powerful as it has ever been. Because I want you to take a look here. GOP who view MAGA favorably. 2 years ago when Donald Trump was running for term number 2, it was 74%. Today, look at this. It's 78% of Republicans who view the Make America Great Again movement favorably. So we're talking about something that, in my opinion, will very much be able to outlast Donald Trump. Trump is in term number 2. He can't run for a term number 3, but the bottom line is this. What he brought into the GOP looks like it's going to last long beyond him.
Well, there you go. Well, Kamala Harris goes on to say in her post that the Democrats must improve the way they communicate with Americans, including with Gen Z voters. She writes, "That is why I've decided to revive my team's social media operation, Kamala HQ. It will now be known as Headquarters." Wow, what a rebrand, with the X handle being headquarters_67, which even left-wing media outlet CNN is labeling as cringe.
By the way, the handle they're using, you can see there, we're zooming in on it, at headquarters_67. 67, as the kids used to say. Well, you know, used to say a lot of things. And I think they also used to say, that's probably cringe.
I mean, what a disaster. Even CNN and MS Now, formerly known as MSNBC, are not getting around this. Almost immediately, this handle has been changed again. HQ News Now is what it's called. It just tells you exactly how much of a flop this is, and it's how her team and Kamala, well, they're right now scrambling. They are all over the place. But what else does Kamala Harris have to say on this new social media account where she says, "I'm so proud of the campaign we built in 2024 and of the ways Kamala HQ innovated online and brought new young voters into the conversation. But let me be clear, our movement has always been bigger than one candidate. We must be where the people are, and these platforms help ensure our voices stay loud and our fight continues." I mean, that is essentially it. That is the big announcement that she has been teasing. And that's a strategy that is just bound to win over young voters by slamming the majority of Americans who voted for Donald Trump, including a lot of young Americans, blaming all of our problems on the so-called far right and admitting that the Democrats just suck at messaging. Well, she certainly proved that. That is it. I mean, how long has it been since the election? 15 months? And this is what we get from Kamala Harris. She is delusional, so is her team. It is, of course, another sign that she is getting ready to run again. So get ready for more Substack posts and more word salads and more inspiring advice like this.
You know, we have to stay woke. Like, everybody needs to be woke. And you can talk about if you're the wokest or woker, but just stay more woke than less woke. Yeah.
No thanks. And just one more point. This clip of Kamala Harris has resurfaced. It is going viral, showing her position against voter ID. Although the majority of Americans support voter ID, more than 70% of them, here is Kamala Harris making a strong case against it.
Is agreeing to voter ID one of those compromises that you'd support?
I don't think that we should underestimate what that could mean. Because in some people's mind, that means, well, you're going to have to Xerox or photocopy your ID to send it in to prove you are who you are. Well, there are a whole lot of people, especially people who live in rural communities, who don't. There's no Kinko's, there's no Office Max near them. People have to understand that when we're talking about voter ID laws, be clear about who you have in mind and what would be required of them to prove who they are. Of course, people have to prove who they are, but not in a way that makes it almost impossible for them to prove who they are.
If you watch my reporting, you know I cover protests, political theatre and media meltdowns, and what always strikes me is how disconnected the slogans are from real life. While activists shout ideology, ordinary people face rising prices, higher taxes and governments determined to make everything harder. We're told to trust the experts, trust media narratives and trust that massive spending and endless When leadership is weak and policy reckless, everyday people pay the price. That's why I believe in owning something real, physical gold and silver from American Heart-Centered Gold, tangible assets that hold value through inflation and instability. With thousands of five-star reviews, they deliver gold and silver to your door or store securely in a tax-advantaged gold IRA. And right now, when you call and mention that I sent you, you could get up to $20,000 in free silver with your first purchase. Call 855-802-5199 or text POWER to 65532. That's 855-802-5199 or text POWER to 65532. Or when politics turns into performance and the media loses the plot, it's worth protecting something that actually holds up in the chaos and outlasts all the trends. Joining us now is the Daily Telegraph National Affairs Editor and the host of the US Report here on Sky News Australia, James Morrow. James, great to see you.
Great to be here.
Let's talk with Kamala Harris, our favourite person after teasing this mystery announcement. Former Vice President Kamala Harris announced a rebrand of her social media account. So what was Kamala HQ is now been renamed to Headquarters. Even CNN and MS Now, formerly MSNBC, are saying that this sucks, that she could really be doing a lot better. I mean, what a disaster.
Well, it's a disaster, but, you know, we all know what's happening here. I mean, there's the old saying that ambitious and stupid is no way to go through life, but it's a great way to go through politics. And I think that pretty much sums up Kamala Harris right now. She actually thinks, I'm not kidding you, she actually thinks that she has a shot to be able to go and be the nominee again in 2020.
Absolutely.
And all this is, the only reason why this is because she's got name recognition from the last time around. There's no other Democrats who have major name recognition, possibly with the exception of Gavin Newsom from California. So she goes to the top of the name recognition polls. She thinks she's got this massive groundswell of support. She thinks she's not going to have to fight Trump in 2028. She's doing the Kamala Harris thing. This is how lame it is. This is how lame it is, all right? The original Twitter handle for the thing was Kamala HQ 67. Like they were actually trying to do that whole thing.
Yeah.
Everybody, as you said, CNN looked at this.
CNN called it cringe.
Oh my God, this is so lame. This is so cringe. You know, all the Gen Zs and millennials are going, you are the crazy aunt with the handbag that kind of rattles when you walk around with it, if you know what I'm saying. There's no way this goes anywhere. Personally, I think it's great. I would love to see this keep
more
rolling.
content,
more content, more word salads. So much fun.
But it's just amazing to see that after 15 months, really, after all this time, this is what she's come up with. This is like the strategy to win over young voters. She's really got people around her saying run again. And so, you know, she's trying to take a shot.
What else is she going to do? I mean, what else is she going to do? Nobody wants to read her book. You know, she doesn't have any sort of deep policy thoughts. You want her on your corporate board. She's got nothing. So she's going to have to do this.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at that social media strategy. And you mentioned Gavin Newsom looking at his strategy as well. They're just so desperate to copy Donald Trump because obviously Donald Trump really cuts through. I mean, he's been communicating with voters directly for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, and Newsom tries to do the whole thing where he takes the proverbial out of Trump in the same way that Trump does it with great talent, whether you love or hate his politics. He's such a good, there's a blank posting kind of thing that he does. But Gavin, it doesn't land.
No,
it doesn't
I agree.
land. But he's still trying to be the kind of the de facto leader of the opposition. You saw this last week when the New York Times, and I think it was Vogue, came out with these massive, huge puff pieces on him. But
they called him handsome.
They called him handsome. Oh, look at his silvery hair. So, look at the crease in those trousers. I haven't seen anything like this since Obama. But Gavin Newsom has this whole record of California behind him, and that whole record is a disaster.
Absolute disaster. No, and also with Gavin Newsom's social media strategy, it's not authentic, at least with Donald Trump. You know that it is. I want to get your thoughts on the Super Bowl, particularly this halftime show. And I just wonder, James, why millions and millions of people switched off. Here's just part of Bad Bunny's performance.
God bless America. Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Brazil.
Wow, it really just screams Americana, right?
Full awesome. Yeah. No.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at Turning Point USA's rival event. See if there's any difference. It gives me chills every time I look at that.
Yeah, but you know the whole thing with that whole Bad Bunny act. I'd never heard of this guy beforehand. I know a lot of people had. Is this sort of they call him Latin Trap, the king of Latin Trap. I don't know what those words mean all put together. It was the whole thing was a completely political statement, even though they tried not to be saying it was political. Like the fact that God bless America, and then Chile and Argentina, and so on and so forth. This was about asserting a Latin American dominance. This was about this sort of third world mindset. This was about sticking it to Trump, to white America, all these sorts of icons that this guy is all about tearing down. It was a terrible choice of halftime show. Why does the NFL keep picking this sort of thing? Why do they keep going woke? Why do they keep doing the take the knee stuff, the Black Lives Matter stuff? You know, the fact of the matter is, though, Americans I spoke to about this said nobody watches the halftime show. Nobody. They're all off going to the bathroom. They've had a lot of beer. They're getting the buffalo wings ready for the next, half of the game. They're getting the dips and everything. It's like nobody pays attention.
I like Matt Walsh's post on X. He wrote, having the halftime show of your biggest game of the year in a language almost none of your lifelong fans can understand, while waving the flags of countries that none of them are from, is the biggest FU that I've ever seen a corporation give to its own consumers. Look, I think a lot of Americans will probably agree with part of what Matt has to say there. And looking at what people think of the halftime show and also Turning Point USA's rival show, TMZ had a poll on social media after Sunday's game about who had the better show. Kid Rock was on 64.7%, Bad Bunny on 35.3%.
And TMZ is really, really woke. So like, that tells you something.
Doesn't it? Okay, let's talk about what's happening here in Australia. Of course, the latest poll shows even more support for One Nation. Absolute disaster. The Libs, the coalition's primary vote plunging to 18%, almost minority party status, I should say. Susan Lee is, of course, the most unpopular major party leader in 23 years. This is according to the poll in the Australian. And as I mentioned, One Nation's voter support is up again to 27%. So, James, Angus Taylor could be Liberal leader by the end of the week. I'm pretty bored of this. I think a lot of Australians are.
Yeah, look, I mean, and Brendan Nelson right now probably has a real spring in his step when he goes out to walk the dog in the morning here, given these poll numbers about least popular opposition leaders. Look, Susan Lay, the Liberals have had 9 months to sort something out here. They have wasted every single day God has given them since the election. I went back yesterday and I looked at what I wrote late on election night and published late on election night. Basically said they have to get their act together or it's terminal. It really does start to look like it's terminal right now for the Liberal Party if they can't, number one, change their leader. Now, here's the thing. Bringing in Angus, well, how many deals has he made with moderates? So what sort of policies are they going to get? The thing is, they don't have any policies. No. They don't have an energy policy. They don't have an immigration policy. This is why everybody is going to One Nation.
Absolutely.
Everybody's going to One Nation because they're like, these are the things we care about. And I cannot believe that the Liberals might actually do the same insane thing they do every year. Hey, let's wait till 6 weeks before the election and then throw a bunch of crap at the wall and see what sticks. No, it's not going to work.
No, I think so much damage has really been done. It's disastrous, and it's really so easy to get a sense of what Australians are wanting right now. And absolute immigration is really such a key issue.
Well, here's the thing. Look at the rise of Pauline Hanson in the late 1990s, and what did John Howard do? He heard all of the concerns about immigration. He took them on board. He absorbed those into the Liberal Party platform and the coalition. He went into the second longest serving prime minister in Australian history. It was a great success. Now the Liberals say, oh, we don't want to be any way associated with Pauline Hanson. Oh, it's too Trumpy if we start talking about immigration, because of course, it all means that what's happening really is that they're all in the pockets of universities, Australia, property developers, and everybody else who wants, lots more migrants and cheap labor. It's a road to failure.
Let's talk about Japan.
Sure.
Obviously, Sanae Takahashi has won the snap election in what's being dubbed as a landslide victory, and she won on running on policies such as
immigration! And who knew that immigration was an issue in Japan? But apparently it is. They've got their population problems that we all do, and they had started to bring in migrants from India and from the developing world, and it has really not gone well at all. And Japan, unlike Australia, which says, oh, no, we must, be all multicultural welcoming, says, no, we're Japanese, and they voted Takahashi back in. She's now got more than 2/3 of the vote. They can actually change the Constitution, so they can actually take a much more aggressive forward posture on defense. When General MacArthur and everybody wrote the Constitution for Japan and said, you can only have like a little peacekeeping force and that's it, they never thought that this would happen. Now today, 80 years later, we're thinking, actually, please go change the Constitution. We need your help up there in the North Pacific. And it's fantastic. But here's the thing. It's like, are there any lessons for the coalition here? This politician just won a huge, resounding mandate on the basis of cutting immigration and getting tough on defense. But Gabrielle, I just don't think there are any lessons our center-right party can take. Forget about that. What does that matter to us?
No lessons at all,
Yeah.
guys. No, too funny. Look, finally, before I let you go, of course, Israel's President Isaac Herzog is here in Australia. Yesterday, we saw him meet with families of some of the victims of the Bondi terror attack. He laid a wreath and 2 stones from Jerusalem to honour the 15 victims. Of course, though, we saw these pro-Palestine activists pushing ahead with this rally. Very shameful.
Shameful. They were given, just so everybody watching who maybe wasn't here in Sydney, knows what happens. These protesters were given a space in Hyde Park. They were told, you can go have your protest here. They said, no, we want to have it on the steps of Town Hall. They went to the Supreme Court. They lost. They still held their protest. All they wanted to do was provoke confrontation with the police. They got what they wanted for, unfortunately, and because the police are in this invidious position. If they don't go hard enough, you wind up with an October 9th type situation, like the Opera House. At the same time, there was also a huge memorial event going on down at the Convention Center with President Herzog. If those groups had met, you would have had a disaster.
Yeah.
You go too hard, and, police brutality, this was a horrible police violence, pepper spray, punches, all of this sort of stuff. But all of the footage I have seen, or much of the footage I've seen, really suggests that these protesters were looking for trouble, and trouble is what they got.
Of course, absolutely. I mean, the fact that these people were taken to the streets when the President of Israel is here to mourn the victims of this terror attack.
And here's the thing, so much of what they were talking about is this whole idea of globalizing the intifada. The key thing here about what that means, that doesn't just mean you're against Israel. You bring the fight against Israel to other places. They consider every so-called settler colonial state to be illegitimate. That includes Australia. Okay? So what this is, when they say globalize the intifada, this is not just about an attack on the state of Israel or Jewish Australians or Jews around the world. This is also an assault against the West. Everybody needs to understand that this is why this matters so much, and it's so existential, and it is driven largely, I have to say, by children of the elite who have come out of universities with their heads pumped so full of garbage and so full of hate, and the best thing that they can do now is scurry out of their Newtown share house. Yes.
It absolutely is. Well said. Thank you so much for joining us.
Anytime.
Appreciate it. Look, every country has its healthcare problems, but America's Medicare system is on another level. Millions of seniors end up on the wrong plan every year. They either overpay, lose access to their doctors, or both. Not because they did anything wrong, but because the system is them. And it gets worse. A lot of Medicare advisors are really just salespeople pushing whichever plan pays them the biggest commission. That's why I want to tell all of my American Power Hour viewers about Chapter. Chapter doesn't work for big insurance or the government. They're independent. In fact, they are the only advisor every Medicare plan nationwide to find one that actually fits your needs. On average, that saves people about $1,100 a year. Just have a read of the testimonials. One woman, Jill, said that Chapter showed her better options that didn't even appear on the Medicare.gov website. That is how broken the system is and how valuable it is to have someone truly on your side. So, if you're looking for Medicare guidance, don't go it alone. Call the number below to speak with Chapter and get clear, unbiased guidance on your Medicare options. Now let's turn to the story that's gripping America, the search for Nancy Guthrie, the mother of NBC Today show host Savannah Guthrie. Nancy Guthrie disappeared from her home in Arizona 9 days ago. Authorities believe that she was taken against her will. Savannah Guthrie has issued another desperate plea for help.
We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. No matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson. If you see anything, you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement.
Joining us for more on this is our panel, Josh Hammer, Senior Editor at Large at Newsweek, and Alex Terraccio, Signal Principal and Pollster. Thank you both for joining us. Of course, our thoughts and prayers are with Savannah. All of the Guthries are praying that Savannah's mother is found and that she's in okay condition. But Josh, authorities are really racing against the clock here.
Yeah, it's been on for a long time, and look, we obviously are all praying. We are hoping for the best, but look, I mean, happy endings at this point of the story oftentimes only happen in Hollywood, right? And again, we're all hoping and praying for the best news here, but it's entirely possible this is not going to end the way that Americans and the rest of the world, for that matter, really hope that it is going to end. Now, the one thing, Gabrielle, that I would say, this has been kind of my takeaway throughout this really deeply terrible story, is it's been amazing to watch Americans of all stripes unite around. And I say that because the timing of that is quite interesting. We just had this highly divisive Super Bowl halftime show, Bad Bunny, a very anti-Trump, Spanish-speaking musician who really alienated a lot of people there at the NFL and lost the Bell Commissioner and him there. We have American athletes overseas in Italy and Milan Cortina as part of our Olympic delegation right now at the Winter Olympic Games who are trashing the administration of America. America's actually very divided in many ways when it comes to entertainment, when it comes to sports, things like that. To say nothing of Donald Trump and immigration for itself. But the fact that we've really been able to unite and rally around this particular story, it's something of a sordid reminder that all too often it takes deep, profound human tragedy in order to make Americans unite around something, or frankly, just all human beings unite. It's been very much a recurring theme throughout human history. So maybe I'm naive, Gabrielle, but my hope is that perhaps we can learn a thing or two from this and be a little more ready, willing, and able, perhaps even eager to make common cause unite when there's something less tragic happening in the future.
Alex, are you seeing that as well? Really, the country united over this?
I am pleased to present the new half bike.
I think that the country is united in horror of this. It's such a strange story, and kidnappings don't happen all that often. They're unusual in the United States. Ransom's don't happen all that often. And so when it happens to somebody who's such a high-profile figure, that people know, they're in their homes every night. You know, there's millions of people for whom this is like it happening to their friend. And there is a great deal of interest in this, a great deal of hope that Nancy Guthrie is returned alive and intact. And so I see Donald Trump, you know, uncharacteristically coming in and offering only support, only help, only resources, nothing else. That's exactly what people want to see from a president. This really isn't about him. This is about a moment of grief and something that we hope never happens to anybody. But it's also the kind of thing that gets people up and gets people to be more scared. And so I do hope she's on time. Hopefully we're not happy with this one.
Let's talk about the economy. A new Gallup poll found that more Americans believe the economy and stock market will improve over the next 6 months. This poll found that 50% say that the stock market will be going up, 25% expect it to fall, 17% think that it will stay the
same on economic growth, 49% expect an increase, 36% predict a decline. Alex, what do you make of this poll? What do you put this down to?
This is one of several poll results that say kind of the same thing that I have noted over the past week and a half, 2 weeks. They all ask slightly different questions because the economy is irredeemably politicized. And when you ask people to improve the economy, then that tracks really tightly with the approval of the president. And so where you can see improvements is where you have a trend. And this is one of those results where you have a trend and more people saying now compared to a few months ago that the economy is improving or that they expect things to get better, they expect their own situation to improve. We have seen that in our own polling at Signal, I've seen that in several other sources. And so what that tells me is that the affordability messaging that the White House is doing is, I think, working. These plans that the White House has put into place through the One Big Beautiful Bill and through the entire economic plan that he has instituted since coming in, I think is starting to work, and Americans are starting to feel it. It happens slowly. The economy is like an aircraft carrier. It takes a really long time to turn, but the momentum is definitely in the right direction, just based on the number of signals that are moving.
What do you make of this? I think it certainly shows confidence, but is that going to be enough to help Republicans in the midterm?
Gabrielle, this is a huge switch actually from as recently as 2 months ago. So Alex, not me, is the polling guru here on this panel, but if memory serves, it was early December that I saw a poll from a group that I never heard of called American Research Group. I don't really know how reputable they are. I've never heard of them. But I remember seeing this poll, and it was basically an are you better off or are you worse off than 1 year ago style question. And according to that poll about 2 months ago, early December, 65% of Americans said they were worse off financially than 1 year ago. Only 7% actually said that they were better off, and there was a healthy chunk that said that there was no discernible difference there. Now, admittedly, that poll talking about the past. This is a prospective poll talking about the future, but still, I mean, pessimism versus optimism, that's a really big switch. I mean, there's just one poll there, but as Al said, it actually is part of a broader trend. So I agree that what the White House is saying right now and how they're messaging, it seems to be working. And I can't necessarily pinpoint one thing, right? I can't necessarily say that this was the sent testimony from Secretary Scott Bessent that necessarily overcame the mainstream media disinformation hoax, or this was the statement, or this was the data there. I think it's not just the death by 1,000 cuts of what has been this corporate media disinformation hoax. I mean, the notion that affordability has been a grave crisis in the Trump administration, especially relative to the baseline of the Biden economy that he inherited, is frankly, it's a farcical notion. I mean, gas prices are at least 5-year lows. Oftentimes, in some states, are actually even lower than that. 4.4% from the recent quarterly GDP number that we have. Inflation overall hovering around 2.6, 3.7%. That's still higher on a month-to-month basis than it should be. The target 2%, but it's manageable. It's not particularly crazy there. So whatever the administration is doing, again, I can't pinpoint there's like one data point there, but the trend is definitely in a positive direction. Right now, they kind of just keep that, because if there is one thing that can stave off what still looks like a fairly daunting and intimidating midterm election for the GOP this fall, it would be, I think, continued success on the economic front.
Talk about the Super Bowl. The halftime show is being slammed. A lot of people didn't want to see Bad Bunny, especially after his political grandstanding at the Grammys. And here's what WWE wrestler Logan Paul said when asked if he was excited about the show.
No.
He was not the only one who didn't want to watch Bad Bunny's performance. Millions of people switched off and turned into Turning Point USA's rival show. Josh, this was no surprise to me.
Yeah, Debbie, I put that in both a little bit. I originally ended up watching the Bad Bunny thing, and then ended up watching Turning Point's alternative show after it was over. I want to make sure I watched both. Frankly, I would have skipped the Bad Bunny thing, but I need to know, frankly, what was said for purposes of my day-to-day job, which is that of a political commentator. And it was exhausting. I mean, it's really not discriminative outrage on my behalf and anyone's behalf. I was really, really angry watching that, because this is the Super Bowl. This is America's #1 marquee sporting event. I'm a lifelong sports fan, Gabrielle. I'm a professional sports. I love professional sports. The Super Bowl is it. I mean, it is the granddaddy of all the American sporting events there. It is a global, iconic event there. It represents American athletic competition, and American sporting excellence, American exceptionalism on the world stage there. And we couldn't even do it in our language, in the language that we speak. I mean, it is such a massive insult. It was a massive insult to large swaths, at least a plurality, probably a majority of the NFL's actual fan base. I mean, kind of an insult injury. You had Green Day, which was a notoriously ideologically left-wing punk rock band whose heyday was like 2.5, 3 decades ago. They kicked off the festivities before it all started there. Then you had the Black National Anthem. I mean, what was this? I mean, why is there a Black National Anthem? Well, the last I checked, the sharp thing about it was not one for all of us. So the whole thing, frankly, from soup to nuts, was just deeply alienating and discomforting. And, well, I mean, I could do that.
Pause on that. Keep your hands, you feel, you shine.
Hopefully the NFL won't I suspect they probably won't, unfortunately, because JC is still calling the halftime shows. I think he's in a contract for a few more years. It probably won't learn anything whatsoever there, but it's hard to imagine getting a level of
It's extraordinary. I mean, even from where I'm sitting in Australia, tuning in to watch it, it's really not the classic Americana theme that you'd expect to get from an NFL game. Alex, what were your thoughts watching it? And of course, I'm sure you're not surprised to see more than 5 million people turning Point USA's rival show.
It was at this moment.
I'm not surprised, and I think that Josh is probably a little more optimistic than I am about the NFL's likelihood of improving in the future. I was one of these people that turned off the halftime show. I didn't have any interest in seeing it, but I don't want to overstate that phenomenon. The Super Bowl, as Josh rightly noted, is far and away the most watched event in American life, and not just a sporting event, just the most watched event. There's about 130 million people who probably tuned in last night, and that is on par for a non-sporting event, just for reference, with the moon landing in 1969. There's simply nothing else out there, not even close, that gets so many Americans all looking at the same thing at the same time. And so that's why I think that people get sick of having politics shoved in their face. You know, the three of us here on this panel are probably a little weird, but most people just want to tune out sometimes and just watch football. And to have these halftime shows, that's not just this one, it's every year, focus on getting politics back in a place where it doesn't have to be, that is something people don't like. And we have a full result that's going to come out in probably 2 days, where we asked, does the mainstream media reflect views of people like you? And 65% of Americans said no. And so last night, when they see something like that, that's what they're talking about. They want to watch the football, they want to watch game and fun commercials. They don't want to watch politics.
No, absolutely not. Well, President Trump says he wants to see America become more faithful than it has ever been before.
My God. They would do anything to be free. I've seen a lot of things in my life. This is easily the most incredible. Wow. And voila, you would never know.
He says religion is essential for a great nation, noting the group has seen church attendance, and he says there has to be a reason for why we're here.
That hole is so small. It could barely fit an adult. My God. They would do anything to be free. I've seen a lot of things in my life. This is easily the most incredible.
I don't want to get in trouble.
He makes everyone laugh, doesn't he? Alex, many signs at the moment that religion is really making a comeback. A lot of people turning to church, certainly after Charlie Kirk death.
Initiated by a court
There are a lot of
Michigan investigation
for
team
many years, religious attendance and identification with Americans being Christian primarily has been following. That has recently started to reverse. And when I see something like this, I anticipate the reaction backlash. That's what I grew up with 20 years ago. But we've had 20 years of going in the wrong direction, in the other direction, of getting religion more and more out of public life in every possible way.
Meanwhile, we have this other civic religion, where on the Democratic side during the Biden administration, we worship trans people. We make room for every other religion in society, but not what Trump said. I think it's great. I think that we need more of these things. There's a little bit more humility for the president and the country. That can only be a good thing, and we're just a long way off from the country that we were even in the Bush years. And so it's rather refreshing to hear that.
Yeah, Josh, what are your thoughts on what the president had to say? And you've seen that just from where you are, more and more people heading back.
Yeah, this is a wonderful message from Donald Trump. This is very much sentiment that I've been preaching in my own capacity. Shades of George Washington's farewell address. George Washington